Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Bore the Goddess's Mark? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. October 10th, 6 years after the Kyuubi attack. Frigid rain fell heavily as lightning flashed, briefly illuminating the form of a young 6-year-old blonde before thunder ripped through the skies above. Between the flashes of lightning, it could be seen that the young boy's shirt was full of holes of various sizes, exposing his malnourished body to the bitter elements. His pants in even worse condition as one of the pant legs was missing from the knee down, revealing his skinny leg. The boy continued to make his way down the empty street, as his bare feet splashed through the gathering puddles. A question any sensible person would have asked themselves upon seeing the boy would simply be, why was this child out in weather like this at this hour? The answer? Immediately at the slide of midnight, the matron of the orphanage he resided in had kicked him out. Just as he turned 6 years old. With nowhere else to go, the child merely wandered the streets looking for some kind of shelter to get out of the cold. Stopping in front of a small alleyway, he peered down just as another flash of lightning lit up the village once more. Seeing a small pile of cardboard boxes and some plastic wrap used for shipments, he tentatively made his way towards them. It wasn't the most ideal of shelters, but it would do for the night until he could visit the old man and tell him what happened. Shuffling over to the pile of debris, the young child began to set to work on his home for the duration of the early morning hours. Just as he finished placing the plastic over the box to ward off the rain, he heard a group of footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw a group of men and women gathering in the alley, blocking his only exit. Looks like the matron was right. The little demon brat is all alone with no one to watch over him. The man at the front stated with a sinister grin, "My daughter would have been 10 years old this month if it wasn't for you." A woman shouted from the middle of the mob, prompting others to express their agreement. "Boo, but I didn't do anything." Naruto could only stammer as he backed away from the crowd that slowly began to descend on him with malicious intent. "Don't even try to lie, you demon brat." Another man replied as he raised his hand that held a lead pipe and brought it down harshly on the young boy's shoulder. A resounding crack could be heard and a cry of pain from the young child as his right arm hung limp from where his clavicle was broken. After the initial strike, everyone else joined in, throwing rocks, bottles, and even some kunais at the poor child, ignoring his cries of pain and pleas to stop. These only seemed to inspire the mob more. After a few minutes, Naruto collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around his body as darkness began to claim his vision. Bloodied, with kunais sticking out of his chest, belly, and legs. As the mob stopped, the leader of the group came forward and took out another blade. "This is for my family, you demon sack of filth," he stated as he brought the blade down on the child's arm and slashing it down, opening the flesh up to expose muscle and tendons. The man repeated the process with Naruto's left leg and started to move towards the stomach when a kunai struck him in the forehead. Alarmed, the mob looked up to the roof to see a squad of Hanyou. The leader of the group with a weasel mask, his Sharingan spinning furiously at the sight before him. "Okbor, take these people to Ibiki for his special treatment." Weasel smiled under his mask as he saw the mob's color drain from their collective faces. A few even tried to run before being struck down by the others surrounding Anbu that quickly incapacitated the rest. Having issued his orders, he jumped down to the alleyway as the sun began to rise over the horizon, giving light to the grisly scene before him. Kneeling next to the boy is another Anbu member, doing a medical scan to account for the damages done to the poor child. "Report," Weasel stated. "It's not good. I am detecting a broken clavicle, 3 broke ribs, a punctured lung, part of his heart is collapsed on itself, and that's not counting the lacerations on his arm and leg." The female Anbu reported, holding back her sickness and anger at the sight before her. "I'll take him to the hospital," Weasel stated as he carefully picked up the boy's prone body. "Go and report to the Hokage immediately." "Yes, sir." The medic Anbu replied and shined off in a swirl of leaves. Weasel immediately did the same, hoping to get him to the hospital in time. For if he didn't, Kami have mercy on those involved. Naruto's mindscape. Hang in there, Kit, yelled the giant fox frantically as it smashed its body into the giant cage, desperately trying to pump more of its chakra into the child, only for it to be strangled through the seal, allowing only a trickle of it to reach the dying boy. Demon seal. The boy in question slowly began to stir from his position in the water-filled room. Taking in the room around him, he began to question where he was. Did they dump my body in a sewer? He asked out loud, not expecting an answer. The next thing he noticed is that his body no longer hurt. Looking down, he couldn't find any traces of the attack he had just endured. Thank Yami you're awake. A voice behind Naruto boomed, causing the boy to spin around and come face to face with a giant fox head behind a gate, with a tag across the center that read, Seal, in kanji. Who are you? Naruto stammered, taking a cautious step back. It seems this form frightens you. The fox answered with a large smile before its body was surrounded with a red smoke, obscuring the massive body from view. A few seconds later, the smoke clears, revealing a young-looking woman dressed in a red battle kimono with black hair, red eyes, and 9 white tails flowing behind her. 3 red whisker marks adorn her cheeks, similar to his, only more pronounced. To answer your question, I am the reason you were attacked. The newly formed girl stated, remorse evident in her voice. How are you the cause of it? Naruto asked, clearly confused. Because I am the QB no Kitsune. She clarified, waiting for the boy to lash out at her. However, nothing came, he only stared at her in bewilderment. 6 years ago, I was manipulated into attacking this village. She continued. I'm not sure who it was. The only thing I remember is being ripped out of my former host and tossed out into the world before a man in an orange mask put me under his control and had me attack the village. Then I was sealed into you. Wait, if I am talking to you now, does that mean we are inside me? The young blonde tried to wrap his brain around this bit of information. Yes, we are inside you. More precisely, you mindscape. The QB answered before turning serious. But we are low on time. Right now, your body is dying and I can't give you enough of my chakra to heal your wounds. What? You're saying I am dying? Naruto exclaimed in a voice of panic. Yes, I can only delay it. The girl behind the cage explained, hanging her head in sorrow. I'm sorry. That demon seal is preventing me from giving you more of my chakra. Is there anything I can do? Naruto asked as he gazed up at the gate with a frown. He may hate how the villagers treated him, but he wasn't ready to die just yet. If you could weaken the seal, more of my chakra would be open to you. She explained. What if I just take the seal off? No. The girl exclaimed. That would only kill you. Just tear a piece of the corner off, no bigger than your thumb. Nodding, Naruto moved towards the seal. As he reached up to tear off a piece, a flash of light appeared before a sharp kick threw the boy to the other end of the room, causing him to spit up some blood, slipping into unconsciousness. In front of the cage stood a man that looked like an older version of Naruto. I didn't sacrifice myself so you can ruin it, brat. The man sneered. You bastard. The girl screamed at the man. Your son is about to die. He will survive this. Minato grinned as he turned his attention to the girl. This experience will only harden him further to make him a powerful weapon for the village. And you're going to help him. You're a heartless being, she snarled. If Kushina knew what kind of a-hole you were, she never would have fallen for you. And that is a ninja's greatest weapon. The blonde man grinned. Deception. I deceived her into falling for me to secure Uzushiogekure's secrets for Konohagakure and secure its place as the most powerful hidden village. Positioning it to conquer the elemental nations with my son leading the conquest, the power of the QB at his disposal to level all opposition. You truly are a vile and corrupt man. A disturbed voice echoed through the chambers, causing both Minato and the QB girl to look around for its source. A crimson orb descended into the center of the room before bursting, raining what appeared to be blood all over the middle of the room. Where the center of the orb once was, stood a tall, slender woman with silver hair tied back into a high ponytail. Resting along her shoulder is a large triple-bladed scythe, made of a black material of some kind. giving it a wispy-like appearance. Her blood-red crimson eyes focused on the former Hokage, causing the man to shudder under her gaze. "Who the hell are you?" Minato asked, regaining his composure. "Who I am is of no concern of yours, mortal." The woman replied coldly as she griped her weapon and pointed it at Minato. "Just know that I have come for your soul." "Then it's a shame my soul already belongs to the Shinigami." He smirked. "I am aware of this." The woman gave a sinister grin, causing a cold shiver to travel down Minato's spine. "Unfortunately for you, Shinigami Nai-san is my brother and has given me your soul for punishment of your vile actions." Not giving the blonde man any chance to retort, the silver-haired woman drove her scythe forward, impaling the chest of Minato, causing him to elicit an earth-shattering scream of pain as his soul was absorbed into the woman's scythe. "I shall enjoy feasting on your corrupt soul, Minato Namikaze." She grinned as the last traces of the fourth Hokage dissipated. With the task done, the silver-haired woman turned her crimson eyes towards the Kyuubi girl, causing the young girl to shrink back in fear. Unsure of what this woman could do to her. "Now that BSTRD is taken care of, let us see about saving young Naruto-kun." The woman replied as she walked over towards the seal and examined it. "I can't remove the seal, but I can alter it so that you can aid him more efficiently." "Do you intend on making him a weapon with my power as well?" the girl asked cautiously. "A weapon? No, I intend to make him my champion." The woman smiled as she began to move various symbols around the seal. Almost immediately, the Kyuubi girl could feel her chakra pouring into the young boy. Real world. ANBU known as Weasel stood over young Naruto's hospital bed as the heart monitor steadily beeped. He was still infuriated as to what had just happened. He literally had to threaten one of the doctors to get the boy taken care of, and because he didn't trust the hospital staff to do their jobs without bias, he stood over them as they worked to stabilize the boy. Soon, he was joined by the Hokage himself. Weasel quickly gave him a full report of what he encountered. The elder man was even more upset that the ANBU was and had ordered the rest to investigate the matron at the orphanage, insisting that they bring her to Ibiki for questioning of her negligence, as Naruto was to be under her car until he was at least old enough to attend to academy. In silence, they stood by the boy's side when they noticed Naruto's body being surrounded by red chakra, causing some fear from the village leader that the Kyuubi may be attempting to escape. However, his fears were quickly dispelled when he saw the grievous wounds healing themselves. "Hokage-sama, what just happened?" Weasel inquired as the red chakra began to seep back into the boy, having healed all of his wounds and mended all of Naruto's broken bones. It was almost as if the attack never happened. "I am unsure, but I can only surmise that young Naruto's tenant doesn't want to die and is healing Naruto to keep itself from dying." The elder man explained as best it could. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto groaned as he slowly came to, half expecting to find himself in a completely new area. Looking around, he was somewhat relieved that he was still within his mindscape. Although, instead of the blonde man that had attacked him, there was a silver-haired woman conversing with the girl behind the cage. "Ah, you're awake," the silver-haired woman stated, making her way over to the young blonde. "Are you okay, Naruto-kun?" Kyuubi asked in concern. "I'm okay." He grunted as he stood up, looking at the newly arrived woman. Who are you?" "I am Jashin, the goddess of blood and carnage." The woman replied with a smile that, strangely enough, was kind and gentle, considering her title. "Now, first things first. How about we do something about this sewer?" "What do you mean?" Naruto asked, a bit confused. "This is your mind, Naruto-kun," Jashin explained. "You can change it to how you see fit. It is only like this because all you have known is loneliness and pain. Instead, imagine being in an open meadow, surrounded by a lush forest. Imagine a peaceful stream flowing through the meadow." Naruto closed his eyes and began to imagine what the goddess described. Slowly the sewer-like setting began to dissolve as birds could be heard chirping. A cool breeze blowing against his skin as the sound of honeybees going from flower to flower. Opening his eyes, he could only marvel at the sight before him. An open lush meadow, with a stream flowing through the center surrounded by the lush forest Jashin had described. Sitting in the center of the meadow was the Kitsune girl, her tail stretched out, enjoying the cool breeze. No longer confined behind the cage-like prison. Instead, a silver necklace was around her neck with the kanji for seal dangling from the silver chain. Jumping up, she quickly ran towards the blonde boy and tackled him in a hug, giving him kisses along his cheeks. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," she repeated, tears of joy streaming down her face. "You're welcome, QB," Naruto said, hugging the Kitsune back. "Ari," she replied. "My name is Ari, QB is only a title." "You're welcome, Ari-chan." The blonde smiled. Ari blushed at the suffix, but smiled nonetheless. "Well done, this is a massive improvement over that sewer," Jashin commented as she scanned her surroundings, bringing the attention back to her. "Thank you for your help, Jashin-sama," Naruto expressed, turning towards the woman. "Please, call me Jashin-chan, or just Ja-chan for short." She smiled, causing the poor boy to blush. "Now that you are out of danger, let us get to the real reason for my visit to you, Naruto-kun." Naruto nodded, curious as to what the goddess would want with him. He didn't think himself anything special when compared to other kids his age. "The real reason I am here is to offer you a deal," Jashin began. "I have watched you for some time now, from the day of your birth up until now, and you have interested me greatly. Despite your constant mistreatment and neglect, you persevere through it all and push forward. That is why I want to make you my champion." "Your champion?" asked Naruto, a bit uncertain what was being asked of him. "Yes. Should you accept, I will grant you a gift of power to help you through your conflicts. However, while I will grant you this gift, it will be up to you to learn how to use it to its fullest extent," the goddess answered. "What power would you give him?" Ari asked, a little curious. "The power over shadow and darkness." The goddess grinned. "Normally I would grant my champion immortality, but Naruto-kun is special and deserves something more unique." "What would be required of me in being your champion?" Naruto asked. "Simple." Jashin started. "You would be tasked with 2 missions. 1. Restoring my name in the elemental nations that has been desecrated by the cults that have sprung forth, claiming to do vile things in my name. 2nd, you will be asked to reap corrupt souls for me. However, you will not be tasked with these in the near future." "Before I accept, I have one question," the blonde stated. "Power doesn't come without cost. What would be the price of accepting this gift?" Despite his young age, Naruto had been forced to grow mentally early on to avoid traps and other things during his young age. This question earned him a smile from the goddess before him. "Very wise, and you are correct, this power will come at a cost," Jashin stated. "In order for your body to accept this power, I will have to change you to a Hanyou, a half-demon." "So I would become what the villagers accuse me of?" Naruto asked, a little frightened at the idea. He was already hated as is. If he were to become a demon, it would only increase their hatred of him, and no doubt more mobs would chase after him. "Honestly, I doubt it would make any difference to the villagers, if that is your concern, Naruto-kun," the goddess answered truthfully. "They already see you as a demon through their ignorance. The only difference would be that you would have the power to protect yourself from the angry mobs or even avoid such conflicts altogether." "And what would be the benefits of becoming a half-demon?" the boy asked, trying to cover all of his bases before making such a big decision. "Aside from the powers I am granting you?" She quirked an eyebrow, earning a nod from the young boy. "Your body will be more durable and mature slightly faster than those of your age. Aside from that, your strength, speed, senses, and stamina will be inhuman, allowing you to accomplish feats others would deem impossible for your age. Your eyes will also gain the ability of what I call shadow sight, though the name doesn't do it justice. Lastly, you will heal even faster if you attain any injury. Added that Ari-chan can make it almost instant." "And how will I change physically?" Naruto inquired. While so far this offer sounded good, it wouldn't do him much good if he had to stay hidden because he sprouted horns and a tail. "And how does this shadow sight work? You are worried how others will see you?" Jashin smirked. "Fear not, your physical changes will be minor. Apart from more defined muscles, your hair may take some dark highlights. Though if you are enraged, other features will become more prominent, such as elongated canines, sharp claw-like fingernails, and your cute little whisker marks becoming more defined. As for your shadow side, as I said, the name doesn't do it justice. She continued, her voice glowing with a sense of pride as she began to describe the ability. When activated, you will be able to see perfectly in the darkness. Furthermore, instead of looking for chakra like other sight-based abilities, this eyesight will pick up life energy. Meaning if it is alive, you will be able to see who, where, and what it is. I pride this at being my ultimate creation. It really doesn't sound like there are any drawbacks, Jashin-sama. Ari commented as she watched her vessel mull over the possibilities. However, one question did rise in the kitsune's mind. Ano, if he accepts, what will happen to me? Nothing, came Jashin's reply. The seal will still be in place, so you would continue to exist, albeit in a naturally stronger vessel. After a few minutes, Naruto sighed and looked to the goddess in front of him before smiling. Very well, Jachan, I accept your gift, he replied, earning a gentle smile from the silver-haired goddess. I am glad, Naruto-kun. She smiled as she slowly walked towards him, kneeling down so she was face to face with him, causing the poor boy to blush at the close proximity between the two of them. I will not lie to you, you will feel some pain when you wake up. Naruto merely nodded in acceptance. After this attack, he doubted he could feel a worse kind of pain. Gently, the goddess cupped both of his cheeks and brought him closer to her. Before he could react, she kissed him on the lips, once again causing the poor boy to blush deeply, having never done anything like this before. As she did so, dark energies began to flow from her body into his. This process lasted only a few minutes, before the young began faded from his mindscape, leaving behind a smiling goddess and a blushing kitsune. Was that really necessary? Ari asked, slightly pouting that the goddess had just stolen the boy's first kiss. No, but it was entertaining. And he is cute. Jashin smiled, turning to the fox girl, reaching into her kimono and withdrawing a black-looking scroll, handing it to Ari. I must leave now. I trust you to help teach young Naruto-kun his abilities and general training to prepare him for the world. This scroll contains information on some of the shadow abilities. Once he has mastered these, I will give him another scroll. It will be done, Jashin-sama. Ari bowed in respect, only to blush as the goddess came in close, her lips just an inch away from the kitsune's ear. And do not fret, after all, Naruto-kun will need to take multiple mates. Jashin smiled before disappearing into a blood-red orb and vanishing, leaving a furiously blushing kitsune at the implications the goddess left. Real world. The first thing Naruto was made aware of as he regained consciousness was that his body felt like it was on fire. It was as if someone had tossed him into an oven and left him there to bake. Granted, he wouldn't put it past the villagers to attempt something like that. Gritting his teeth, he forced his body to move, despite his muscles' protest to do even the most basic of movements. Well, Jashin-chan did warn me that I would be sore. He thought to himself. I wonder if the physical changes already happened? Naruto-kun, you're awake. The old man beside his bed exclaimed, catching the attention of the boy and the Enbyu in the weasel mask. Hey Gigi. Naruto replied in a weak, almost silent voice, shocking himself. Try not to talk too much, Naruto-kun. Weasel stated as he approached the bedside. The doctors said your vocal cords were severely damaged during last night's attack. Naruto frowned, but nodded as he remembered what happened. If he focused on the memories, he could still feel each hit that fell on him. However, his frown was replaced with a small smile as he remembered what happened afterwards. Unconsciously bringing his fingers to his lips as the realization just hit him. He had kissed an actual goddess. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? The Hokage asked in concern. I'm fine, Gigi. The boy replied, his voice sounding a bit stronger now, earning a quirked eyebrow from the Enbyu, unaware of how the boy was healing so fast. Though he assumed it was due to his tenant. As I understand it, the matron of the orphanage kicked you out this morning before the attack. Currently she is being detained and a replacement for her is being reviewed so that we can get you situated back with the other kids. At this Naruto only shook his head. Is there any way I can get my own place? Naruto asked. You know the villagers hate me, so no matter who is in charge, it will just happen all over again later. Hiruzen could only sadly nod. He knew the boy had a valid point. The old man swore to Kami, if he ever discovered who let it slip of the boy's Jinchuriki status to the common public, he would rake that poor soul over hellfire and then some. I will see what I can do, rest up Naruto-kun. The old man smiled sadly. Weasel, watch over him. Lethal force is authorized to any threats. The ANBU gave a short nod and followed the village leader out of the room to stand guard by the door to allow the boy to peacefully rest. Despite how this day started, I would have to say this has been the best birthday I have had so far. He smiled to himself. Happy birthday, Naruto-kun. Ari's voice echoed in his mind, causing the boy to smile even more. Jashin-sama left you a scroll for your new abilities. Thank you, Ari-chan. He replied back to her with their mental link before he leaned back into his pillow and fell asleep once more. Slipping back into his mindscape once more. Naruto-age. The young blonde sighed heavily as he made his way through the village. Once again, his teacher decided that he was responsible for the mess that happened in this classroom that afternoon, despite the mess in question was all the way on the other side of the room from him. Either way, it didn't matter to him. If anything, it allowed him to avoid the group of kids that had planned to jump him as soon as he left school. Unfortunately for the group of bullies, Naruto was no longer an easy target. With his heightened senses thanks to being a Hanyou, he could easily hear the whispers shared between the group that conspired to bring him more physical pain. Thus, he was able to plan around it and avoid them altogether. The wrongfully delivered detention just made it easier for him. He did find it amusing that the group of kids actually waited outside for him for the full 2 hours he served his detention, only to discover that Naruto never walked out the doors. In fact, the moment he left the classroom, he ducked into a corner full of shadows and disappeared, reappearing a few blocks down the street in an alleyway. Using one of his favorite new abilities from the black scroll he had gotten on his 6th birthday, the Shadow Step, a handy ability that allowed him to literally walk into shadows and travel elsewhere in a split second. In theory, he surmised he could use this ability to travel anywhere, whether he had visited that place before or not. However, in practice he only traveled to places he had already been. No need to take unnecessary chances and get lost in the darkness. Seriously, with how strong you are with your Hanyou body, you could have easily floored those twerps. Ari commented in anger in Naruto's mind. She had become even more fiercely protective over her blonde container over the past 2 years since they officially met. Maybe, but you have to remember half the kids in the class have parents or family members on the civilian council. Naruto replied mentally. All the perks I have for being a half-demon would be moot if I am locked away in a prison cell. And the old man can only do so much until I become a genin at least. I understand where you are coming from. Ari frowned, not that the blonde could see it. I just hate that you have all this power and have to hide it. Speaking of which, why didn't you just use your Shadasutepu to just return to your apartment? Why come out in the alley? I know, Ari-chan, I know. But my BSTRD of a father was right about one thing. Deception is a very powerful tool to employ. Naruto stated, a scowl on his face at the mention of his father. As for not returning directly home, mostly the same reason. If I am never seen wandering around the village, people will begin to get suspicious and that would put more scrutiny on us. Also, I want some ramen. Ari could only chuckle in response. Casually, the blonde Jinchuriki made his way towards his favorite ramen stand, ignoring the various glares and sneers that were cast his way. As long as they didn't try anything, he didn't care, and so he continued on his way. As he continued on, his pace slowed as he walked past the now mostly empty Uchiha compound as a frown formed on his face, though he didn't linger long. Only a few months after the attack on his 6th birthday, Uchiha Itachi had killed his entire clan save for his younger brother and left the village. The official story was that Itachi had betrayed the village and slaughtered his clan in the quest for more power. Though that didn't sit right with the young blonde. He knew there was more to it than that. There just had to be, but he knew the old man wouldn't tell him anything, even if his theory was correct. Passing the Uchiha compound, Naruto turned right down a small side street that led to the village's main road, where Ichiraku's was located. The young boy could already smell the tantalizing scent from where he was. With renewed urgency, Naruto quickly made his way to the stand. "Hey, old man." Naruto greeted the man behind the counter as he entered the stand, taking a seat near the far side of the counter. "How was school, Naruto?" Tucci asked before shouting in the back of the shop for his daughter. "The usual, get in trouble for stuff I had nothing to do with." The blonde shrugged as a young girl around the age of 10 skipped out from the back of the shop. Flour on her face, as well as some in her brown hair. "You need something, Pop?" the girl asked before noticing her favorite customer was here. "Oh, hi Naruto-kun. Good afternoon, I am Chan, working hard?" Naruto smiled as the girl embraced him in a friend hug, rubbing some of the flour on him as well. "Yup," the girl exclaimed. "Someone has to keep this place running." Naruto chuckled at the girl's response, and the girl's father could only snicker at her antics. "So, what I can get you, Naruto?" Tucci asked. "The usual?" "Actually, I was told to request something a little different." The blonde smiled. "The Kushina special." At hearing the dish's name, the elder man froze in shock, nearly dropping the bowl he was drying off. "Naruto, who told you to ask for this dish?" the ramen chef inquired, clearly thinking someone was playing a cruel prank on the boy. This was a dish only one person, one woman in all of the elemental nations could handle, and no one has had the courage to order it in 8 years. I overheard 2 shinobis making a bet with each other. Loser had to order a large bowl of that particular dish. Naruto began to explain. "When I heard that your shop made it, I asked them about it." "I suppose they didn't warn you about why no one orders this dish?" The elder man frowned. "Actually they did. I know what to expect and I still want to try it." The blonde smiled. "You can still make it, right, Tuchiaji-san?" "Of course." Tucci exclaimed, feeling his pride as a chef was questioned. Let's get to work. It's time you learned how to make this dish." "Okay, Pops." Enthusiastically replied, still unsure as to why this dish was so special to her father. As the father and daughter duo disappeared into the back of the shop, Naruto felt a little guilty about lying to them. Of course, how was he going to tell them that his very own mother was the one that suggested he try it out? Flashback no jutsu. As soon as Naruto's head hit the hospital pillow, the young boy had passed out. Immediately returning to his own, now more lush mindscape to spend some more time with his newfound friend and partner, and to also look over the scroll that Jashin had left behind for him. "Welcome back, Naruto-kun." Ari greeted happily as she bounded over to where the young blonde and materialized. "Thanks, Ari-chan." Naruto smiled as he was engulfed in a hug from the vixen girl. "Here is the scroll that Jashin-sama left." The Kyuubi girl stated as she handed her container the black scroll the goddess had left for her new champion. "She said that this will give you an introduction to some of your new powers." "Awesome," the young blonde stated, clearly excited and the concept of learning not only something new, but something only he would be able to do. Eagerly, he unrolled the scroll and gazed upon the blood-red letters that emitted an odd shine to them, making them really stand out against the black background of the scroll. The young boy had to admit that there was something entrancing about the way the letters glowed. Just as the two were about to delve into the knowledge the scroll held, a sudden bright flash of white light caught their attention. Alarmed, they stood up with Ari standing in front of Naruto in a defensive stance, determined to protect the young boy. As the light died down, a lone feminine figure stood in the center of the field, clearly upset about something. "Minato, where the hell are you?" the woman shouted. "I swear to Kami that I will rip your spine out and beat you to death with it." Maybe upset wasn't the exact word to describe the strange woman's current mood. The two remained quiet as the woman continued to rant and yell of the graphic things she was going to do to Naruto's father. As the two silently observed the woman, Ari's eyes widened in realization. "Kushina-chan?" the Kyuubi girl asked, a little unsure. Hearing her name, the woman suddenly turned her attention to the other two in the area. Immediately, Her eyes began to soften. Ari-chan? Is that you? The red-haired woman asked as she slowly approached the two. Earning a nod from the fox girl, she then turned her attention to the blonde-haired boy next to the QB. Then that must mean. Without hesitation, she immediately burst forward and engulfed Naruto into a firm but loving hug. Afraid to let this moment go as tears streamed down her cheeks. "I'm so sorry, Sochi," she whispered as she kissed his cheek. Naruto for his part didn't know what to say or do as the woman continued to say she was sorry over and over again and begged for his forgiveness that he had to shoulder such a burden. A few seconds ticked by before it all clicked into place. Gently, he embraced the woman back, giving his mother a firm hug. "It's okay, cousin, I don't blame you," he whispered, tears now starting to form in his eyes. "I swear to Kami, if I ever get my hands on that VCD of a husband of mine." "We know, you were very vocal and, descriptive of what you were going to do, Kachan." Kushina blushed at the comment. "Also, you don't have to worry about him anymore." Naruto continued, earning a confused look from his mother. "Jashin-chan took his soul earlier today," the blonde boy explained. Upon hearing the name Jashin, Kushina's eyes widened in fear. Also the fact that her son had added the chan suffix at the end of the brutal goddess's name only elevated her worries. She knew that the life of a Jinchuriki was hard and full of suffering, but did her child really suffer so much as to become a Jashinist? "So Sochi, are you a—" She couldn't finish her question, but Naruto understood what she wanted to ask. Taking a step back away from his mother, the young blonde let out a sigh before he turned his attention back to his mother. He could see the fear in her eyes about what his answer was going to be. "Am I a Jashinist?" he asked for her before shaking his head. "I'm not sure if a simple name like that would apply to me really. I suppose I should begin with how my birthday started." With a frown, Ari sat down next to her container, not really excited to relive the morning's events again. But the boy's mother needed to know about the life her son has led so far. "Today was my birthday," Naruto began. "You would think a kid my age would be excited for it. But for me, this day always brought pain as it's also the day my BSTRD of a father defeated the QB. Every year on my birthday, the matron of the orphanage would ensure I was locked or kicked out for some reason or another just so the mobs can organize their so-called fox hunts. It usually ends about how you're imagining it." For her part, Kushina was becoming more and more livid at the actions of the villagers. The same villagers that her ever-so-loving dear of a husband had promised would take care of their son in their absence should the worst come to happen. Her eyes suddenly widened. This is what that BSRD meant by taking care of their son. This year was the worst, and the best at the same time, ironically. Naruto smiled, breaking his mother out of her chain of thoughts. "This time, they actually almost succeeded in killing me. Ari-chan did her best to try and heal me. But the damage I had taken was too much, especially with the way that BSTRD had to seal done. It also didn't help that the BSTRD made his appearance to make sure I didn't tamper with the seal. BST even attacked me, to ensure I couldn't get to the seal, saying he wasn't about to let me undo his sacrifice." Naruto-kun fell unconscious again after being struck. Ari started, filling in for when Naruto was knocked out. Though, in theory he could have remembered it either way since they were within his mind when it happened. "I argued with the BCD as he gloated about deceiving you with his lies. Acting all proud and how Naruto-kun would become colder after he survived his experience and become the village's weapon to bring the other nations under Konohagakure's rule. And then Jashin-sama came." Ari continued with a smile. "She took Minato team's soul to torture for eternity. But his soul was given to the Shinigami." Kushina stated, confused at the events as well as worried that even the QB spoke about Jashin with respect. "Shinigami-sama is her brother, and he gifted her his soul." Ari smiled again. "After she took the team's soul, she altered my seal to allow me to feed Naruto-kun more of my chakra to ensure he would live. It was shortly after that I awoke to find both Ari-chan and Jashin-chan talking." Naruto spoke again, bringing the attention back to him. "Sochi, why do you keep using chan when talking about Jashin?" Kushina asked. "Well, she kind of asked me to." The blonde chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Anyways, we talked a great deal and she offered to give me power, but at a cost. Cautiously, he looked at his mother and could see that she was afraid of what he was going to say. However, he was also concerned with how she would react when he tells her that he is now a half-demon and Jashin-chan's champion. To help me avoid future fox hunts and the hatred from the villagers, she gave me a special power. A bloodline, if you will. However, the price is I am now a half-demon. A Hanyou. Why? Kushina exclaimed. Why would you agree to such a thing? Because I was tired of fearing for my life. Naruto bluntly stated, snapping his mother out of her hysteria. And I know what you're thinking and no. Jashin-chan didn't manipulate me into agreeing to accept her gift. We talked in detail about the pros and cons of it. In the end, I saw that the pros greatly outweighed the negatives. It's true, Kushina-chan. The Kyuubi girl spoke up again. Jashin-sama spoke the truth about what changes would happen and Naruto-kun desperately needed a way to escape the hunts. Besides, I think he looks cuter now. Ari-chan, are you flirting with your godson? The red-headed woman asked in a teasing tone. Godson? Naruto inquired, confused by this new development. Yeah, Kushina-chan kind of made me one of your godmothers before you were born. Ari rubbed her left arm in embarrassment. Anyways, the blonde Hanyou began. After giving me her gift of power, she made me her champion. When I am ready in terms of skill and strength, I am tasked with restoring Jashin-chan's name to the world and wiping out the cults that have defiled her name. Cults? Kushina asked. I was under the impression that these cults did as Jashin commanded. And therein lies the problem. Naruto sighed. You see, these cults work in their own self-interest and will sacrifice anyone, regardless. Does Jashin-chan want souls? Yes, but only corrupt souls. These cults defile her name. So you see, Ka-chan, you don't have to be afraid of Jashin-chan. Okay. I see. Was all the elder Uzumaki said, wrapping her mind around the information she had just been given. But I do have a question. Ari-chan said she was one of my godmothers. Who are the others? Tsunade Senju, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. His mother replied with a smile. Your father though, named Jiraiya your godfather though. Then I know who not to trust. Naruto frowned. After his first impression of his father, he didn't trust anyone associated with the man, and with what he learned from Ari-chan, he would wager that his godfather would also seek to manipulate him to further his father's plan. Too bad Jashin-chan put a wrench in their plans. Kushina for her part could only nod in agreement. She never liked the perverted old man to begin with, and after her son's experience with his father, she couldn't blame him for not trusting anyone connected to the BSTRD. Finding who to trust is always a gamble. His mother remarked. However, the seriousness of the moment was disrupted at the sound of the young blonde's stomach rumbling in hunger, causing the 2 women to chuckle a little and the poor blonde boy to rub the back of his head in embarrassment. Soon as I get out of this hospital, I am getting me some ramen. Databeo. The blonde proudly exclaimed, not noticing the verbal tick he had. No better ramen than Ichiraku's. Kushina smirked. Tucci is the chef of Kami himself. I know. Where do you think I get my ramen? The blonde replied. Sure, those instant ones are good to hold you over, but they taste bland. Though, Jashin-chan says I need to eat more than just ramen to get stronger. She's right, Databane. The redhead stated, for once agreeing with the goddess of blood and carnage. You need to eat balance so you can grow faster and become stronger. Girls aren't going to want a skinny Hanyou. Naruto could only smile at his mother's words. Especially the last part, since to him it symbolized that she had accepted his choice and had trust in him. However, the feeling of joy soon began to disappear as his mother's body began to fade. Looks like my time is up, Sochi. She smiled as she knelt down, bringing her son into one last hug. Also dragging Ari into it as well. Knowing full well this would be the last time she would see them. I love you, Ka-chan, and I am going to miss you. Naruto wept, fully letting his tears fall. Tell you what, Sochi, the next time you go to Ichiraku's, ask the old man about the Kushina special. Kushina commented with a warm smile. I warn you it is hot. It has to be to live up to my nickname, the red hot-blooded habanero. I will, he smiled. Slowly while still embracing the two. Kushina faded away one final time, leaving two grieving individuals. Flashback no jutsu dispelled. Naruto couldn't prevent a few tears from falling at the memory of his late mother. It was a bitter-sweet moment for him. To finally be able to connect with her, only for it to be so short. Either way, he treasured it. Every second with her was priceless and he would cherish it. His train of thought was soon interrupted as the father and daughter duo returned, carefully holding a large bowl of ramen. Tuchi's face looked like if any drop of it spilled, that it would set fire to anything it touched. Gently, the old man set the bowl down in front of Naruto with a concerned look, almost as if silently praying that the young boy would survive this experience. For Naruto's part, he could smell the amount of spices and chilies wafting up into his nostrils, causing the boy's mouth to water in anticipation. Grabbing his chopsticks, took a cautious bite of the noodles. Almost immediately his eyes widened and began to water before he began to attack the bowl with gusto, much to the shock of the ramen chef. He had only ever seen one person in his life eat this particular dish in such a way. That was great, Tsuchiyaji-san. Naruto exclaimed once he finished the bowl. I think I found my new favorite dish. Tuchi could only look on, completely gobsmacked. He was half expecting the boy to start breathing fire with the amount of heat that was in that bowl. However, the boy's reaction clearly told him that he was going to have to restock all of his chilies and spices in the very near future. Speaking of which, the elder man was surprised that the young boy had only ordered one bowl so far. Usually the young blonde would be on his 10th bowl by now. I'll be sure to keep the ingredients stocked then. Tuchi smiled. Thanks, old man. The blonde beamed as he pulled out his wallet to pay for the meal, only to be stopped by the ramen chef. Tonight is on the house, my boy. For being the first person in 8 years to order and finish such a dish. The old man stated, earning an agreeing nod from his daughter. Thanks again, old man. Naruto said as he looked up at the darkening sky with a slight frown. It's starting to get dark, so I am going to head home. Be a dear and walk Naruto home. Tuchi said, knowing full well his daughter had a crush on the boy. Of course, Pops. She smiled as she made her move to join the young boy, only to be stopped. Ayam-chan, I can't allow you to do that. He smiled sadly. You know how the villagers feel about me, and I cannot allow you to put yourself in harm's way for me. I just don't want you to get hurt either. Ayam frowned, not knowing of all the times Naruto had been hospitalized from previous attacks before his 6th birthday. I'll be fine. He reassured her with a gentle hug. Besides, the darkness is the ally to a shinobi. And I am going to be the best shinobi the world has ever seen. Databeo. Ayam and Tuchi could only chuckle in response at the confidence the boy exuded. They believed that he would make a fine shinobi, especially with his selfless attitude. The fact that he didn't want to put Ayam in any sort of danger only increased the man's respect for the boy and fed the crush the young girl had on him. Without saying anything else, Naruto had left the ramen stand and made his way towards the apartment that the Hokage had managed to secure for him. Of course, like everything else when it pertained to the boy, the village leader was met with some resistance. About the course of action. In the end, a compromise had to be made, so instead of the nice apartment that Hiruzen had intended for the boy, Naruto was given a run-down apartment in the red light district of the village. To be honest, Naruto didn't mind in the slightest. A more run-down place was perfect in his eyes as it attracted less attention. Not to mention, he really didn't want to have a nice apartment ruined for the inevitable graffiti and such that were bound to happen. And it did. No sooner had the blonde moved into the apartment, did the walls begin to get covered in various forms of graffiti. While the vandalism riled up the Kyuubi girl to no end, Naruto merely ignored it. Knowing full well that until he became a shinobi, there was little he could do to retaliate in any form. Verer he ish. Slurred a drunken man, as he stumbled out of Shushuya, one of the village's more popular pubs. Due to its close proximity of the village's more perverted and carnal secrets. Lecht's got Heim. Despite the incoherence of the man, Other patrons who were less intoxicated were quick to jump to the man's call. Grabbing bottles and other items that could be used as weapons to attack the 8-year-old, the group of a dozen or so began to chase after the boy. Paying no mind to the young girl crouched on the roof overlooking the street. A scowl dug in deeply on her face. Here we go again. Naruto sighed mentally as he took off down the street at speeds faster than a normal 8-year-old. Much to the anger of the mob behind him. Get enough distance between me and them, duck into the alley and disappear into the shadows and watch as they rage yet another failure to corner me. Ari could only giggle in response. While she wasn't too fond of running, she couldn't help but admit how hilarious the end result would be. Even she learned a few new profane words from the mobs that failed in their assignment. As planned, Naruto quickly ducked into the alleyway and was running to the end where the darkest shadows were. However, he didn't expect some shinobi to be in the mob as a kunai whizzed by his cheek, catching the blonde's attention. "You're pretty fast for a demon brat," the nameless shinobi stated with a grin as he pulled out another kunai. "Yeah, well, when you have morons constantly trying to kill you, you learn to move fast." Naruto shrugged, not showing any signs of worry. Though he was a bit disappointed that his initial plan had fallen through, leaving him no choice but to show off some of his powers in front of witnesses. By now the rest of the mob had caught up, some of them winded from the distance they had to run to catch up to the demon brat. Clearly not happy about having to run just to catch up with the brat. "Well, you won't have to worry about that anymore." The shinobi grinned maliciously. "Because you won't survive after tonight." Without waiting for a reply, the shinobi of the group quickly threw the kunai he had in his hand at the blonde boy. However, to both parties' surprise, it never made it as a second kunai came from above and knocked the first out of the air. A few seconds later, a lone feminine figure jumped down from the roof. Naruto noted that she had purplish hair, tied up into a pineapple-like fashion. Her burgundy t-shirt hiding her figure as a pair of khaki shorts rounded out her outfit. "You lot are pretty brave when teaming up against a kid," she replied as she twirled a kunai in her fingers as she stared down the mob. "Figures, now that I can look out for myself, someone decides to interfere." Naruto frowned to himself. Not that he didn't appreciate the help, but with the girl now defending him, he couldn't in good conscience abandon her here. No surprise the snake where would defend the demon brat. The male shinobi taunted, earning a glare from the girl in question. However, her glare turned into a sinister grin as a snake she had summoned previously closed in on her opponent's leg. Without warning, the snake struck, sinking its fangs deep into the shinobi's flesh, injecting a massive amount of venom as it did so. Yelling out in pain, the man kicked the snake away before turning back to the woman before him. In a last-ditch effort in killing not only the snake-ware, but the demon brat as well, he tossed a final kunai with an explosive tag attached to it. Seeing this, the purple-haired woman cursed and turned and lunged towards the blonde-haired boy, covering him as the explosion went off, sending massive amounts of shrapnel and other debris all over the alleyway. A fair amount hit the girl along her back, ripping her shirt and skin as blood began to pool around her. Two pariahs didn't have much time to consider their position as the wall fell over, burying the two in a pile of dust and debris. Luck as on their side as it had left a big enough pocket for them to not be crushed. However, that didn't raise Naruto's hopes any. The girl who had risked her own safety was in serious condition, and he knew that by the time anyone took the time to investigate, she would be long dead, and no doubt he would be blamed for it. "Ari-chan, is there anything I can do?" the blonde mentally asked, as he could feel the girl's body growing cold from the blood loss she was suffering from her wounds. "There is one thing, but I don't know how the girl will react when she wakes up," the Kyuubi girl responded, though already not liking how things were turning out. "What do I need to do, Ari-chan?" "You need to mark her as your mate," was the Kyuubi girl's simple reply. A simple reply that seemed to hit the blonde like a ton of bricks, no pun intended due to the situation they were in currently. "Wait, what?" "It's the only way. You have to inject your Hanyou chakra into her so that she can heal," Ari quickly explained, knowing that they didn't have much time and if her container wanted to save this girl's life, this was the only way to succeed. "You need to do it now. Just bite her on her shoulder and inject your chakra into her." Not arguing, Naruto gently turned the unconscious girl around so that she was facing him. He couldn't help but note that she was cute. With some encouragement from Ari, he leaned down and bit into the girl's left shoulder and began to pump his chakra into her. Slowly, he could feel warmth coming back to her skin as his chakra began to heal her wounds she had sustained from the explosion. Suddenly, off to the left side of his face, an audible pop sound was heard as smoke rose up from the base of her neck. She must have had another mark, not a mate mark but a servant mark. It felt tainted. Ari concluded. At any rate, your mark overpowered it and destroyed whatever was in it. I just hope that mark wasn't special to her. After a handful of seconds had passed, Naruto released his jaws from the girl's shoulder and saw as a black sun-like design appeared on her shoulder with a black fox-looking head with red eyes in the center of it. The sun's flames took the form of tails. 9 of them, sprouting out from behind the fox head. So this is what my mark looks like? He questioned mentally, liking the design of it. Even Ari was in awe of how it looked, secretly hoping she would get one too. A blush appearing across her face at the thought. The blonde boy and his tenant were taking out of their thoughts as the girl before them began to groan, signaling that she was waking up. Slowly stirring, she sat up and groggily rubbed her neck where her former curse mark used to be. Are you okay? Naruto asked, even though she was. Physically at least. His chakra saw to that. Mentally and emotionally though, that was a different question. The hell happened? The girl asked, still a little disoriented from the events. You saved me from the mob that was trying to kill me. The blonde answered, catching the attention of the girl finally. Why did you risk yourself to save me? Because you needed help. She simply answered with a shrug. In truth, she didn't know why she got involved. All she knew was that she just hated the idea of a mob of cowards would gang up on a kid and even threaten to kill him. Another thing that was making its rounds within her mind was how she was feeling. She remembered the kunai being thrown, the explosive tag going off, her jumping to cover the boy and then blackness. Now, however, she felt like she was more in tune with her surroundings. Not to mention, despite the blast, she felt no pain anywhere on her body. What happened to me? She asked, looking in the direction the boy's voice came from. Only able to make out his silhouette as various clouds covered the moon that filtered into the cracks of the debris pile. You were badly hurt. Naruto sighed, preparing himself to be lashed out on. In order to save you, I had to do something, and I hope you won't be too upset. Being greeted with only silence, the boy continued. Your injuries were life-threatening. He began. In order to save your life, I had to mark you. Mark me? Her tone was clearly displeased. Yes. Naruto sighed as he prepared for the worst. Truth is, the villagers are right. I am a demon. Or at least a half-demon thanks to their attack on me 2 years ago. So in order to save your life, I had to mark you as a mate. A potential mate. Ari chimed in as she began to remember smaller details about the marking ritual. In order for you two to become mates, she must accept and mark you back. Sorry, potential mate. This stuff is still pretty new to me. He nervously chuckled. Great. The girl sighed. Another mark. I may as well just start collecting them since I seem to attract them. You only have one. Naruto commented. What do you mean only one? I got marked by that snake BSD 6 years ago. She exclaimed. My mark overpowered his and destroyed it. The Hanyou explained as the moonlight lit up the inside, fully exposing both of their faces to each other for the first time. For her part, she was taken back by how handsome the boy was, despite being a good 6 years younger than her. His blue ways seemed to glow in the darkness, giving off a sense of intimidation to an enemy and comfort to an ally. Even more so, she was shocked that she had been freed from the snake BSRD by this boy. Reaching up, she trailed her fingers across where it once was only to find nothing. No lumps or anything to show it was there. She did, though, feel the slight rise in her skin where her new mark was. Though she couldn't see it, she traced around its design, making a mental note to take a look at it in a mirror as soon as she could. Don't worry, it should disappear in a week or so. Naruto explained. The only way it would stay is if you were to mark me to accept it and thus, agreeing to be my mate for life. And just how would I mark you? She asked with a slight grin as the clouds covered the moon once more, delving the two into darkness once more. Same way I marked you. He shrugged, not knowing just how close to danger he was as he continued to recite what Ari was telling him. You would have to bite my shoulder and inject your chakra into me so that they mix and form a bond. However, doing this will also change you into a Hanyou as well. Without warning, the girl moved forward and grabbed the young boy, sinking her teeth into his left shoulder as well, drawing some blood to the poor boy's dismay as he felt her chakra start to enter his body. Out of instinct, he clamped down on her shoulder as well, almost as if sealing the ritual and mating the two for life. Once she was down, the girl sat back and wiped the blood from her mouth, giving it a timid lick as she noted its flavor. So, what's your name? The girl asked in an embarrassed tone. Shouldn't we have established that before we mated for life? Naruto quirked a brow, though he couldn't help but chuckle. Anyways, I am Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki, resident demon brat. The CC and no longer single Anko Mitarashi. The girl now identified as Anko introduced herself, earning another chuckle from the boy in front of her. Nice to meet you. He smiled. Naruto age 10 Academy. The young Hanyou sighed as he walked into the classroom. The entire morning, his tenant was ranting up a storm over the outfit he had decided to wear during his academy days. A bright orange and blue jumpsuit that all but screamed, "Kill me," to everyone. Sure, the female kitsune understood her container's reasoning, but she still didn't like it. And she made it known, vehemently. Naruto only chuckled at the Kyuubi girl's antics. Ping his head to the side, he let out a second soft sigh and quickly moved to his seat towards the back of the classroom, just in time to avoid being trampled by two girls. Sasuke! The pair of girls exclaimed as they pushed through the door. One with pink hair and one with blonde. Upon realizing that they both called for the same boy, they shot each other a hateful glare. Naruto only frowned in response of the scene in front of the classroom. These two had been like this the entire month and a half since the academy started, always vying for position to earn the last Uchiha's attention and affection, despite it being obvious that the emo had no interest whatsoever in the opposite gender, leading to a few rumors that the raven-haired boy played for the other team. His eyes wandered to the pink-haired girl, Sakura Haruno, a girl from a civilian family, though her mother had a spot on the civilian council and was one of his primary antagonizers to constantly try and call for his banishment or execution, though each attempt always got overruled by the old man. Despite only having her father to help teach her, since he was a former shinobi though retiring at the rank of genin, Sakura had initially shown promise of being a capable kunoichi. However, that opinion quickly began to deteriorate ever since she became a fangirl of the last Uchiha, allowing his eyes to travel over to the next girl, Ino Yamanaka, hailing from a clan of mindwalkers. Naruto had met her father on occasion when he would meet up with Anko after one of her torture sessions. Inoichi was head of the interrogation division, whilst Anko would torture other criminals and captives for information. Like Sakura, Ino had the markings of a great kunoichi, but also like her pink-haired rival, she squandered it all for the attention of the brooding emo. Naruto then turned his attention to the source of the girl's obsession, Sasuke Uchiha, only survivor of the Uchiha massacre. As a result, the boy was pampered beyond belief by the civilians and civilian council alike. As such, the raven-haired boy's ego and arrogance had inflated to an insane degree, constantly thinking he was better than anyone and that everyone was entitled to give him what he wanted in order for him to kill his brother and restore his clan. Letting out a soft sigh, the Hanyou turned his attention to his next classmate, Kiba Inazuka of the Inazuka clan. On his head sat the boy's faithful Ninken, a white dog named Akamaru. For the most part, Naruto had no issues with the boy's clan, but Kiba himself was a different story altogether. He was brash, arrogant almost to the Uchiha's level, constantly bragging about being an alpha and that everyone should respect him and all girls should want to be with him. This has caused lots of friction between the Inazuka boy and his mother and sister. Naruto recalled one particular moment when the young Inazuka had even attempted to get with his Anko-chan, before his mate literally threatened to castrate the young boy if he even glanced in her direction, giving the dog boy a cut on the cheek to emphasize her point. Since then, Kiba had avoided the snake mistress at all costs. Unfortunately, it didn't teach him anything, as the boy continued to harass various girls in the class. Shaking his head at the memory, the young blonde then turned his attention to another classmate. Shino Aburame, a bug user from the Aburame clan. Like the Inuzuka clan, they were renowned trackers, using their bugs to detect chakra signatures and even neutralize targets by depriving them of their chakra. Unlike his Inuzuka counterpart, Shino was quiet and collected, rarely speaking out unless spoken to, rarely showing any emotion at all really. Naruto deduced that it had something to do with the boy's connection to his Kikaichu that forced him to remain stoic. Behind the Aburame sat the Hyuga heiress, Hinata, oldest daughter to the current clan head. Naruto noted that she was shy and timid, making the Hanyou wonder why she had chosen to become a kunoichi to begin with, as these were two traits that didn't mix well with the profession. Though he surmised there was no doubt pressure from the girl's father and clan elders, from the rumors he had heard about the Hyuga clan. On top of her timidness, he could see the girl already lacked self-confidence with the way she dressed, covering every part of her body with heavy clothing, leaving only her head and hands exposed. Though this seemed to work in her favor, as her modest outfit had kept her off the radar of the Inuzuka boy. To be honest, Naruto wasn't sure how the timid girl would react if the boy turned his attention towards her. Considering her lack of confidence in herself, the Hyuga heiress wouldn't be able to reject the Inuzuka boy and be trapped in a relationship where she would only be viewed as a trophy rather than a real mate, despite the boy's constant use of the word. Frowning at the last thought, he turned his eyes towards the next student. Choji Akimichi of the Akimichi clan, who also owns and operates the village's unique barbecue restaurant that he had visited from time to time, as the Akimichis were one of the few that didn't ostracize him, and it helped balance his diet with various meats his body needed to continue to grow. As for Choji, Naruto didn't have any issues with the rotund boy, though he did note that the Akimichi was sensitive about his weight, prompting him to retaliate against anyone who poked fun at it. However, all anyone had to do is just research the basic information of the Akimichi clan, and they would know how foolish it would be to poke fun at them. In a word, the clan was made of powerhouses, each Akimichi member able to turn their calories into chakra, giving them a vast supply. Not only that, their own clan jutsus were something to behold and respect, as it allowed them to enlarge themselves with the strength to match. Choji would no doubt become very strong once the boy hit his prime. Then there was the last notable classmate, sitting just a few desks away from Naruto in the same row. Shikamaru Nara, fast asleep on his desk. The boy's clan techniques were similar to the ones that Jashin had given him, though to a much lesser degree. Manipulation over shadows to entrap their opponents if the Nara's shadow made contact with their enemies. The Hanyou made a silent vow not to encroach on the clan's own technique, despite it being well within his ability to do so. If Naruto had to describe the Nara boy in any capacity, it could easily be summed up by one word: lazy. Everything to Shikamaru was troublesome. It seemed that the only Naras that were motivated to do anything were the female members of the clan, which according to Shikamaru, was troublesome. The rest of the classroom was comprised of various civilian kids that wanted to be a shinobi. Naruto wondered if they were fully aware of the life they would lead if they made it through the academy. Though he knew a majority of the female populate of the class wouldn't make it past the exams in their 4th year. Like Sakura and Ino, most of them were ignorant fangirls, only pinning for the attention of the last Uchiha. Shrugging it off, Naruto pulled out a scroll from his orange jumpsuit and discreetly released it, allowing a second-level Fuinjutsu book that he had been reading, quickly applying a genjutsu over it to make it appear less suspicious. Already mastering the first level, much thanks to his shadow clone technique that Jashin-chan had taught him shortly after he marked Anko. Of course, this led to a lot of teasing from the goddess herself of how her champion was growing up so fast. After a few minutes, both of the instructors entered the classroom, prompting Naruto to seal the book up once more and stow it away in his jumpsuit to read later. One with dark brown hair, tied in a high ponytail, a scar across his face just under his eyes. Closing his eyes, the Hanyou reached out with his sensory abilities that Ari had been instructing him on to gauge a person's intentions. For the most part, Naruto couldn't feel any hatred coming from the scared instructor. The man was full of pain and sorry over the loss of his parents during the Kyuubi attack 10 years ago. Though Naruto could feel that the man didn't blame him for their deaths and actually separated Naruto from the fox. This only caused the blonde to frown a little, since the scared instructor was placing all his hate on Ari. Though both Naruto and Ari took solace in that the instructor didn't know the full story of what happened. Perhaps later, when the time was right, Naruto could explain to him who was really to blame for the attack. Feeling a pair of eyes on him, Naruto directed his attention to the silver-haired man next to the other instructor. The Hanyou didn't need his sensory abilities to know this man was going to be trouble, just from the look he was receiving. As an instructor, Naruto had no doubt that the silver-haired man would do everything in his power to sabotage him. The blonde only inwardly smirked, as Anko had already prepared him for such an event, knowing full well how the village viewed the boy. For the next 4 years, the two of us will be guiding you all on your journey to become shinobi of Konoha. The scared instructor stated, as his eyes wandered over the class, making sure he had everyone's attention. I am Irika Yumino, and this is Mizuki. I know for the past month you had Mio-sensei as your instructor. Irika continued. Unfortunately, she will be unable to continue her instructor duties due to personal issues. While there was confusion among the classroom, Naruto knew exactly why the woman was no longer teaching the class. During the weekend, she had attempted to kill Naruto to, in her own words, cleanse the village of the demon. Unfortunately for the woman, Naruto was currently on a date with Anko, and the snake mistress didn't take kindly to the attempted assassination. Currently, Mio was in the Tandai building, probably being tortured by Anko-chan. At the thought, Naruto felt a wave of pity wash over him for the former instructor. Anko was very passionate about her job and enjoyed causing as much pain as possible to her subjects. Doubly so for those that she had a personal interest in. And the snake mistress was personally invested in Mio. Uzumaki, Naruto. Irika called out, snapping the blonde out of his thoughts. Here. He simply replied. All right, today we are going to start off with. Irika began to drone. Almost immediately the class groaned as the currently lesson wasn't anything to be excited about. No tales of powerful jutsus, no exploits of brave shinobi taking on entire armies. No, the current topic was politics within the village. Rolling his eyes, Naruto took out his book once more and began reading. Thanks to Jashin-chan, he was already well versed in all of the major villages' inner workings as well as their laws. As the lecture drawled on, with almost half the class fast asleep, Naruto for the most part, kept to his book when suddenly he was hit with memories of one of his shadow clones he left training in the Forest of Death. Immediately blood began to trickle from his nose and a heavy blush appeared on his face. The young Hanyou face vaulted into his desk, gaining the attention of the classroom. Are you okay, Naruto? Mizuki asked with fake concern. Just fine. The blonde retorted, not lifting his face from the desk, letting the memories of the clone that had just dispersed settle. It seems his dear Anko-chan had decided to visit his clones and given him a special message in the form of Jirpanji the shadow clone's crotch while smothering its head into her chest. Then you wouldn't mind telling the class what Tobirama Senju was best known for. Irika chimed in. Tobirama Senju, otherwise known as the Naidame Hokage, is best known for achieving political stability and implementing institutions that help the village run more efficiently. Naruto explained as he lifted his head off the desk, once he was sure there was no evidence of what had just happened. As such, he ensured Konoha's continuity and prosperity. Be very good, Naruto. Irika commented, completely dumbfounded of such a full answer coming from the boy who already had a reputation of being the dead last in the classroom. You seem to know your Hokages. Of course I know my Hokages. Naruto exclaimed, jumping up on his desk. Because I am going to be the greatest Hokage of them all. Shut up, Naruto baka. Sakura shouted, earning a round of laughter from the classroom. Inwardly groaning at his foolish display, Naruto sat back down as the class resumed, though a twinkle of mischief could be seen in his eye. No one noticed that Naruto didn't have a shadow anymore. Two can play that game, Anko-chan. Naruto grinned to himself. He had used his proclamation of being Hokage to distract the class from him, silently using his Dakukuran, or dark clone technique, to return the favor to his mate. It was similar to his shadow clones, but with the exception that it was equally as strong as him. Downside was he could only create one at a time. Still, it would get this particular job done. Hours later, after what seemed like an eternity, the final bell finally rang, signaling the end of the school day. Naruto waited for most of the class to clear out before making his way towards the door. Usually he would step into the shadows and disappear, but today, something was telling him to take the scenic route back home. Please stop. A timid voice begged from around the corner, catching the young Hanyou's attention. Why? Another voice replied. Are you going to cry? I say we rip out her weird eyes so we don't have to look at them anymore. Yet another voice commented with a sick laugh. Rounding the corner, Naruto could see 3 boys around his age trapping the young Hyuga heiress in a corner. The blonde scowled at this and wondered where the girl's guardian was. Moving forward, the blonde Hanyou griped one of the assailant's arm, just as the boy brought back his fist to strike at the girl. You know, one thing I can't stand is cowardly bullies, Naruto remarked, his voice quiet but firm. The hell do you want, demon? The ring leader asked, yanking his arm out of the blonde's grip. Naruto only smirked and said nothing as he waited for the bullies to make the first move, which happened almost immediately as the one on the left took a wild swing. The blonde quickly dropped into his Hebe stance and deflected the strike towards one of the other kids. With a series of fluid motions, Naruto quickly dispatched the 3 boys. Typical of your kind. You're all tough shit when you can gang up on someone who can't fight back. But as soon as you go up against someone who can, you see just how pathetic you really are. Naruto scoffed at the downed ring leader of the group. Now, if I ever see any of you approach this girl again, I will personally see to it that you will be eating throw a straw. Do I make myself clear? With a quick nod from all 3 of the boys, they quickly scurried away before they incur any more wrath from the blonde-haired boy. Are you all right? Naruto asked, as he turned his attention to the crying Hyuga girl. Thank you for saving me, the girl meekly replied. Naruto Uzumaki. The boy introduced himself. Thank you, Uzumaki-san, I'm Hinata Hyuga. The Hyuga heiress formally introduced herself. Why didn't you fight back? Naruto asked. The Hyuga clan had a reputation of being taijutsu's masters. I don't like to fight or cause pain to others, she replied, looking down at the ground. Hyuga-san, it's perfectly okay to fight to defend yourself and those you love. The blonde replied. What is your dream? What do you want to achieve in life? I want to unite my clan under one banner. The girl meekly responded. And do you think it will be easy? She shook her head in response. Exactly, there will always be some form of conflict you must face. He continued. Hold on to your dream and fight to see it become a reality. The 2 were then interrupted as a frantic branch member of the Hyuga clan came running forward in a rush. Get away from Hinata-sama, you filthy demon brat. The man lashed out, attempting to strike at Naruto, who merely sidestepped the attack, easily avoiding it. You're welcome for doing your job, the blonde remarked before turning on his heel and leaving the 2 Hyugas. See you tomorrow in class, Hinata-san. You need not concern yourself with the likes of that thing, Hinata-sama. The branch member snidely commented, clearly not liking the boy. Be that as it may. Hinata spoke with an unusual firmness in her voice. He did do your job for you, and your failure will be reported to my father. The branch member gulped in fear, but bowed his head, accepting his fate, before leading the heiress back home. Naruto. After his encounter with the Hyuga heiress, the blonde Hanyou quickly made his way across the village to the Forest of Death, where no doubt a very frustrated Anko was waiting for him to arrive. He smirked from the earlier memory he got from his Dakukuran. In true definition of turnabout is fair play, the dark clone had snuck up behind Anko and used one hand to grab her by the crotch, while another groped her BRST before quickly dispelling. To be honest, Naruto was the only person in the elemental nations that could get away with it, though there would be repercussions. After a few more minutes of traveling, Naruto entered the forest entrance and began bounding through the trees with the practice of a seasoned shinobi. It didn't take him long to arrive in a clearing where a small army of his shadow clones were training. Off to the side was a very frustrated snake mistress. "You got a lot of nerve, Gaki," Anko shouted as she spotted the blonde. Though she failed to hide the grin on her face as she approached him. "Turnabout is fair play." Naruto shrugged. "You assaulted my clone while I was in class, you know. You act like you didn't enjoy it." She smirked as she hopped down right in front of him, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Same could be said for you, Hebeheim." He grinned, wrapping his arms around her waist. Without waiting another second, both closed the distance and let the lips collide into a feverish kiss, built up from pent-up frustrations all day. Mostly on Anko's part. It took all of the snake mistress's mental fortitude to remind herself that Naruto was still only 10 years old, despite his body looking at least 2 years older than he actually was. After a few moments, the two broke the kiss, with Anko having a glazed look in her eye due to the feeling of euphoria of being in proximity to her mate. Naruto mirrored her feelings. One of the benefits of the mate's mark they both had was that they could feel each other's emotions and it amplified positive feelings for one another. However, it also increased their own SXL desire for one another. The snake mistress was more than willing to satisfy that desire, but Naruto was firm that they at least wait until he graduated the academy, which she reluctantly agreed to. "I see my two favorite Hanyous are behaving themselves." A distorted voice called as a blood-red sphere floated down before bursting, exposing the beautiful goddess of blood and carnage, as well as two frustrated Hanyous, Kan, Jashin-chan. Naruto smiled as he reluctantly released Anko. The snake mistress herself had met the goddess just shortly after her encounter with Naruto that fateful night. To say she was shocked would have been an understatement. The usual boisterous Kunoichi was completely speechless that her mate was the champion of the goddess of blood and carnage. Though after a short talk with the goddess, Anko converted into being a true Jashinist. "To what do we owe the honor, Jashin-sama?" Anko asked respectfully. "I came to witness Naruto-kun's progress." The silver-haired woman smiled as she ignited a wispy-looking black scythe in her hand, giving the appearance it was made from darkness itself, making sure her champion got the message. Smirking, Naruto stepped away from Anko as he activated his own Dakuburito, having it take the form of his preferred weapon. A double-bladed scythe, similar to how Jashin's looked with the same wispy appearance, wafting off the dark energy weapon. "Dispel your clones and we shall begin," Jashin instructed as she acted a massive barrier around the training ground, ensuring that no one within the village would detect the massive amount of energy that was about to erupt between the two. Doing as he was instructed, Naruto began to dispel all of his shadow clones in small clusters as the memories flooded his mind. Anko took this as a signal to get back a safe distance, retreating to the far end of the training ground, perched on one of the higher tree branches, giving the snake mistress a good view over the entire field. An eager grin on her face. After all, it wasn't every day you got to see a spar with an actual goddess. Silence hung in the air as the two stared each other down. Without warning, Naruto charged forward before abruptly disappearing into the shadows, only to come up behind the goddess and take a swing at her, only for her to twist and block the attack with ease. Smirking, the goddess retaliated and unleashed a fury of blows from multiple angles, all of which the young blonde flawlessly deflected before renewing his attack on the silver-haired woman. Swinging down hard above her, Jashin brought up her scythe and blocked it only to see Naruto dissipate into thin air. Reacting on instinct, the goddess jumped up into the air, just as the blonde came up from underneath her. "Very clever, my champion." Jashin praised the blonde for his ingenuity to use the goddess' own shadow as a means to teleport under her. "Using my own shadow to your advantage." "Thank you, Jashin." The blonde grinned at the compliment his goddess had given him, though he didn't dwell on it as he summoned his Dakukuran, dark clone, from his shadow and began a 2-on-1 assault on the goddess. The goddess only smirked as she twirled her scythe and deflected all of the blows, before hooking the dark clone's scythe with her own and forcing it forward only to be decapitated instantly. Naruto flinched at the memory he received, but didn't let it slow him down as he ducked under another wide swing from the goddess, narrowly avoiding her blade. Seeing an opening, Naruto pivoted and hooked the end of his scythe in between the goddess' legs and yanked it as hard as he could, causing the silver-haired woman to lose her balance for a split second before she corrected herself and followed the motion her body was going into a perfect backflip, righting herself just in time to block another strike from the blonde. The two continued to trade blows for another 2 hours before the sparring session began to wind down. Despite his abundant stamina and Hanyou-reinforced body, the young blonde was gasping for air as he fell to one knee, though still determined not to give up. If it wasn't for his accelerated healing, he would have also had numerous cuts all over his body, though only his torn cloths showed any signs that he had been hit. "You lasted 2 hours against me." Bashing smiled, clearly happy with how well the young blonde did. "It seems you have mostly mastered your scythe. The only thing you lack is true in-field experience." "Thank you, Ja-chan." Naruto panted, though he did feel a sense of pride to have lasted as long as he did against an actual goddess. Even though she was holding back considerably and didn't use anything other than her own weapon to combat him, while Naruto had pulled out all stops and used everything at his disposal. That being said, while you are proficient with your scythe, I strongly recommend learning to wield a secondary weapon to fall back on. The goddess advised. You may find yourself in areas where you will be unable to use your scythe to its fullest. Any weapon you recommend? Seek out Yugao Yuzuki. The silver-haired goddess stated. She is your village's most skilled kenjutsu users. Her skills easily rival that of 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. I will seek her out immediately then. Naruto bowed his head in respect to the goddess, even though she had told him time and again that he didn't need to. Until we meet again, my champion. The goddess bid her farewell to the young Hanyou before she disappeared, allowing the barrier she had acted fall. Shortly afterward, Enko dropped down from the tree she had perched herself on while she witnessed the battle. The snake mistress had seen the two spar before, but each time had left her in awe and a bit envious. Silently, she wondered just how well she would fare against the goddess. "Hey Enko-chan, do you know someone named Yugao Yuzuki?" Naruto asked as she came up behind him. "Why, looking to get another girl already?" She grinned, teasing the poor boy. "Not my intention, but you know I am a sucker for strong and CC girls." He smirked. "But Jashin-chan suggested I seek her out and ask her to train me in kenjutsu." "Yeah, I know her. She is A&B Unico. I think you've seen her a few times while she was on duty." Enko commented. "If I remember correctly, she has today off. You may be able to find her at the Dango shop." "Thanks, Hebeheim." Naruto smiled as he brought his snake mistress in for another kiss. "I better go try and find her now." "You do that, I need to go take a really cold shower." The snake mistress pouted. "That spar got me all hot and bothered. I will graduate before you know it." He reassured her as he kissed her one more time before letting them both sink into the shadows. A few minutes later, after dropping Enko off at her apartment so that she could release some of her frustration, Naruto quickly made his way towards the main street of the village. Ignoring the various sneers and glares he received, the blonde Hanyou navigated his way through the busy street until he drew near to the Dango shop Enko and told him about. "While I appreciate the gesture, I am simply not interested in you in a romantic way, Hayate-san." A purple-haired woman around the age of 18 commented as Naruto entered the shop. "I really wish you would reconsider Yugao-chan." The man replied, coughing a little. "I think we would be great together and I would treat you like a goddess." "Well, looks like I found her." Naruto thought to himself. Now how to approach her without being rude. "I don't doubt that." The woman sighed, clearly showing signs of being annoyed. "But as I have told you, I am already in an arranged marriage." "Well, at least Enko-chan doesn't have to worry about me bringing her home now." Naruto snickered to himself quietly. "Come on, your would-be fiancé doesn't need to know you had a little fun before you got hitched." Hayate replied with a grin, before he started coughing again. This caused both Naruto and Yugao to narrow their eyes simultaneously. Naruto had always looked down on those who were unfaithful in any capacity. Even more so when those individuals were involved in a relationship. Not having anyone growing up, Naruto took loyalty, honesty, and integrity very seriously. Yugao, on the other hand, was absolutely disgusted with what her fellow shinobi was suggesting. It gave her the impression that he only wanted her as a conquest to brag about later, throwing his earlier words out the window about treating her as a goddess. Deciding it was time to step in, Naruto approached the purple-haired beauty. "Excuse me, are you Yugao?" Naruto asked, catching the attention of both the young woman and Hayate. Yugao looked over the young blonde for a moment, narrowing her eyes slightly, though not in a disdainful way. In reality, she felt something she recognized with the boy, though couldn't put her finger on what it was. "Yes, I am Yugao," she replied. "I was told by someone I trust to ask you about training in Kenjutsu." The blonde explained. "So you want to be a swordsman, huh?" She smiled. "I may be able to give you a few tips, but first I have an idea." Hayate interrupted, earning a glare from Naruto and a scowl from Yugao, neither that he noticed. "How about both of us give you some pointers? I am a Kenjutsu user as well. You get your training, and maybe Yugao-chan and I can get to know each other better." "Hayate-san, I have been patient enough with your pursuit of me." Yugao gritted out. "The answer is no, and I will not seek to have fun before I meet my potential fiancé. If you continue to insist, I will make a formal complaint to the Hokage about your harassment." Besides, Naruto grinned, not wanting to miss out on getting his shots in since the man had already rubbed him the wrong way. "I was instructed to seek out only Yugao as her skills rival that of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. I highly doubt your skills would even compete with hers." At that, Hayate scowled and left the dango shop in a huff, humiliated by both his object of desire and the gaki that had interrupted his time with her. The snickering from Yugao infuriated him even further as he quickened his pace. "Thank you for that, Naruto Uzumaki." The blonde introduced himself. "You said your mentor told you to seek me out. Anyone I should know?" She quirked an eyebrow as she leaned down just a little so that she was face to face with him. "Tell her who I am." Jashin's voice echoed in his mind. Jashin-chan." As soon as he said the goddess's name, Yugao's eyes opened wide in shock. Glancing around to see if anyone was watching them, she quickly grabbed the blonde and used her shunshin, body flicker technique, to transport them both to a secure location. Once she was positive that no one was around, she turned and eyed the blonde. Did you say Jashin-sama sent you to me?" she asked tentatively. "Wait, Jashin-sama?" Naruto asked, a little confused. "You mean you're—" Nodding, Yugao reached under her vest and pulled out a silver necklace with an upside-down triangle inside a circle. The goddess of blood and carnage's symbol, signifying the ANBU's faith to her goddess. In the back of his mind, he could hear 2 distinct chuckles, causing the blonde to roll his eyes at the 2. "Would have been nice if she told me you were one of her followers." Naruto frowned. "But yes, Jashin-chan instructed me to find you and ask for training in Kenjutsu, since I am already proficient with my scythe and I need a backup weapon to be more versatile. If Jashin-sama has sent you to me, it will be my honor to train you in the art of swords." Yugao smiled, proud that she was serving her goddess. "I look forward to learning from you, Yugao-san." The blonde bowed to his new sensei. "You wouldn't be Jashin-sama's champion, would you?" The purple-haired woman voiced her question, a look of anticipation in her eyes. "Yes, I am." Naruto answered truthfully, only to see the woman's face light up with a vibrant smile and a look of pure joy and happiness. "Why?" "Because you're the one." She smiled as she stepped closer, bringing her face to his. "You're my fiancé, as per Jashin-sama's instructions." Not that I want to go against Jashin-chan's wishes, but I have already marked Anko-chan as my mate, and I don't want to betray her." He frowned. Yugao, on the other hand, only giggled, catching the boy's attention. She found it sweet that he considered his current lover's feelings about it. It was endearing. "I understand, and it is sweet of you to take her feelings into consideration." Yugao spoke, though she didn't sound upset like Naruto thought she would. "Does she follow Jashin-sama?" "She recently converted about a year ago." The blonde answered. Then I will explain to her. The purple-haired woman responded with a mischievous grin. Of course, with it being Anko, she may see this as a chance for a threesome. Naruto could only face palm. Looks like I am bringing her home after all. The young Hanyou thought with a sense of irony. Naruto, age 14. The blonde Hanyou stretched as he got up out of his bed. His body still a little sore from the previous day's training. Since his kenjutsu training was coming to an end under his purple-haired lover, she was determined to test him in everything with a full-on spar. Yugao did not hold back in the slightest. His own body could attest to that. Sure, he could regenerate nearly any injury instantly, but his muscles still carried over the soreness. Still, he enjoyed it and was thankful for the purple-haired Anbu that took the time to mentor him in how to properly use a sword. Even more thankful when Yugao had taught him her two most prized kenjutsu techniques. The Dance of the Crescent Moon, Ryu Mikazuki no Mai, and the Hazy Moon Night, Kasumi Suki. As well as her moon dance sword style, which was something truly beautiful to behold. The style looked exactly as the name implied. An exotic dance, using one's natural flexibility and speed to parry and deflect incoming blows and then retaliate with a fluid motion. Finishing his stretches, Naruto made his way to his bathroom for a quick shower, grabbing a clean pair of boxers and a towel before turning on the cold water. He gave up a long time ago with the hot water since it was always off anyways. No doubt due to tampering from the landlord. Sure, Naruto could report it to the Hokage, but the old man had enough on his plate what with running the village and dealing with the council, and the young Hanyou didn't want to add to it with something as minor as this. Besides, if the blonde really wanted to take a hot shower, all he had to do was go to Anko's apartment, and he would only have to give up his privacy in the shower. Not that he minded in the slightest, since these times were used to alleviate some of their frustrations, though Naruto still hadn't budged on going all the way until he graduated the academy, much to Anko's dismay. The only reason he hadn't just moved in with his mate was because of the village's stupid laws about non-immediate family living with higher-ranked shinobi, claiming it would put the other students at a disadvantage. Naruto scoffed at that. It was clearly a law that put more favor for the clans of the village than anything about actual fairness between students. The stupid law was the same reason that prevented him from moving in with his other mate, Yugao. True to her word, the Nico Anbu sat down and spoke to Anko about the arranged marriage that Jashin had set up between her and Naruto, and emphasized that the poor blonde was unaware that such an arrangement was made. The snake mistress, on the other hand, took it surprisingly well and was almost giddy at the concept of the blonde Hanyou having another woman in his life, citing that he shouldn't get too cocky, because he has to share. It was on that night after everything had settled, that Naruto marked Yugao as his second mate, and turning her into a Hanyou just like him and Anko. Turning off the shower, Naruto smiled at the memory. The only downside was that since most of the civilians already knew about his and Anko's relationship, mostly due to the boisterous snake mistress proclaiming it, he had to keep Yugao and his relationship a secret from the common populace. The blonde frowned at that. He really didn't like hiding Yugao-chan like that, even though the purple-haired beauty told him it was okay. He knew there was one way to get around that, but he needed proof. Hard, concrete proof that no one could deny, namely the council, about his heritage and clan status as a sole survivor of the Uzumaki clan. The Clan Restoration Act, or CRA for short. Originally, Naruto had no intention of even looking into it. He was happy with Anko as she was a kindred spirit and knew his pain. However, upon learning that Jashin-chan had arranged the marriage between him and Yugao-chan, he knew it would come up eventually. Shaking his thoughts, Naruto quickly dried himself off and slipped on his orange jumpsuit, chuckling a little at the groan in the back of his mind. Soon, Ari-chan, and you won't have to see them anymore. Naruto reassured the fox girl. I'll even set fire to them after team placements. That's still going to be a week away at least. Ari exclaimed in dismay. We've dressed like this for the past 4 years, what's one more week? Questioned the blonde with a smirk. So, when are you going to mark me as one of your mates? The Kyuubi girl asked in jest, though there was a hint of truth and jealousy behind it. I mean, you already marked 3 girls, so when is it my turn? Naruto smiled. Well, the first one was to save her life. I didn't expect her to mark me back. Yugao-chan because Jashin-chan had already arranged it, and the third girl just felt right as she was the first to actually accept me for who and what I am without any outside interference. The blonde answered truthfully. And as for you, Kitsunheim, as soon as I find a way to get you out of the seal, I will mark you. Ari was speechless, as a blush crept across her face at her container's words. I was just kidding. She stammered. I didn't really mean it. No, you weren't, Ari-chan. The blonde smiled. I know you've had a crush on me since we first met, and I promise I will find a way to get you out. And anyways, you need to get ready. The kitsune stammered, still a little flustered by the boy's proclamation. Naruto only chuckled to himself and finished dressing before taking off out the door. Not bothering to lock it, since it always got busted anyways. Without a word, the teenage Hanyou bounded across the roofs towards the academy with precision and skill of a seasoned shinobi, rather than the academy student he was. It only took the blonde a little under 10 minutes to get to the academy. Leaping down, he shuffled into the school building with the rest of the students. Quickly he entered the classroom and made his way to his assigned desk in the back, waiting for the rest of the class to enter. Normally, he would take out his book to read, but he had long since mastered all of his Fuinjutsu books. Not to claim he was a master in seals by any means, only that he had exhausted his own supply on the subject. Also, he was waiting to chat with someone. One by one, the rest of the class filed in. Kiba entering just after Naruto had taken his spot in the front of the class, trying to flirt with any of the female classmates that was unfortunate enough to have to pass near him. Shaking his head, Naruto instead leaned back in his chair and reminisced about how he came to acquire his third mate. Hinata Hyuga. Flashback no Jutsu. Training Ground 44, Forest of Death. 3 years ago. A small army of Naruto clones numbering 500 littered the training ground as they practiced a variety of subjects and techniques. 100 was training in a brutal taijutsu that Jashin had given him a scroll for in a martial art from across the seas. This particular taijutsu relied heavily on powerful elbow and knee strikes to quickly incapacitate their opponent, mostly targeting the head and joints. What made training for this particular taijutsu challenging was that it required the user to condition their body for it, oftentimes hitting dense objects like trees and rocks to strengthen the muscle and bones and deaden the nerve endings. Luckily for Naruto, due to his Hanyou physiology already reinforced, he was able to skip this process and go straight to training in the stance and techniques. Off to another side of the training ground, another 100 was training in a different taijutsu that was a stark contrast to the other, more brutal form. Instead, this one relied on precision strikes and speed with a combinations of punches and kicks. Over near a small pond, 50 clones sat reading the same book, each one on a different section about chakra, control and manipulation. On the other side of the pond sat another 50 clones with a different book on various civilian skills that would no doubt come in handy in the future for all the D-rank missions that Anko-chan had teased him about doing when he graduated. Finally, the remaining 200 clones were in the center most of the training ground training with the various shadow and darkness techniques that Jashin-chan had gifted the boy. These clones were going all out, using every skill they possessed in their free-for-all spar they were currently engaged in. Naruto himself was standing at the edge of the training ground, his body covered in sweat from his training, currently taking a small break to hydrate himself and rest a little before he continued. However, he put his head to the side and frowned. Someone was watching him train. Without his observer noticing, Naruto had switched himself with his Dakokuran and traveled through the shadows to locate the one who had intruded upon his training. When he came out of the shadows behind the guilty party, he was surprised. This forest is dangerous, you know. He spoke from behind her, causing the poor girl to let out a shocked yelp and turn on her heel so fast that she fell on her rear. Naruto-kun, she exclaimed in shock of being in such close proximity to him. It appeared to Naruto that while their initial interaction after he helped her with the bullies and the speech he gave to her afterwards had reignited a flame in her to achieve her dream, it also gave her a hero worship of him and had a tendency to stutter and faint when he got too close. How come you are out here, Hinata-san? Naruto asked, taking a small step forward, causing the girl to begin to acquire an interesting shade of pink. I. was all the girl got out before she fainted. Looking down at her, Naruto sighed and picked her up bridal style. I am going to need to break her of that, and I have an idea. He smirked. Taking her to the training ground, he set her down softly on the ground and looked over the clones training. Seeing as the sun was beginning to set, he began to dismiss his clones in small sections before leaving only 2 remaining. One he had henge into the Hyuga heiress and returned to her home in her place under strict instructions to act like she would, even reinforcing the shadow clone with extra chakra to ensure the foe Hinata would last the night. The second shadow clone he instructed to let Anko and Yugao know where he was and what he planned. Even at the coast of the 2 Hanyou mates teasing him of being alone in the forest with a young girl. Instructions given out, the 2 clones departed with their assignments, leaving the blonde and the heiress alone. An hour had passed before the Hyuga heiress came to the sound of a fire crackling and metals scraping against each other. Opening her eyes, she saw Naruto cooking over a campfire a short distance from her. Slowly she sat up. You're finally awake. He responded, not looking at her. Just in time too, dinner is ready. Hinata was speechless as Naruto dished a bowl for her and gently handed it to her with utensils, a soft warning of it being hot. As she held the bowl, she noted how good it smelled as the aroma filled her senses. Silently the 2 ate, until Naruto spoke up. Alright, so this is how this is going to work. The blonde began, looking at his guest. Despite how you've seen me in class, I am not that oblivious to those around me. I've noticed that you are extremely shy and insecure around me. So tonight we are going to fix that. You are one of 3 people who will see me without my mask on. To tonight. The Hyuga girl stammered. But it's getting late and I need to get home before. I've already taken care of that. Naruto interrupted her. I sent a reinforced shadow clone henged as you back to your compound. So we have all night to work on your insecurities. How? Simple. We are going to talk all night. After each hour, I am going to take off a piece of clothing. No, I will not be taking off my underwear. He clarified. Sure, being with Anko-chan had desensitized him a little to shame, but he still had some modesty left. After all my clothing is off, I will start moving a little closer to you. Understand? Hinata could only nod her head, both excited and nervous at the same time. Very well, let's begin. And so they began to talk throughout the night. They discussed everything, from their hopes and dreams to their childhood experiences, some of which left Hinata shocked and disgusted at the civilian's actions towards the boy. She had already known about the Kyuubi prior to meeting Naruto, but she knew that the boy wasn't the fox. The only thing the Hanyou didn't tell her was his half-demon status, his relationship with Ari-chan, and his task from Jashin-chan. Those topics would wait until later. True to Naruto's word, after each hour he removed an article of clothing, until he was eventually exposed to the young girl only in boxers. Eventually, as the sun began to rise, both Naruto and Hinata were sitting side by side on the log. The boy still in just his boxers. His plan had worked perfectly, and the once shy Hyuga heiress was broken out of her shell of insecurities. Flashback no jutsu dispel. About 6 months after that night, Naruto had told the Hyuga girl everything about him after they had developed a strong friendship. She still had a crush on him at the time, but was no longer the shy, stuttering mess she once was around him. It was then, under her request, that Naruto marked her as his 3rd mate. He made sure that she was well aware of the consequences, and she still accepted. Unlike Anko, Hinata was eager to start learning the shadow and darkness techniques that she inherited from accepting the mark, much like Yugao was. Morning, Naruto-kun. A feminine voice whispered from behind him. Morning, Haim-chan. He smiled, realizing the Hyuga heiress had came in through his shadow. Don't worry, I made sure no one was watching before I came through. The dark blue-haired girl reassured her mate as she moved to the front of him and sat down on top of the desk just next to him. Like Yugao, he had to keep his relationship with Hinata secret. Something he had also warned her about as well, though that didn't deter her. As long as he set aside time to be with her and train with her, she was content for now. She also saw it as a bonus as she received some extra training with Anko as well. Naruto wasn't sure if it was a good thing or bad thing that Anko and Hinata had hit it off so well. Though most of their discussions did revolve around him and his body and the things they wanted to do to it, he was pretty sure the snake mistress was corrupting the Hyuga heiress. Especially if her new outfit was anything to go by. Gone was her tan coat and modest appearance. Now the confident heiress was sporting a sleeveless fishnet top with a thick sports bra underneath, though left her stomach in view through the fishnet fabric. Her once baggy pants was replaced with a more form-fitting black Anbu-style pants. A pair of black kunoichi sandals completed the new look. "So, ready for the exams?" she asked. "I'm sure I'll pass, but just barely." He smiled. Hinata could only shake her head in amusement. She couldn't wait for the boy to drop his mask and really start showing everyone how strong he really was. Though he did stress that he would take it slow, and suggested that she did as well. Not to show off too much of what they could do, especially their Hanyou abilities. The Hyuga heiress could see the reason to that request. Naruto planned on passing it off as a Kekkai Genkai, and if she used the same abilities while everyone knew he was with Anko, it would cause no shortage of problems for both of them. On her part, she would be thrown to the Hyuga elders demanding an explanation or just straight out accusing her of soiling the Hyuga blood and branding her with the caged bird seal. And that was only her problems. She was sure Naruto would have to deal with worse, given his social status in the village. "Hey Hinata-chan, I didn't see you come in," Kiba stated as he got up from his desk and made his way towards the two. All the while eyeing the Hyuga heiress up and down, liking his lips. "And what are you doing with this loser?" Once the Inuzuka boy reached the two, he draped his arm over the girl in a possessive manner with a smirk on his face while looking at Naruto, as if daring him to do something. What the feral boy didn't realize was that the blonde didn't have to do anything. Hinata ped her head to the side and gave the Inuzuka a glare that would freeze the Shinigami's soul. A low, almost inaudible, animalistic growl emitting from her throat. It wasn't loud, but Kiba heard it as well as Akamaru, the latter cowering further back into the boy's coat. "Move your arm or lose it, dog breath," Hinata growled out. Without hesitating, Kiba quickly removed his arm from the girl and unconsciously took a step back. "All right, class, settle down." Irika's voice yelled out above the noisy classroom, breaking the Inuzuka boy out of his stupor. Irika had quickly went through the roll call. Once noting that everyone was present, the two instructors began passing out the written portion of the exams. Naruto didn't miss the glint Mizuki had in his eye as he handed the boy his test paper. The blonde immediately recognized the genjutsu placed over it, giving the test the appearance of a Jonin-level test. Ironically, with Anko-chan's and Yugao-chan's tutoring, the boy could easily answer this test just as well. Tapping his finger twice on the paper, he rippled his chakra through the sheet and dispelled the illusion and set to work answering the questions. Purposely answering a few wrong, skipping a few and answering just enough correct to barely pass the written exam. After an hour had passed, Irika instructed the class to put down their pencils as Mizuki went around to collect the tests. He scowled as soon as he got to Naruto, seeing the genjutsu he placed on the paper had been dispelled. Taking the paper, the silver-haired instructor rejoined Irika and handed him the stack of sheets to grade while the class was dismissed for their first break. After break, the exams resumed with the next part of the tests. The Academy 3, as it was so endearingly nicknamed. Each student was required to successfully perform a substitution jutsu, Kawarimi no Jutsu, a transformation jutsu, Henge no Jutsu, and clone jutsu, Bunshin no Jutsu. One by one, each student was called into the next room to private demonstrate their ninjutsu techniques. In an anticlimactic way, this was the finale of the exams for the students to earn their forehead protectors, which made Naruto scoff at how easy the exams were. It was as if the village was just trying to pump out as many shinobi as possible, relying more on quantity than quality. Shrugging it off, the blonde Hanyou awaited his turn. He didn't have to wait long before his name was called. With a sigh, he heaved himself out of his desk and entered the adjacent room. Again, he could see the look in the silver-haired man's eye, looking forward to the blonde to fail. The instructor knew the blonde had issues with the clone technique and was banking on the brat to fail. "All right, Naruto, perform a Kawarimi." Iruka instructed. Nodding, Naruto performed the appropriate hand signs and replaced himself with a chair in the room before switching back. Very good, Naruto. The scared instructor praised. Now, perform a henge to look like me. Without hesitating, the blonde transformed into a perfect copy of Iruka, even down to the tiniest of details. The scared instructor was impressed with the amount of detail put into the henge. So much so, he almost actually believed himself to be the imposter. All right, Naruto, perform the clone technique. Mizuki instructed, fighting to hide the grin that was threatening to appear on his face. Inwardly smirking, Naruto crossed his fingers and performed the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, much to the shock of Iruka as two solid clones of the boy appeared in a puff of smoke. Mizuki, for his part, grit his teeth in fury as his plan to manipulate the boy fell to pieces. I'll have to improvise then, the silver-haired man thought to himself. Naruto, that was a Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, how could you perform it? Iruka inquired, still in shock of an academy student using a B-rank jutsu. Well, you see, Naruto began, scratching the back of his head. Over the last break I talked to Enko-chan about my trouble with the normal Bunshin jutsu and we discovered my chakra coils are way too big to be able to perform such a low-level technique unless I make enough to fill a small village. So, she taught me the Kage Bunshin instead. Iruka only nodded, accepting the explanation. Not knowing that most of it was completely fabricated, it was true that his chakra coils were too big to perform such a small jutsu, and Enko agreed to go along with the story if anyone asked her. Congratulations, Naruto, you passed. The scared instructor smiled, handing the boy his forehead protector. Thank you, Iruka-sensei, Mizuki-sensei. Naruto bowed and left the room, putting his hitate on his head, making a mental note to change the color of the fabric later. Eventually, the rest of the class finished their exam with nearly everyone passing. Only exceptions were a group of civilian Uchiha fangirls that ignored their training in favor of their fruitless pursuit of the Uchiha's affection. With the exams over and the school day finished, all the graduates made their way to their respected homes to celebrate with their families. You graduated, you know what this means. Ari teased from the back of his mind. I know. Naruto chuckled. That is why I am stopping off to get something to eat. I am going to need all the energy I can get. After quickly devouring a half-dozen bowls of the Kushina special, the blonde thanked the two ramen chefs, giving Ayam a hug before departing and making his way to Anko's apartment. As he neared his destination, he could feel his first mate's excitement and nervousness at the same time. Despite her teasing, promiscuous attitude and choice of clothing, the bad but snake mistress was still a virgin. As he reached the apartment, Naruto knocked 3 times before opening the door and letting himself in. In the living room area was an impatient-looking snake mistress. So, you graduated, right? She ground out in anticipation, a blush creeping across her face. For a moment, Naruto contemplated playing with her a little and saying that he purposely failed, but decided against it. She had waited 4 long years for this day to arrive, and he wasn't going to ruin it for her for a prank. See the hitate? He answered, pointing to the forehead protector on his head. You better have. Enko replied. Bedroom now. Naruto could only chuckle as the snake mistress grabbed him and pulled him into the bedroom before throwing him on the bed and locking the door behind her. Joining him on the bed, she crawled over until she was hovering just above him, looking into his cerulean blue eyes. Entranced by them. Meanwhile, the blonde Hanyou stared back into her light brown, pupilless eyes. He could see the eagerness they reflected as well as hints of doubt. Reaching up, he placed his hand on her cheek to reassure his snake princess. Take your time, Hebeheim. He smiled. This is both our first time, so let's make it special. Warning. Lemon scene ahead. If you don't wish to read this scene, please scroll down to the next bold text. Warning. Those words were all the snake mistress needed to hear. Lowering her face down, she captured the blonde's lips in a heated, but passionate kiss of 4 years of pent-up SXL frustration. Naruto eagerly returned his kiss, as his hands went to the bottom of her shirt, gently pulling it up. Anko didn't resist as she broke the kiss from a brief second to let her mesh shirt fall over her head, revealing that she wasn't wearing a bra, much to Naruto's delight. However, before the teenager could play with the lady bits in front of him, Anko broke the kiss and leaned up, her hands shooting towards the zipper on his jumpsuit and pulling it down, revealing the black t-shirt he had on underneath it. With a bit of flailing around, Naruto aided his snake princess in removing the orange jumpsuit from him. "Please tell me you're going to stop wearing those abominations," she commented as she tossed the jumpsuit across the room, leaving the blonde in nothing but his black t-shirt and boxers, exposing a chiseled body that jumpsuit kept hidden. "I promised Ari-chan I would burn them all after team placements," he replied as he took the initiative and leaned up and captured her lips before turning them both so that he was on top. Breaking the kiss, he maintained eye contact as he began to kiss down her chest, using his left hand to fondle her beard while his tongue went to work on the other one, causing Anko to arch her back in pleasure as she let out a gasp. Slowly, he removed his left hand from her beard and trailed it down her stomach before it go to her orange skirt. Undoing the clasps, which required a little fumbling as the buttons didn't want to cooperate with the blonde, he slowly pulled off Anko's skirt and remaining fishnet leggings, leaving the snake mistress completely exposed before him, causing the lavender-haired woman blush at her vulnerability, but didn't shy away from it as she looked down at her mate in anticipation. Not wasting any time, Naruto began to slowly kiss up her inner thighs, using his tongue to lick along her skin. Each slide of his tongue sent a wave of pleasure through her spine, causing her to grasp at the bed sheets. Eventually, much to Anko's torture and pleasure, the young blonde made his way up to her bare crotch, a faint smile on his face. "Really Hebeheim, a snake design?" Naruto commented on the pattern in which his mate had shaved into her big hair. "Well, I am the snake mistress," she replied with a gasp as Naruto plunged his tongue into her womanhood, send a flood of pleasure through her body, causing her to arch her back again as she let out a pleasure and Naruto continued his oral assault on her entrance, letting his tongue probe in and out of her as he played with her silkas to stimulate her even further, leaving the snake mistress a shuddering mess as orgasm after orgasm rocketed through her body, causing her eyes to roll into the back of her head as she was dragged through a torrent of pleasure. "Jashin, I'm coming," she exclaimed, as a wave of her climax flooded her nether regions, which the blonde Hanyou greedily lapped up. You're tasty Hebeheim." He smirked up at her while she panted, trying to regain her breath. Moving up her body, he gave her a chaste kiss, allowing her to taste her own essence. Not that she minded. It only took a handful of seconds for Anko to recover and throw the blonde off her and pin him to the bed with her being on top once more. "My turn," she grinned. Not giving Naruto time to reply, she quickly discarded of his boxers, leaving him in a similar state of NDDY as she was. Her grin grew further and she inspected the size of his hardened member. "I see I am not the only one with a snake," Anko teased, and she grasped his growing member. For only being 14, it was a respectable 8.5 inches, with a 2.5-inch thickness. Gently, she began to slide it up and down, eliciting a soft of pleasure from the blonde. Smirking as it got the reaction she wanted to hear, she leaned down and began to lick the bottom of her sultry eyes locking onto his blue eyes as she continued to work his shift, watching as an expression of pleasure washed over his facial features. Deciding to move things along, Anko opened her mouth and took the tip of his pee-pee into her mouth and slowly began to work her way down as she slowly bobbed her head up and down while skiing on it, like it was her favorite dango. Slowly, inch by inch, the snake mistress had managed to take his entire length into her throat, causing her eyes to water slightly. As she continued, it became easier and easier for her to take his entire length. Naruto's eminence of pleasure egged her to continue on with more enthusiasm. As such, she began to quicken her speed, using her hand to aid her in bringing him to his own climax. "Anko-chan, I'm about to come," he warned her. This only spurred the snake mistress to double her efforts until finally she was rewarded with a stream of essence shooting down her throat. Clamping her lips around his pulsating pee-pee, she swallowed everything he had to offer. After almost 30 seconds, Naruto's climax ended, allowing Anko to come up for air, seductively liking the remains of his seed of her lips. That was quite the load, Foxy-kun. She smiled, taking a drink from a bottle of sake that had been sitting on the bedside table. And it was rather enjoyable. I do hope there is more. Smirking, Naruto reversed their positions once more. Looking down in her eyes, he leaned in and kissed her deeply. Allowing his tongue to explore her mouth, tasting the sake she had just drank, plum-flavored, he noted. Gently, he positioned himself between her legs, looking into her eyes as he did so. "Are you ready?" he asked with concern. Her only response was to nod. Leaning in once more, he enveloped her mouth with a deep kiss as he pushed himself into her entrance. Tears formed in the snake mistress's eyes as she felt the pressure push into her as the blonde Hanyou's hardened member penetrated her sanctuary before touching her barrier. Breaking the kiss, Naruto looked into his lover's eyes, waiting for a silent confirmation. Receiving a single nod, Anko tightened her hold on him as he drew back and moved forward, claiming the snake mistress's virginity. Anko let out a cry of pain, squeezing her eyes shut as Naruto kissed her tears away, whispering into her ear to comfort her, waiting for her permission to continue moving. After a moment of getting used to the size that was filling her insides, Anko brought her mate into a kiss and bucked her hips to give him permission to continue. Receiving permission, Naruto began to rhythmically pump his hips, kissing her deeply as he did so as both began to lose themselves to the pleasure they were drowning in. As they continued, the kisses became more and more feverish as Anko began to plead for him to go faster and harder. It wasn't long before the entire room was filled with her screams of pleasure as the blonde Hanyou pounded into her. "I'm almost there, Naruto-kun," Anko panted as she could feel her climax nearing. I'm about to." "Me too, Anko-chan." Naruto gasped out as he could feel the pressure build up in his core. "Come with me," she whispered into his ear. "Come with me, Foxy-kun." Enveloping her in another passionate kiss, they both moved in sync with one another to increase their pleasure, until finally both at their climax at the same time. Naruto pushed himself in as deep as he could go, his pee-pee kissing the entrance to the snake mistress's womb as he painted her insides white with his side. On the other end, Anko's eyes rolled into the back of her head as she arched back in pleasure as a tidal wave of pleasure hit her body as she was hit with the strongest orgasm she had ever felt in her life, literally making her legs go numb. "We're definitely doing that again more often." Naruto smiled as he kissed her again. "Who says we're done now?" Anko grinned, flipping him over and straddling him in a cowgirl position, lowering herself back onto him. "Let's test out that famed stamina you have. I just hope we don't overload the seal." He grinned, referencing the anti-Sincipitian seal he had made specifically for this day. Though due to his own resolve, he couldn't test the limitations of the seal. He only knew that it would work. "Well then," Anko smirked, "we'll just have to test that, won't we? Besides, I wouldn't mind a little clutch of snakelets." Naruto could only grin. He knew this was going to be a long afternoon, but he had promised his Hebeheim that he would be all hers today, and he never breaks a promise. Ever. Lemon scene end. This chapter will now continue as scheduled. Thank you for your patience. Hours later. In a word, Naruto was exhausted. Anko and him had gone a total of 16 different rounds before they finally had to stop, due to Anko getting called into work at the last minute. Much to the snake mistress's dismay. In that time, they had been in every position imaginable. Though he did feel relaxed, as if all the stress of life had just melted away. Sighing with contentment, he combed his fingers through Yugao's purple hair. Shortly after he and Anko had concluded their activities, though with the later demanding that they were not finished by a long shot, Naruto had sought out his ANBU lover knowing that she wanted to spend time with him as well. Though in a different, more romantic way. Unlike his snake mistress, his sword's mistress wanted to wait until they were officially married before doing anything, which he greatly respected. Though, that didn't stop the two from teasing each other every once in a while. "So, how does it feel to finally graduate, Naruto-kun?" Yugao asked as she snuggled herself deeper into his hold, her back resting against his chest as they looked out over the village from the tree branch they were in. Anticlimactic. The blonde Hanyou replied with a grin. I was a little underwhelmed with how easy the final exams were. No testing of taijutsu or genjutsu. Just do a written test and perform 3 easy ninjutsus and done. Blame the civilian council. Yugao snorted, clearly not happy with the current academy curriculum. They pushed to make it easier for their kids to pass alongside the shinobi clans. Be that as it may, Naruto smiled. With graduating, I am closer to fulfilling Jashin-chan's will. This brought a smile to the purple-haired woman's face. She loved that her fiancé was dedicated to serving her. Goddess. After all, he was Jashin-sama's champion and was destined to do great things in her name. Though, a little voice in the back of her head was telling her that Jashin-sama had a more NTMT plan for her champion. Still, the thought made her smile more. Feeling his mate's happiness, Naruto tightened his hug and placed a kiss on the base of her neck. Just where his mark was located on her, which caused the purple-haired beauty to shudder. As the two enjoyed each other's company, a movement off to the right caught their eye, causing the blonde Hanyou to quirk his eyebrow. Well, that isn't something you see every day. He commented as both of them stood up, watching an orange figure with a large scroll on his back jump through the trees. Naruto-kun, you didn't tell me you were stealing the scroll of seals. The purple-hair Anbu jested. I guess I wanted to surprise myself. He replied with a grin. Anyways, we should probably stop me. Yugo informed the Hokage. With a nod, Yugao disappeared into the shadows, using her shadow step ability she had inherited from Naruto upon becoming his mate. Meanwhile, Naruto took off through the trees after his doppelganger, already knowing who it was. So you're finally making your move and framing me for it, Mizuki? The Hanyou thought to himself when he felt a tingling in the back of his mind, making the blonde widen his eyes slightly. Jashin-chan wanted this person's soul. With this realization, a feral grin appeared on his face and he doubled his speed to catch up to the imposter. With Naruto, why are you stealing the scroll of sealing? Iruka shouted as he chased down his blonde student. None of this made sense in the mind of the scared Chunin. The boy had shown no signs of even thinking to attempt such a thing, let alone actually do it. He had no reason to, since he had passed the test and earned his forehead protector. Isn't it obvious, Iruka-sensei? The kid replied with a grin as he twisted and threw a few kunai at his pursuer, which Iruka easily avoided. The QB wants more power and I am going to give it to him. Iruka frowned at the boy's proclamation. Now he knew something wasn't right. Naruto shouldn't know about the fox, unless blatantly told him. Even more so, why would a beast of pure energy need more power? Lastly, he noticed the kunai being thrown. Naruto never had a kunai holster on, claiming he didn't need one. That has got to be the worst henge I have ever seen. A voice sounded from the trees ahead of the duo, causing them both to stop. You didn't even get my whisker marks right. They are way more defined than that. Not to mention, there is no way my butt is that big. Stepping from behind the tree stood Naruto, earning a gasp from Iruka and a glare from his imposter. Sheet, he wasn't supposed to be here. Mizuki thought to himself as he dispelled the henge. Me Mizuki? Why? Iruka stammered, shocked by his friend's betrayal. And why do you smell like snakes? Naruto asked, eyeing the silver-haired man up and down. I was with that wear of yours. The man replied, trying to enrage the boy. However, Naruto only laughed. You know, I might have believed that if I didn't spend all afternoon sating her desires. He remarked, the implications clear, causing Iruka to blush at the mental image. Also, her snakes smell way different, wild and free. Yours smell like a sterile lab. The silver-haired Chunin growled at this, knowing full well what the boy was implying. Iruka seemed to catch on as well as he positioned himself to attack the identified traitor. However, before he could react, Mizuki threw a cluster of kunai with explosive tags at his former fellow Chunin and launched his Fuma Shuriken towards Naruto. Naruto! Watch out! Iruka called out in fear for his student, only to leave himself open for the barrage of explosions to send him flying back into a tree, knocking the wind out of him. Naruto only scoffed as the giant shuriken came spinning towards him. With a flick of his wrist, The blonde Hanyou summoned a shadow-like katana with his Dakuburito ability to deflect the flying weapon with ease, sending it into another tree, embedding itself at least halfway in. Not bad for a demon brat. Mizuki grinned as he turned his attention to the blonde. "And Naruto, run!" Irika weakly called out, still trying to save the boy. "Tell me, do you want to know why the villagers hate you?" The silver-haired man smirked as Irika's eyes went wide as he realized who Mizuki was about to do. "Don't listen to him, Naruto," he yelled out, only to be violently backhanded by Mizuki, effectively knocking him out cold. "Why do the villagers hate me?" Naruto asked, deciding to play around with the fool for a bit longer. "It's simple really." The man laughed. "It's because you are the QB." Expecting the boy's mind to be shattered at the revelation, he was instead met with a deadpan look from the blonde before the boy started laughing as if told the funniest joke that only he heard. "I'm the QB, huh?" Naruto asked, sarcasm evident in his tone. "I suppose this was supposed to mentally break me or something?" "Newsflash team, I've known about the QB since I was 6 years old." He continued. "I mean, kind of hard not to connect the dots when everyone keeps calling me the demon, fox brat, and my personal favorite, the fiend. Not sure where you idiots came up with the last one. Guess the usual insults didn't cut it anymore." "So you knew all along. Guess you are not as big an idiot as I thought you were," Mizuki commented, pulling out his second giant shuriken. "Won't matter. I'll kill you now as one last favor to the village before I give the scroll to Orochimaru-sama. Any last words, demon brat?" "Yeah." Naruto grinned sadistically. "Jashin-chan wants your soul." Before the silver-haired Chunin could decipher what the boy had said, a sharp pain erupted through his back and chest. Looking down, Mizuki could see a black-looking blade sticking out from his chest. Craning his neck, he looked behind him only to see a second Naruto standing behind him. Yanking the shadow blade out of him, the second Naruto quickly swung it around, lopping off the head of the would-be traitor. "One soul delivered, Jashin-chan," the copy said before dissolving back into the shadows to reattach itself to Naruto. He really loved that ability. The tainted soul of Mizuki delivered. Naruto then turned his attention to his other fallen sensei. Walking over, he quickly checked his wounds before applying a little bit of chakra into him to help wake him up. Groaning in protest, the scarred Chunin opened his eyes and took in his surroundings before snapping up, much to his body's protest. "Naruto." "I'm fine, Irika-sensei." The boy smiled. "What happened? Where is Mizuki?" "You were knocked out by the team," Naruto explained as he walked over to where the large scroll laid and picked it up before returning it to Irika. "I fought him and was forced to kill him." Silence hung in the air as the man took in this information. Naruto had just taken his first life in service of the village, some he himself had never done in all his years of being a shinobi. The man was concerned with how well the boy was taking it. "How are you holding up, Naruto?" he asked, deciding to voice his concern. "It had to be done." The boy shrugged before mentally adding, "For Jashin-chan. Still, it was your first kill." He was guilty and corrupt and a traitor to the village with plans to turn over sensitive information to Orochimaru. Naruto explained. "I don't feel guilty in the slightest. If anything, I granted him a mercy. Can you imagine how badly Anko-chan would torture him with what he said about her and his admission to serving that snake bee?" Irika had to shudder at that. The blonde made a very good point. Anko would have made hell itself feel like a day at the spa if she caught wind of what Mizuki had said. Shaking those thoughts away, his attention was turned back to his former student who was now bandaging his injuries. "That technique you used to stop his Fuma Shuriken, what was that?" "That is my Kurazunda," Naruto explained, knowing he couldn't hide it forever and had made plans ahead of time. "An extremely rare bloodline that I have only been able to find one scroll on it. I've kept it hidden while I learned more about it. As you saw, I can summon forth weapons through it. It's why I said I never needed a kunai holster or shuriken pouch since I can just materialize them out of thin air. And unlike standard weapons, they don't break or dull." It was at this time that the Hokage and a small squad of Anbu arrived on the scene, including his favorite Nico Anbu. The two briefly made eye contact and gave each other a subtle nod before Naruto approached the leader of the village and handed him the scroll. Mizuki team stole the scroll and attempted to frame me for it. He admitted to working with Orochimaru. Iruka-sensei can vouch for me. Naruto began. After Iruka-sensei was knocked out, I was forced to fight Mizuki team on my own. In the end I was forced to kill him before he could escape. Hiruzen was shocked. The boy he had considered a surrogate grandson was forced to take a life, just fresh out of the academy. Not even placed on a team yet. The old man frowned at that. No one so young should be forced to take a life. In service to the village or otherwise. Come my boy, let's go talk in my office. Hokage's office. 1 week later. The elder village leader sighed as he looked over the photo Naruto had submitted for his shinobi identification card. Gone was the happy-go-lucky smiling face. Gone was the bright orange jumpsuit. Instead the blonde boy wore a black trench coat, a red circle with an upside-down triangle with the kanji for Shadow Fox in the center on the back with various other intricate designs, no doubt custom-made. Accompanying the new jacket, the boy had fitted himself a black sleeveless shirt that was just tight enough to show off his physique but not enough to restrict movement. His hands were adorned with 2 black fingerless gloves with metal plates on the back with the same kanji engraved in them that was on his jacket. A pair of ANBU-style pants, along with combat shinobi boot sandals, completed his new look. However, the boy's new appearance wasn't what troubled the old Hokage. It was behind Naruto in the picture. The boy's shadow had flared up into a fox head just behind him, which had resulted in the poor photographer passing out after the photo was taken. Shaking his head, the elder man thought back of the discussion he had with the boy after the scroll incident. Flashback no jutsu. Hiruzen frowned as he looked over the boy in front of him. So young and had already taken a life for the village, yet showed no mental scarring whatsoever from the event. It was surprising to the aged village leader as even the most seasoned of shinobi had breakdowns after their first kill. Yet Naruto stood steadfast, putting a privacy seal around his office, knowing that sensitive topics were about to be discussed between the two of them. Naruto, about what happened tonight. He began cautiously. How do you feel? You are worried about my mental state, I assume. The boy countered, earning a raised eyebrow from the older man. Truth is, I am fine. I have already rationalized that it had to be done. Mizuki team was betraying the village and framing me for his crime. And about his revelation of the Kyuubi? Are you sure you can trust him? Ari asked from the back of his mind, a little concerned with what her container had decided to do. I am sure, Ari-chan. Naruto mentally replied. Though I intend to keep our relationship out of it. The latter part caused the Kitsune girl to blush heavily. Thing is, GG, I told Mizuki team the truth. The blonde began. I've known about the Kyuubi for years now. And, to an extent, have communicated with it. This revelation shocked the old man, as a sense of fear washed over his face. A multitude of different scenarios ran through his mind of possible outcomes, none of which were good in his mind. Everything from the fox manipulating the boy's mind, to fully possessing the blonde. Naruto-kun. The Hokage began. He hasn't tried to manipulate you or... She. Naruto cut him off with a slight smirk. And no, she hasn't tried to manipulate me or even threaten me. If anything, she is more upset with how the villagers have treated me thus far. She. Hiruzen repeated, dumbfounded. Yeah, the Kyuubi is female. Naruto scratched the back of his head and grinned. How long have you talked with her? The old man sighed. Since my 6th birthday. The boy answered honestly, almost causing the elder man to fall out of his seat in shock. You've been talking with the Kyuubi since you were 6? He asked in shock. How? Naruto sighed before looking at the old man solemnly. It was after the attack on my birthday. The answer caused the old man to wince in response, remembering that dreadful night. It was a sheer surprise to the elder village leader that the boy wasn't mentally scared from that. But it still woke him up in the middle of the night at times. She saved me that night and healed my wounds. Naruto continued, opting to leave out the bit about Jashin-chan also having a hand in his survival for that night. While I was unconscious, We talked and came to an agreement since both of our lives are intertwined together and make the best of the situation. I see, was all Hiruzen could say, slowly digesting the information he had been given. To be honest, he was glad the boy wasn't broken over the burden he was forced to carry. And you say she has not tried to influence you in any way? That is correct, GG. The blonde smiled. We came to an agreement. She helps me by giving me some of her chakra and heightened senses. I make my mental landscape a bit more comfortable for her. Is this how you were able to use those abilities Irika told me about? No. Naruto replied with a sigh. That was my Kurazunda Kekii Genkai, or Dark Blood bloodline if you will. I have never heard of such a bloodline. The old man stated, clearly intrigued by this development. I am not surprised. I awakened it the same night I met the QB. The blonde Hanyou continued, reciting what he had rehearsed for when his abilities would come to light. There was very little I could find on it, to the point that we have more information on the fabled Rinnegan than we do on my bloodline. I only found one scroll mentioning it in our library. I can bring it tomorrow if you wish. That would be appreciated. The old man smiled. What exactly does this bloodline do and how rare would you say it is? As for what it can do, from what I have learned with it and mastered to a comfortable level, I can manipulate the darkness element into hard weapons that are imbued with chakra. Even though it takes no chakra to use my Kurazunda. Naruto explained. Aside from weapons, I can melt into the shadows and use them to travel to places I have been. This is how I have avoided after my 6th birthday. As for how rare it is, from what I found only one person in a millennia has had it at any given time. Once again, Hiruzen was disheartened by the reminder of that fateful day. Though he hid it as best he could. If there was something to take away from it, was that the boy had awakened a very useful ability to aid him on his journey to become one of the greatest shinobi in the elemental nations and eventually greatest Hokage ever. Thank you for trusting me with this information, Naruto-kun. The old man smiled. Why don't you head home? Team placements will be next week. And don't forget to get your photo taken for your shinobi card. Naruto thanked the old man and as a showcase of his abilities, melded into the shadows and disappeared completely, leaving a stunned but grinning Hokage. Flashback no jutsu dispelled. Setting the photo back down on top of the open file, he looked across at the boy in question. Are you sure you want this photo? He asked. It could give the villagers the wrong idea. Would you prefer I use red and white war paint? Naruto countered with a grin. Besides, the QB is part of who I am. So I shall embrace it and take away the power of the villagers' insults. Also, since I am wearing this headband. The blonde gestured to his forehead protector. I am fully legally allowed to defend myself if anyone gets any stupid ideas. I believe I owe a few a stay in the hospital. Hiruzen could only chuckle at that. It was true, there were a number of villagers that had escaped his judgment after such attacks on the boy. I understand, Naruto-kun. He continued to chuckle. Just do not do anything unless acted upon first. If you have trustworthy witnesses, all the better. Don't worry, GG, I will only attack if I am attacked first. Naruto replied. Very well. Head to the academy. The Hokage instructed as he turned back to the massive pile of papers that seemed to keep multiplying whenever he wasn't looking. Team placements will be starting in an hour and a half. Thanks, GG. The boy stated as he moved towards the door. Oh, why don't you use shadow clones to help with the paperwork? With that, the blonde disappeared out the door, leaving a stunned village leader. Muttering why he never thought of that before. After contemplating banging his head on the desk for several minutes for not thinking of using the shadow clone technique. Academy. Naruto made it to the academy with plenty of time to spare. As he entered the classroom, the chatter amongst the other graduates suddenly ceased as they took in his new appearance. The blonde Hanyou paid no heed to them as he made his way back to his usual seat. Stop trying to copy Sasuke-kun, baka, exclaimed the pink-haired girl as she marched up to where his desk was. Which to her surprise earned a nod of agreement from her former friend and current rival. I wasn't aware the Uchiha had a trademark on the color black, Sakura-san. Naruto countered, pulling out another book he had come across of more advanced Fuinjutsu. He doesn't. The girl stammered, a little thrown off by the casual manner the dead last of the class had brushed her off. But that doesn't mean you're going to be cool because you start dressing like him. Naruto shrugged before casting a glance towards the pinkette. First off, the only similarities in our clothing is the color black. That's it. Secondly, your precious Uchiha is over there. Go bother him and leave me alone. Not waiting for a reply, he turned his attention back to his book. This only served to infuriate the pink-haired girl even more as she drew back a punch and aimed it towards his head. However, she and the rest of the class were shocked, aside from Hinata, when he effortlessly caught her first and twisted her arm with just enough pressure to restrain her from moving further. I won't tell you again, Sakura-san. He replied without looking up from his book. Leave me alone. With a slight push, he let her fist go. Wisely she retreated to her desk, unsure what had happened and how it happened. Naruto was dead last, yet he caught her fist without even looking up from the book he was reading. I hope I am on the same team as Naruto-kun. Hinata thought with a smirk. I want a front row seat to how everyone is going to react now that he isn't hiding behind his mask anymore. Slowly, the chatter began to continue amongst the graduates. The main topic now being the change in the dead last's behavior as well as appearance. Even the last Uchiha showed mild interest in the blonde's change. Sometime, Irika entered the classroom alone, much to the surprise of the rest of the class. Irika-sensei, where is Mizuki-sensei? Asked one of the students. Is he sick? No, he isn't sick, answered the instructor. A week ago, Mizuki attempted to betray the village, even going as far to frame Naruto here for the crime, and was killed. This earned a round of gasps, with a handful of the students looking towards where Naruto was sitting, still reading his book. And it was Naruto who was the one who stopped and killed Mizuki while I was injured. Irika stated proudly. Told you, Irika-sensei, I just did what had to be done. The blonde replied before closing his book and putting it away. Finally noticing all the stares he was receiving. Some were in disbelief while others were in shock, and even a handful were in awe. There's no way that dope fought and killed a Chunin? Kiba shot up. Are you calling me a liar? Irika challenged, leveling his gaze on the Inuzuka boy, causing him to shrink back. If anyone has any questions about the incident, the Hokage has it on public record that you may view. Now then, on with the team placements. The scared Chunin stated as he took out a paper and started listing off the teams and their Jonin senseis. Team 7 will consist of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki. Your Jonin sensei will be Kakashi Hatake. Upon hearing her name after Sasuke's, Sakura exclaimed that true love conquered all obstacles, much to the annoyance of the last Uchiha. Though upon hearing Naruto's name, she groaned about being stuck with the dead last. Despite being told that the blonde was the main reason the traitor Mizuki failed to defect from the village with sensitive information, she just simply refused to believe the boy was capable of such a feat and simply marked it up as being over-exaggerated at best. Team 8 will be Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga, and Kiba Inuzuka. Your sensei will be Kurina Yuhi. Mr. Inuzuka, I would get all perverted thoughts out of that head of yours. Your sensei will not tolerate it in the slightest, and she is best friends with Anko, whom I trust you have met before. Kiba immediately shrunk back in his seat. All joy of being on the same team as his mate, Hinata, eased away. Still, with being on the same team and away from that dobe, Hinata would see just how much stronger he is than that loser Naruto she always hung around with. He would show her what a true alpha is made of. One by one, Irika listed off all the teams before instructing them to await for their senseis to arrive. Slowly, each Jonin sensei arrived and called for their teams until finally only 3 graduates remained in the classroom. A brooding Uchiha, an irritated Banshee, and a bored Hanyou. Naruto of course had heard about Kakashi and his habits from Yugao. In short, she didn't have much respect for the man since he was always reading Pawn in public and had a bad habit of being late to everything that he didn't think was worth his time. Though she did acknowledge his skills as a shinobi, that was about the only thing she respected him on. Knowing that it was still going to be a good 2 hours or more before their sensei would decide to show up, Naruto relaxed and retreated into his mindscape. Naruto's mindscape. As soon as the blonde Hanyou materialized into his mindscape, he was immediately pounced upon by the giggling Kitsune girl as she wrapped him in a firm hug. "Hey Ari-chan." Naruto smiled as he returned her hug and giving her a kiss on the cheek, which caused the poor fox girl to blush. "Afternoon, Naruto-kun." She stammered. "So, I have some good news." He grinned again. "I think I have a temporary way to get you out of the seal." At this, the Kyuubi girl began to squeal in excitement at the prospect of being about to get out and stretch her legs and maybe even a little more, she thought with a lecherous grin. "Before you get excited, it's not perfect and only temporary but should work," Naruto warned. He didn't want to get her hopes up only to have it not turn out the way they both hoped it would. The new Fuinjutsu book I got this week had some interesting techniques in it. One of which leads me to believe I can tamper with the seal slightly to allow you to possess one of my shadow clones. Ari was speechless. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. However, she was also worried and it showed on her face. Tampering with the existing seal carried with it a plethora of risks. One miscalculation and it would kill her host, despite his blessings from Jashin. "I know what you're thinking, Kitsuneheim, and I share your concern," he acknowledged, knowing the risks involved with tampering with the seal. "Which is why I am not taking this lightly or rushing into it." At this point, the fox girl had her head down, hiding the tears of joy that were cascading down her cheeks, until she felt a finger on her chin gently lift her head up to look into his blue eyes. "I promised I would get you out," he proclaimed as he brought her into a firm hug, still looking into her red-slit eyes. "Then, I can really hold you in my arms." To her shock, Naruto leaned in and kissed her full on the lips, sealing his promise to her. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." She smiled, wiping away her tears once more after they had broken the kiss. "Also, I think Anko has some things she wants to experiment with you involved." He grinned, causing the poor fox girl to blush at the implications. "Anyways, I should leave. I can feel my sensei's chakra approaching. Not to mention that Uchiha brat keeps staring at you." Ari smiled. "I'll have to tell him I don't swing that way." He smirked before fading away from his mindscape, the giggling of the Kitsune girl echoing in his ears. Real world. Slowly Naruto cracked his eyes open, and sure enough, Sasuke was looking at him out of the side of his eyes, though doing a poor job of hiding it. All the while, Sakura was staring at the raven-haired emo with a dreamy look in her eyes. No doubt fantasizing about the boy actually talking to her for once. "I don't swing that way." Naruto spoke up. "So kindly stop staring at me." Sasuke scoffed and turned away a while Sakura's face turned red. Infuriated that the idiot would even make such an insinuation about her Sasuke-kun. However, before she could scream at the blonde, an older man appeared in the doorway with gravity-defying silver hair. "Yo," the man greeted as if he wasn't 3 hours late. "My first impression is that I hate you all. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes." With that being said, the silver-haired Jonin shined away in a swirl of leaves. Getting out of his desk and stretching, Naruto made his way towards the door. For a moment he contemplated using his shadow step to get a rise out of his teammates but decided against it. They would all see what he could do soon enough. At least to a certain extent. Falling into step at the back of the line, he followed the two up to the roof. Academy rooftop. Once on the rooftop, each situated into a comfortable position. Naruto opted to just lean against the wall near the group while the brooding emo sat on a lone pillar stub to ensure the pink-haired banshee couldn't sit with him. Sakura instead opted to sit on the floor, between Kakashi and Sasuke. "Now that we are all here, let's introduce ourselves." Kakashi I smiled at the trio. Why don't you go first to show us how to do it?" Sakura suggested, earning a deadpan look from her sensei as if to say, "You don't know how to introduce yourself." "Very well." Kakashi smiled through his face mask. "My name is Kakashi Hatake. I'm the kind of person who doesn't feel like talking about his likes or dislikes. My dreams for the future are none of your business. But I have lots of hobbies." "You're up, Pinky." Sakura scowled at her nickname, but continued anyways. "My name is Sakura Haruno. My favorite thing is... well, it's not a thing. It's a person. A boy. And that boy is... My dream is to... She squeals, much to the annoyance of the others around her. And I hate Inopig and Nerdobaka. Geez, did I PSS in your cereal or something? Naruto asked, unsure why she would hate him. If he hounded after her like a love-sick puppy constantly asking for dates, he could understand. Anyways, moving on. Kakashi interrupted before it could escalate. Your turn, Sasuke. HN. The emo grunted. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I don't have any likes or dislikes. But I do have a goal. I will kill a man and avenge my clan. Sasuke-kun is so cool. Inner Sakura gushed. He has the personality of an ice cube. Naruto thought to himself with a frown. The hell do his fangirls see in him anyways? Who knows? Ari commented, equally as perplexed. Last up is you, Blondie. Very well. Naruto began, ignoring the nickname given to him. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My likes are training, learning new techniques, and spending time with my Haim. Purposely leaving it vague since he called all his girls his Haims. My dislikes are those who let arrogance blind them, those that don't take their training seriously, and those that only try to use others and RPSTS. My dream is to make someone very precious to me proud. And learn more about my bloodline. His introduction contradicts his academy file. Kakashi noted as he eyed the blonde before him. No mention of becoming Hokage and claiming he has a bloodline? And who is this mystery person he is fond of that he wants to make proud? You have a bloodline, dope? Sasuke asked in a demanding tone. Naruto, you shouldn't lie about having a bloodline just to feel special. Kakashi chastised the blonde. I wasn't aware you got to dictate who gets a bloodline and who doesn't. I must have missed that memo. Naruto coolly responded with a shrug, earning a glare from the masked jonin. And yes, I have a bloodline. It's called Kurazunda. And what does it do? The Cycloptic sensei inquired, ignoring the blonde's earlier jab. Manipulation over shadows and the darkness element. Naruto replied. If you want clarification, the Hokage knows about it and has the only scroll I could find about it. Kakashi frowned at this, but shrugged it off. Anyways, meet at Training Ground 7 at 6 in the morning for your genin test. The silver-haired jonin instructed. Oh, and I would recommend not eating unless you want to throw up. Wait, what do you mean genin test? We passed, didn't we? Sakura shrieked, causing both Naruto and Sasuke to cover their ears. You passed the academy test to see if you are good enough to be considered genin. The man-eye smiled. I will warn you, the test tomorrow has a 66% fail rate. Johnny. Not waiting for his genin to reply, Kakashi shined away, leaving an annoyed Sakura, an uncaring Uchiha, and an apathetic blonde. Naruto had already assumed something like this was going to happen, and was looking forward to seeing what the test was. Well, I will see you tomorrow at 9. He remarked. Oh, and eat a good breakfast. Like Kakashi, he didn't wait for a reply and disappeared into the shadows, using his shadow step ability. Much to the shock of his two teammates. Hey Sasuke, do you want to go out on a date? Sakura asked hopefully after they snapped out of their shock. No, was the emo's quick reply as he walked away, leaving the pink-haired girl alone with her thoughts and rejection. Next morning, 8:45 a.m. After a restful night's sleep and a hearty breakfast, Naruto made his way to the designated training ground, only to find his two teammates there, slouched over. Exhausted and irritable. Clearly, they ignored his suggestion. You're late. Sakura shouted. No, I said I would be here at 9. Naruto pointed out. Our sensei has a habit of being late to everything. So I just showed up closer to the time he would decide to grace us with his presence. Sakura only scoffed and sat back down against one of the poles, not even caring if she was close to Sasuke or not. With a shrug, Naruto leaned back against the remaining pole and pulled out his Fuinjutsu book as he awaited their illustrious sensei's arrival. It would be another hour before the silver-haired jonin arrived, to find 2 passed-out genin and the remaining 1 casually reading a book. Though he couldn't make out what the topic was before Naruto sealed it away. Well, my cute little genin. Kakashi beamed as both Sasuke and Sakura roused from their sleep, each glaring at the silver-haired man. "You're late!" Sakura yelled with more force than when she yelled at Naruto. "Mama!" Kakashi waved her off. "You see, there was a black cat that crossed my path, and then I had to help an old lady." "Bullshit." The pink cat seethed. "Anyways." The man ignored her, turning his attention to the rest of the team. "The test today is simple. All you have to do is get these bells from me in 2 hours." Holding up a string with only 2 bells attached to them. "But Kakashi-sensei, there are 2 bells and 3 of us," Sakura pointed out. "Correct." The masked Jonin smiled. "Which means one of you will be sent back to the academy." "So that's his plan." Naruto inwardly smirked. The true purpose of this test is teamwork. But he is using a divide-and-conquer tactic by making us fight each other for a limited resource. The test starts now. Immediately both Sakura and Sasuke disappeared into the trees, leaving on Naruto standing across from their sensei, his black trench coat flapping in the wind as he seized up his sensei. To be honest, he had no doubt he could take the masked Jonin. He is, after all, gone toe-to-toe with a goddess, even if she did hold back. However, Naruto had no intention of tipping his hand just yet. "You know, this is where you are supposed to hide," Kakashi stated, not looking up from his orange book. "Maybe, but I have a reputation for being unpredictable." The blonde smirked. "Upholding that reputation is likely to get you killed in the field." The silver-haired sensei replied, still not looking up from his book. "I'm sure so many will mourn me the day that happens." The Hanyou shrugged, earning a frown from his sensei. Without warning, Naruto flicked out his wrist with 2 black objects shooting out at a high rate of speed. Though Kakashi easily deflected the 2 projectiles before they could reach him. However, for a split moment he did look up from his book, unsure as to where Naruto had acquired his weapons from, not having seen him wear a kunai holster or shuriken pouch. These are possibly duplicates. The masked Jonin thought to himself as he studied the blonde in front of him, probably using them as a distraction. Pretty well thought out for the dead last of the class. Once again, Naruto repeated his attack, though this time with more kunai and at a higher rate of speed. This time, however, the silver-haired sensei opted to hesitate until the last second when his senses screamed at him to avoid the attack. In a blur, he deflected many of the incoming projectiles, though still managed to receive a gash on his arm where one tore through his defenses. Eyes wide, Kakashi immediately came to the realization that these kunai Naruto was throwing were solid and a threat. "Now that I got your attention." Naruto grinned as he crouched and launched himself towards the elder shinobi. The masked Jonin was surprised at the strength and speed the blonde was using as he jumped back and deflected and blocked the strikes that came at him. However, Naruto's speed and power were impressive, forcing Kakashi to actually put his book away and focus on the fight. The masked Jonin was event considering using his Sharingan with the way the blonde kept him on the defensive. However, suddenly the Naruto he was fighting poofed in a cloud of smoke, revealing it was a shadow clone. A shadow clone? Kakashi mentally exclaimed, clearly shocked by the development. How did he know it? When did he create it? The last Uchiha was livid. He refused to believe the sight that was before him. The dead last Dobe was not only holding his own against their Jonin sensei, but actually keeping him on the defensive. Worst of all, it didn't even look like the blonde was trying in the slightest, which only angered the raven-haired boy further. There is no way that Dobe should be that strong. He seethed to himself. That power should belong to me so I can kill Itachi. A dark smirk crept across his lips. I will find out what makes that loser so strong and take it for myself. With Sakura, the cherry blossom was beside herself as she watched the events unfold from her hiding place, hidden in the trees. Nobaka, the dead last, was taking on Kakashi-sensei as if it were a light spar for him. It was even more surprising with the Naruto in the field suddenly dispelled, revealing itself to be a shadow clone. Who knew Naruto was so strong? Inner Sakura stated. I dare say he may even be stronger than Sasuke-kun. There's no way Naruto Baka is stronger than Sasuke-kun. Her outer self vehemently denied. That little display says otherwise. Inner laughed, though now that I think of it, Naruto is kind of cute. Especially with those whisker marks. I wonder how the rest of him looks since he is always hiding his body. I bet he is a hunk. Shut up. Shut up. Sakura shook her head, trying to ignore her inner self's monologue. I love Sasuke-kun and we are destined to be together. Psst, Sakura-san. A voice came from behind her. Eyes wide, she slowly turned around to see her blonde team-mate perched on the tree branch with her. She would have screamed in shock if the boy hadn't covered her mouth, preventing her from doing so. Don't scream, he said as he released her. What do you want, Naruto-baka? She glared at him, though quickly blushed now that she was up close to his face, due to their proximity to each other. Those whisker marks do make him look cute, she thought to herself, before shaking that line of thinking away. If Naruto had noticed, he gave no indication that he did. We need to work together if we want to pass this test, he bluntly stated. Why should I help you? She shot back defiantly. Besides, Sasuke-kun will easily pass this test once he gets the bells from Kakashi-sensei, and then him and I will be on the same team. Tell me, Sakura-san. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at her ignorance. Supposed smartest kunoichi in the class, yet she hung on to her delusions. Have you ever seen a two-man cell? The pinkette opened her mouth to reply, but closed it, unable to think of any team that only had 2 members. Exactly, all teams are 3-man cells, with the odd team getting a 4th member. Naruto pointed out. Even if a team loses a member due to injury or death, they are quickly filled with a suitable replacement. The only exceptions are apprenticeships. Okay, so how are we going to work together? She relented with a heavy sigh. And does Sasuke-kun know? Sasuke is too prideful to openly accept help. The blonde explained, holding his hand up when he saw she was about to defend her obsession. So, when he goes to fight Kakashi-sensei, I will help him so it will at least appear we are working together. While Sasuke and I are fighting sensei, you sneak up on his left and go for the bells. Sakura blinked at how well thought out this plan was. Why his left side? She asked, a little confused. Why not just come up behind him? If you noticed, he wears his hide over his left eye, giving him a blind spot. He pointed out. So while Sasuke and I have him distracted, you should be able to sneak in and get the bells. Fine, but if this doesn't work, I am beating you into the ground. Threatened. If this doesn't work, we're all going back to the academy. He countered. Well, she would. Kakashi-sensei is already playing favorites with the Uchiha, so I would full expect him to pull some strings to get him as an apprentice since Hatake holds the dog summoning scroll. And I could easily become Hibiheim's apprentice since she already let me sign her snake summoning scroll. However, the pinkette didn't need to be aware of that. With Kakashi, the masked Jonin frowned. He had hoped that there would at least be some form of teamwork between his genin, but so far only Naruto had faced off against him. It still troubled the silver-haired Jonin that the blonde had not only kept him on the defensive in a pure taijutsu match, but had also drew blood from his ranged attack prior. Fortunately it wasn't deep, but it did sting. Looking up from his book, he spotted his next challenger. Sasuke Uchiha. Let's see what he does. Kakashi thought. Taking after Naruto and attacking me head-on? The masked man asked lazily. I am nothing like that weakling. The Uchiha scoffed. And I will be taking those bells. The Uchiha then quickly withdrew a series of hand seals before bringing his hand up to his mouth. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke shouted as a huge fireball erupted from his hand, barreling towards Kakashi. When the flames died down, it was revealed that the masked Jonin had replaced himself with a log. Looking around, the Uchiha felt the ground move from underneath him. Not bothering to look down, the raven-haired boy jumped into the air, narrowly avoiding a grasping hand from the silver-haired sensei. Flipping in the air, Sasuke landed on his feet and charged towards the masked shinobi. The Uchiha sent a flurry of punches and kicks towards Kakashi, each one being blocked or deflected, while the silver-haired Jonin would read his book. A stark difference from his taijutsu exchange from Naruto. Though, he was forced to focus more on the fight when Sasuke had twisted himself in a half-flip while his kick was blocked, and actually touched the bells. Seeing his attempt fail, Sasuke pushed himself away from his sensei and settled back into his Uchiha-style fighting stance. As the Uchiha launched another assault, Naruto bolted out of the trees and attacked Kakashi high, seeing as Sasuke was already attacking low. This is interesting, Naruto seems to be working alongside Sasuke. Kakashi thought to himself as he avoided and blocked the oncoming strikes. Though his previous encounter with the blonde had him worried. "I don't need your help, Dobe," Sasuke stated, glaring at the blonde. "Noted," was all Naruto countered with as he moved along with the Uchiha to re-engage their sensei. While the two boys engaged the masked Jonin, the blonde Hanyou took care as to not make any move towards the bells. He did this for two reasons. 1. To not antagonize the Uchiha, knowing that the emo's pride wouldn't take it well if Naruto went after the bells. Secondly, he needed to make sure Sakura was included in this plan, even if Sasuke was unaware of it. As the two boys kept the silver-haired Jonin engaged, the pinkette crept out of her hiding spot and got closer to the action. Coming in from the left, just as Naruto had suggested. To her surprise, the plan was working perfectly as she was able to get just beside Kakashi and made a reach for the bells. Until she suddenly found herself in an entirely different location, and Naruto was where she once was. Just in time to receive a powerful punch from Sasuke. Sakura didn't know what to make of what she had just witnessed. Did her Sasuke-kun purposely attack her just so she couldn't get the bells, or did Naruto switch places so he could get the bells himself? None of it made sense to her. With little effort, Naruto picked himself up and dusted himself off, shooting a glare towards the Uchiha whom only looked at him smugly. The blonde Hanyou would have done more, if not for the sound of a bell ringing in the distance, signaling the time frame for the test was over. "Well, that concludes this test," Kakashi stated as he looked over his group of genin. "And you each failed to get the bells." Both Sasuke and Sakura balled up their fists, though Naruto remained relaxed. He knew they had at least in some capacity accomplished the true purpose for the test. So unless the man was going to pull some bullshit, the blonde knew they had passed. "I'ma say, I was worried about you three," he continued. "However, in the end, you three did work together, which was the true purpose for this test." At this official revelation, Sakura's mouth dropped as she cast a glance over towards Naruto. How did he figure it out? "Sasuke, you showed great skill in your taijutsu, keep up your training." The masked Jonin smiled before turning his attention towards the blonde. "Naruto, your brashness could have endangered your team due to you rushing into the fight. Be aware of that in the future." Naruto only scoffed at it. He could already tell his sensei was going to play favorites to a severe degree. His first clue was during the introductions. Kakashi had given both Sakura and him nicknames, though he called the emo by his given name. "Anyways, congratulations on passing. You are now officially Team 7. He smiled. "The rest of the day is yours. Report to the Hokage Tower tomorrow at 7 a.m. to begin missions." With that, the silver-haired Jonin shined away to give his report to the Hokage, leaving his genin alone. "So, wanna go get something to eat to celebrate passing the test?" Naruto openly offered to his newfound team. Not that he cared and would honestly prefer not to be anywhere near the Uchiha after the stunt he just pulled. "Like I would want to waste time with you losers." The Uchiha grunted as he walked away from the two. Naruto only shrugged and walked in the separate direction to where Ichiraku's was, not bothering to see if Sakura was following him or not. He had left to invitation open, it was up to her if she wanted to take him up on his friendly offer. It didn't take long for the blonde Hanyou to make his way to the ramen stand. Taking his usual seat, he greeted the father and daughter duo. Noticing a blush on the young woman's face, though he said nothing. However, it did make him feel bad that he couldn't return her feelings. At least not just yet. He made a note to put Iam at the top of the list once he was able to enact the CRA on himself. In the meantime, he promised himself that he wouldn't string her along or play with her emotions. "Hello, Naruto-kun." Iam greeted happily. "Hey, Iam-chan." He smiled, earning himself another blush from the girl. "6 Kushina specials, please." And a small miso ramen please. The pinkette ordered as she sat down next to Naruto. A little embarrassed about being her. Afraid people would get the wrong idea. Naruto-kun, is this a girlfriend? Tuchi teased, earning a glare from both Ayam and Sakura. No, Aji-san. Naruto quickly shot that notion down. This is just a teammate. We are celebrating passing our final test. Why such a small bowl? The brown-haired ramen chef waitress asked curiously. I'm on a diet. Sakura answered, earning a quirked eyebrow from both Naruto and Ayam. Why? Asked Naruto. Because Sasuke-kun likes thin girls. She stated, glaring at the blonde. And just so you know, I am only here because you offered to celebrate being a team. So don't think for a second that this is a date. Ayam only rolled her eyes at the pink-haired girl's antics and disappeared into the kitchen to prepare the orders. Naruto for his part only shook his head and sighed. Okay, in reverse order while you are cute. This caused Sakura to blush, a bit taken back by the compliment. I am already engaged to Enko-chan, my Hibiheim. As well as Yugao-chan. Also, I already shot down the old man for even implying you as anything other than a teammate. He continued. Secondly, did Sasuke himself tell you he liked thin girls? Well, no. She answered, still blushing over his compliment. Not even Sasuke had called her cute. So how do you know he likes thin girls? Naruto countered. Just how much do you know about him? Sakura had no real answer for this. Both her and Ino, and the hordes of other fangirls had all started dieting when a rumor began to circulate that the last Uchiha would only date skinny girls. None of them had questioned it. Honestly, dieting is harmful for a kunoichi. He continued, ignoring the glare he received from Sakura. You will never be at peak condition and will lose energy a lot faster, making you a liability for the rest of the team. Now, if you train like you should, you won't have to worry about gaining any weight because your training will burn off all calories you take in. So what, I should just give up on Sasuke-kun? The cherry blossom inquired with sarcasm. If you want to pursue him, go ahead. Naruto shrugged. But don't endanger yourself doing it. Sakura frowned at this. It sounded like he was actually concerned for her well-being. This was something new to her as she was used to the constant rejection and apathy from her obsession, and even her parents didn't question her choices or try and change her mind. So what should I do then? She asked. First off, ignore rumors. Rumors are a dime a dozen and are hardly ever true. The blonde boy stated. Secondly, try to get to know him on a personal level. Take for instance Anko-chan and myself. We literally know everything about each other. Our dreams, our goals, and even some of our odd quirks we have. In a word, Sakura was shocked. She had half expected the blonde boy to tell her to give up altogether on Sasuke and maybe even purse him instead. Though perhaps that later part was due to being around Kiba too much, since her seat in class was near his. However, to see just how much he understood about the importance of a strong relationship surprised her. She was shaken out of her thoughts when their orders arrived. Thanking Ayam, both began to dig into their respective meals. Sakura was a little worried about the scent coming for the blonde's bowl, almost making her eyes tear up from all the skis and chilies in it. However, one thing was pestering her. Well, with a little goading from her inner self. Naruto. She spoke, leaving out her usual insult to his name. What happened during the bell test? Why did you switch places with me? Naruto could only sigh. He knew she wasn't going to take this well. You want the truth? He asked, seeing her nod her head. When you were reaching for the bells, Sasuke saw you and went to punch you instead of Kakashi-sensei. I switched myself with you to take the hit, so you wouldn't get hurt. Sakura was silent as she digested what the blonde boy had just told her. Deep inside, she knew it was true, but she just didn't want to admit it. Maybe it was an accident? Yes, it was an accident. Sasuke-kun would never do that to her. She decided to voice her thoughts. Maybe it was an accident? She offered, causing Naruto to raise his eyebrow in response. Maybe. He relented even though he knew it wasn't. Jashin, I hope she wakes up soon about the prick before she gets really hurt. In the back of his mind, he could hear Ari ranting and raving about how blind the girl was and so on. So much so, that Naruto had to close off the link to avoid getting a severe headache. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen sat behind his desk as he listened to each of the Jonin senseis give their reports on how each of their respected teams did. Unsurprising, most of the teams failed their tests, prompting them to be sent back to the academy in hopes for better luck next year. Fortunately, only one severe injury. Unfortunately, the one injured was Kiba Inuzuka. It appeared he had made a rather lewd comment about his sensei's attire and was trapped in a genjutsu that could only be described as nightmarish. The only reason Team 8 had passed was mostly due to sympathy on Kurenai's part. However, the Hokage let it slide. Shino was very adept in his clan's abilities, and despite his attitude the Inuzuka boy was also skilled in his own way. His only concern was for the Hyuga girl, though it appeared over the last few years she had grown into her own person. Team 7 passed. Kakashi stated from his perch on the windowsill, still reading his orange book. Much to the annoyance of the other Jonin in the room. Namely the red-eyed beauty that despised such things. And how did they do? Hiruzen asked with curiosity. Sakura is book smart, though her physical abilities leave a lot to be desired. Naruto is quick to rush into things, and needs severe improvement in his taijutsu abilities. Kakashi reported, as for Sasuke, he is a true elite. His taijutsu is exceptional for his age as well as his ninjutsu abilities. I see. The Hokage replied. And who gave you that cut on your arm? It was a lucky shot from Naruto. The masked Jonin shrugged. Hiruzen frowned. If he hadn't watched Naruto through his crystal ball, he would have believed Kakashi's report. However, since he didn't feel any malice from the Jonin sensei of Team 7, he let it slide. At least for now. Very well, have your teams report for their first missions tomorrow. Dismissed. And thus, the journey of Team 7 would begin. Somewhere, a young woman, no older than 25, slowly made her way down the darkened steps to her basement in the early hours of the morning. Just before the rest of the household would wake up to start their day. Reaching the bottom, she produced a key from her blouse and unlocked the door at the far back of the basement. Once open, she quickly entered and locked the door behind her, not wanting anyone to interrupt what she was about to do. The room she entered wasn't very large, about the size of a broom closet, though this room held nothing of cleaning tools. No, on the floor was a red circle with an upside-down triangle in it. Just in front of the circle was an altar that held a bowl and a knife. Kneeling down in the center of the circle, the woman removed her necklace and draped it over the altar before picking up the knife. Jashandma, I pray unto thee to come claim the tainted soul that corrupts and spoils our land. The woman began to pray as she brought the knife to her left arm before cutting deep into her under forearm, letting the blood flow down into the bowl on the altar. I give my blood as an offering. If she was in any pain, her face didn't show it. If anything, it looked as if she were full of bliss. A few minutes passed in silence as the blood pooled into the bottom of the bowl. Slowly, the blood began to glow and swirl on its own, forming into a floating sphere that began to rise until it was at the same height as the woman's face. My child, I have heard your prayers. A distorted voice echoed from the sphere of blood. Take heart, my child. In 2 weeks' time, you will be sheltered by the shadow of the fox. Its message deliver, the blood sphere dissolved in mid-air, leaving nothing behind but a smiling woman. Putting the knife back next to the bowl, she put her necklace back on before kissing the pendant. Thank you, Jashin-sama. She whispered as she got up from her kneeling position and exited the room, being sure to lock the door once more. Tsunami! A voice called from upstairs. I'm heading to Konoha. I'll be back in 2 weeks. Have a safe trip. She called back with a smile. Konoha. In a word, annoyed. That would be the best way to describe the blonde Hanyou at the moment. Even with the warnings from both Anko and Yugao, he never expected it to be this bad. Nothing but D-rank missions for the last month. They were assigned to do everything from painting fences, pulling weeds, and walking dogs. Nothing but common chores that the civilians were too lazy to do, though there were a few exceptions of some of them legitimately needing help. Kakashi had spouted off some nonsense about it building teamwork for the team, But there hasn't been any of that, as Sasuke would always isolate himself furthest from the others while they worked. The cycloptic Jonin for his part wouldn't lift a finger to help either, instead choosing to keep his nose buried in his book of smut, much to Sakura's annoyance. Speaking of the cherry blossom, at least things were civil between her and the blonde Hanyou. After their team celebration lunch and the talk they had, both had silently agreed to come to an understanding and decided to at least work as a team as required. Naruto was at least glad she had heeded some of his advice and started training a bit harder and had stopped her dieting. While her training was nowhere near as rigorous as his was, it was a step in the right direction. Currently, they were on the most dreaded of all D-rank missions. The mission all Genin squads and even some ANBU dreaded. Catch Tora. Dog in position. The silver-haired Jonin informed through his radio as he peered around the tree he was hiding behind, spotting the beast. Target is sighted. Raven in position. Sasuke replied from his position just across from Kakashi, in a similar tree. Cherry blossom in position. The Pinkette answered from her hiding spot in the bushes. Shadow fox in position. Came the Hanyou's reply from where he was hidden in the shadows the trees and foliage provided. You two were not to change your call signs. Kakashi chastised both Naruto and Sakura. You are Pinky and Blondie. Naruto only rolled his eyes at his sensei's words. The favoritism that the masked Jonin was showing was becoming annoying to the blonde Hanyou. Even Sakura was noticing it, even though she kept her mouth shut and trusted her sensei. Naruto could see it was starting to get on her nerves. Especially after a training session, Kakashi would dismiss Sakura and Naruto and hold Sasuke behind for a private training session. Target is heading in your direction, Cherry Blossom. Naruto responded, alerting his team of the change of direction their prey was heading. Acknowledged, Shadow Fox. Sakura replied with a slight smirk, knowing that using their self-chosen call signs was getting on her sensei's nerves. Belay that, target is backtracking to your position. Roger that, moving in to intercept. Naruto didn't for a reply as he moved from his position and did something that none of his team expected. He sat down in front of the beast and waiting. After a few seconds of the beast staring down the young Hanyou, it moved towards the boy and sniffed the boy's waiting hand before nuzzling against it. Everyone watched as the beast with brown fur and black stripes settled into the blonde's lap, purring in contentment. Confirming target, ribbon on its right ear. Tiger striped markings and brown coat. Naruto reported into the radio. Confirmed, target is Tora. That was anticlimactic. Sakura commented with a frown. Kakashi and Sasuke could only nod in agreement. All the horror stories from other teams about the beast now purring in Naruto's lap and given the team an image of a bloodthirsty beast that would devour them if they made one mistake. Let's report our success. Kakashi stated, though he frowned at the blonde holding the cat. Once again, the boy acted without being ordered to. You mean Naruto's success? Ari ranted from the back of Naruto's mind. Don't mind him, Kitsunheim. The boy mentally replied. He's just said that I upstaged his precious Uchiha again. Cradling Tora in his arms, Naruto got up and walked along with his team towards the Hokage Tower where the client was waiting with the Hokage. Not just any client, the wife of the fire daimyo herself. Hokage Tower, 5 minutes later. After a short walk, Team 7 found themselves in the office of the Hokage. To the side of Hiruzen's desk stood an average-height woman with a slender figure, dressed in a red luxurious kimono showing a fair bit of cleavage, with an assortment of jewelry adorning her fingers and neck. One thing that struck Naruto as being odd was the fact that almost all of the woman's jewelry was gold, except one lone necklace with a silver chain. Capture Tora mission, a success. Kakashi reported. Oh, my precious baby. The woman quickly rushed to where Naruto was and scooped the cat out of his arms and hugged it tightly against her ample chest. Did you miss mommy? I bet you were so scared out there all alone. The scene before them caused each member of Team 7 to sweat drop. Very good, Kakashi. The village elder stated. Payment will be transferred to your individual accounts. You're dismissed. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kakashi bowed before turning and dismissing his team for the afternoon. Receiving the dismissal, Naruto approached the woman who was still crushing the poor cat, whom was now struggling to escape once more, in a hug. "Excuse me, Naruto began, catching the woman's attention as well as his team's, earning a scowl from Kakashi. "Shijimi, cutie." She smiled as she introduced herself to the bold genin that had approached her. "With respect, Shijimi Dano." The boy continued. "I believe I know why Tora keeps running away and how to prevent it." "Naruto, leave it be," the silver-haired jonin chastised. "You are speaking above your station. Relax, Shinobi-san." Shijimi waved off the older ninja, keeping her attention on the boy before her. "I would like to hear what he has to say." Kakashi nodded, though shot a glare at the young blonde that did not go unnoticed by the blonde Hanyou. "Now, you were saying you know how to keep my precious baby from running away all the time?" the woman asked, all the while snuggling the cat further. "With all due respect, I believe part of the problem is you, Shijimi Dano." Naruto replied rather bluntly, earning a gasp from his team and sensei. Even Sasuke wasn't immune to the shock of his blonde teammate speaking so bluntly to the wife of the fire daimyo. "Naruto!" the masked jonin exclaimed, though was stopped as the woman held up her free hand. "Continue," she stated, not sounding the least bit upset. Rather, she sounded more amused than anything else. "You see, cats as a species hate to be confined or feel trapped." The blonde continued, ignoring the glare Kakashi kept sending his way. "While I see that you do love her greatly, your love and affection make her feel trapped and thus, the reason why she runs away all the time." "If I may?" Naruto asked, gesturing towards the Tora in the woman's arms. With a nod in confirmation, the blonde approached the woman and began to gently guide her arms so that one arm was supporting the cat's weight from underneath, leaving the other hand free to slide Tora. The change was almost immediate as Tora had gone from scratching and flailing to purring in the woman's arms. "Madam Shijimi, I apologize for Naruto's actions." Kakashi stepped forward and bowed. "I will see to it that he will be properly punished for his disrespectful actions." "You will do no such thing, Kakashi Hatake," the woman stated with authority and firmness in her voice that wasn't present prior. She then turned to the blonde in front of her. "What is your name, cutie?" "Naruto Uzumaki, ma'am." The blonde replied, bowing his head as a sign of respect. "Hokodano, give this one a bonus payment." She smiled as she turned to the village leader. "For being the first in 10 years to have discovered the hidden objective behind the Tora missions." "Hidden objective?" Sakura asked, a little confused now that she had managed to shake off the shock. "You see, there will be times when you as a shinobi will be hired to escort or guard a person of high social standing." She began, looking over the genin in front of her. "During these times, you may witness things your client is doing that you know are not right. In these times, you will need to choose between completing your mission and ignoring what you saw, or doing what is right. Will you stand by while your client rapes a young woman? Will you look the other way as your client pockets money as a bribe? These are scenarios you may very well find yourself in." She finished, as Hiruzen nodded in agreement with a solemn look on his face. For the first time, Kakashi looked rather ashamed for failing to see the hidden meaning behind the mission, especially since he had always preached about looking underneath the underneath. He could already feel the disappointment in the eyes of the Hokage on him, namely for chastising Naruto. Sakura, on the other hand, was shocked and a little terrified of eventually encountering one of the scenarios Madame Shijimi had described. Wow! Who would have thought that the dead last of our class would be making such an impact already? Inner Sakura exclaimed, clearly proud of the young blonde. "I know, it's almost as if he was..." Her thoughts ended as her eyes slightly widened at the realization. He's been hiding his true potential all along. But why? Maybe we should follow him and find out just what he does. See how he trains and maybe what his body looks like under that coat. Inner suggested with a lecherous grin, causing Sakura to blush slightly before shaking the thoughts away. "I agree on seeing how he trains, but I will not give up on Sasuke-kun." The Pinkette vehemently defended her love for the raven-haired emo, casting her gaze over at the team's resident emo. For the most part, Sasuke didn't care if any of the scenarios painted out for him. It wasn't his problems what others did. Would you like to join me for lunch, young Uzumaki? Shijimi inquired with a smile as Tora jumped to her shoulders and draped her body across the back of the woman's neck. And I know just the place. Unfortunately, Kakashi interrupted before the blonde could answer. Naruto has training he needs to do to improve his taijutsu. But Sasuke is free. As I recall, you dismissed your team. Shijimi pointed out with a stern look, forcing the masked Jonin to take a step back. And I would much rather have a private lunch with the young man who was able to discover my mission's hidden objective. I would be happy to accompany you, Shijimi Dano. Naruto answered, earning another glare from his sensei. Though this time, Kakashi wisely kept his mouth shut. Very well, let us be off then. The wife of the fire daimyo stated as she led the blonde out of the office. Chichirakus. To be honest, Shijimi Dano, I wasn't expecting that you would want to get some ramen. Naruto stated, a little surprised that a woman of her stature would want to come to such a quaint business. Not that he minded, though this is the best ramen in the entire elemental nations. Please, call me Shijimi, Naruto-kun. The woman smiled. And you are correct, cutie, this is the best ramen in all of the elemental nations. Welcome to Ichiraku's How May I? Tucci greeted before freezing up as he saw who had entered his stand. Shijimi Dano, it is a pleasure to see you again. And with young Naruto no less. I told you before, Tucci, simply call me Shijimi. The woman frowned. You know I hate such titles. My apologies. The old man smiled. What can I get for you today? We'll take the private room if you would please. This earned a curious look from the blonde Hanyou. All the times he has eaten at this stand, he had never once heard of any mention of them having a private area for guests. However, he didn't question it as Tucci led the two into the back, just past the kitchen area where a lone booth was located. Getting them seated and taking their orders, which was the usual for Naruto, though he did tone it done in the presence of the fire daimyo's wife. Once done, he left the two alone to attend to matters in the front of the shop. So, you're Jashin-sama's champion, if I am not mistaken. Shijimi stated, not beating around the bush. She got the reaction she expected from the young blonde. Your task is not an easy one. I am beginning to think Jashin-chan likes seeing me in these awkward situations. He mentally cried, earning a chuckle from the fox girl. Though you did already suspect something when you saw her only silver necklace chain. Ari put in, to which Naruto mentally nodded in agreement. I know. He replied simply. But, I have faith I will accomplish what Jashin-chan has set before me. Though I know it will be a long road with many challenges. Especially since I am limited in my movements due to my genin rank. Not to mention Jinchuriki status. The brunette added. Fear not, I only know of your status due to my position, and I don't mean as the fire daimyo's wife. I am a high priestess for Jashin-sama herself. So you convert people then? He asked, a little curious. For the time being, no. She sighed. She missed preaching about her goddess to those that would listen, and convert those that were willing. My instructions are to lay low until Jashin-sama's champion begins to create waves. That may take some time, as we already established my rank and status. Naruto commented. We are patient. She smiled. And once you have created your waves, I will use my position as the fire daimyo's wife to influence the fire nation at least, to legalize Jashinism. And I have a feeling you will be making your first big wave here very soon. She's using the word wave a lot, don't you think? Ari asked from the back of his mind. Almost as if she is hinting at something. Naruto mentally replied. Well, I hope to make a splash then. He replied with a grin, causing the woman across from him to smile at his pun. An hour later, after an hour of eating together, Naruto and Shijimi had gone their separate ways. Earning a few curious glances from the villagers as to why the wife of the fire daimyo would want to associate herself with the demon child, though they knew better than to act out with her present. Wisely keeping their mouths shut, Naruto had headed off in the opposite direction, heading towards his preferred training grounds to get some late afternoon training in before turning in for the day. Part of his mind wandered to what his mates were up to. Enko was probably enjoying herself torturing some poor soul. Yugao was no doubt watching over the Hokage's office, as he had sensed her desire to kill Kakashi for his actions towards the blonde. Lastly, Hinata was no doubt at her compound, reading some of the scrolls he had copied for her. "Oi dobe!" A voice yelled from behind him, catching the blonde's attention. Turning, he saw a rather irate Kiba Inuzuka behind him, with an equally upset Akamaru. "Something I can help you with, Kiba?" he asked in a bored tone. Not sure what got the feral kid's underwear in a knot. "What the hell did you do to my sister?" the boy exclaimed as he marched up to where the blonde stood. "She hasn't shut up about you for an entire week." Naruto had to adopt a thinking pose to remember just what incident Kiba could be referring to. Not that he mingled with many women outside of his mates. A light seemed to switch on, as he remembered what it could be that got his former classmate upset. "Ah, that's right." Naruto snapped his fingers in remembrance. "You're Hana-san's little brother." Kiba only clenched his fists in response. "Tell you the truth, a week ago we got a mission to help take inventory and restock her vet when the shipments arrived. Hana-san had gone out for something, and the next thing I know she returns hysterical with one of her Nin-ken in her arms. I was free at the moment and lent a hand where I could. Turns out her Nin-ken got bitten by a snake and they couldn't figure out what anti-venom to give him, since she didn't see the snake to identify it. Fortunately, I was able to identify it by scent and we were able to give her Nin-ken the correct anti-venom. After that, Hana-san and I just talked to calm her down." Naruto finished with a shrug. "That's all that happened. I swear to Kami, loser." Kiba balled up his fist, trying to intimidate the young Hanyou and failing. "You better stay away from my sister or else." First off, dog breath, Hana-san is old enough to make her own choices on who she wants to be around, Naruto stated, earning a glare from the boy. "Secondly, you already know I am with Anko-chan and that both her and I absolutely despise those who are disloyal. Anyways, I am off to train." Not giving the feral boy time to respond, Naruto jumped off onto the roofs and made his way towards the forest of death. Unfortunately for the Inuzuka boy, he failed to notice his big sister behind him looking rather upset. With Naruto, "You seem to have gotten someone's interest," Ari commented as she sensed a familiar chakra signature following them. "Let her follow, maybe it may kick her in the butt to take her training up a notch," the blonde mentally replied. After about 15 minutes of hoping along the rooftops of the village, the blonde Hanyou and his not-so-hidden follower arrived at the edge of the forest of death. Not wasting any more time, Naruto began jumping through the trees, opting to take a less hazardous route due to the one following him. His would-be stalker hesitated for a moment before taking off after him, keeping her distance to avoid being detected, but at the same time not losing sight of where he was going. Little did she know that he already knew she was there. It didn't take long before Naruto arrived at the center of his favorite training ground. Knowing he only had a handful of minutes at most before his follower would arrive, he quickly set to work creating a couple hundred of clones and set them to train in an assortment of things. From tree walking to sparring on the lake surface. About a dozen more were practicing his shadow and darkness manipulation, while the last couple hundred were focusing on throwing kunai and shurikens. Seeing his clones in position, Naruto quickly melded into the shadows and awaited his follower. With Sakura, the pink-cat bounded through the trees she had saw her blonde teammate leap through. A short distance in front of her, she could hear the sounds of grunting and weapons colliding. In the back of her mind, she was a little concerned for the blonde, not that she would admit it out loud. Increasing her pace, she quickly bounded through the trees until she could see the clearing. Letting out a gasp in surprise, he hid herself behind the tree she was on, which was a few lines back from the training ground where a small army of Narutos were training. How can he create so many? Sakura asked herself mentally. Imagine him using that in the bedroom. Inner pervertedly commented with a snicker. Sakura immediately blushed at the implications and formed a small nosebleed before shaking such thoughts from her head. Inner, we're here to see how he trains. The pink-cat mentally ranted. I love Sasuke-kun. Not this blonde twerp. Sasuke-kun probably trains a lot harder and has more muscles. Her thoughts were derailed as a few of the clones had removed their jackets and shirts, exposing just how muscular the blonde really was. If she was being honest with herself, the pinkette would have to admit that Naruto was well more defined than Sasuke was. However, if she were honest with herself, she wouldn't have her inner self pointing out the obvious comparison between the two. You were saying? Inner chuckled to herself. Just imagine feeling up those rock-hard abs of his. Another mental image assaulted the poor girl's mind, causing her to blush up a storm that would have put Hinata to shame during her earlier days. No. Sasuke-kun and I are meant to be together. Sakura mentally screamed. Why are you pushing so hard for Naruto now? You love Sasuke-kun too. No, you forced me to love Sasuke because he was the only one you would ever look at. Inner pointed out. Now that you actually have to pay attention to other boys, I actually have others to compare the Uchiha to. I don't. Compare the two boys in our life right now, her inner self stated. Sasuke barely talks to us, always calls us a loser and weak, and barely acknowledges us. Whereas Naruto-kun has been civil towards us, and has even given us tips to improve ourselves. So caught up in her inner dialogue, that Sakura didn't notice a large shadow looming over her until the last second when a gurgled sound alerted her that something was behind her. Touring, she saw Naruto with his black blade move into the throat of a horse-sized tiger-like beast, causing her to gasp in surprise. You know there is a reason they call this place the Forest of Death, right? Naruto asked, as he allowed the body of the beast to fall out of the tree. You know, if you wanted to see me train, all you had to do was ask instead of following me. Kind of makes you look like a stalker, you know? Sakura was dumbfounded, while her inner self was laughing her butt off inside her mind. Naruto had known she was here. He had known that she had followed him. How did you? No. Naruto finished for her as he turned to fully face her. Unfortunately for the pinkette, he did not have his trench coat on, allowing her to see his defined muscles up close. I felt your chakra after I left Ichiraku's. Sakura could only look on in shock. He didn't just sense her here, he knew the entire time but still allowed her to think she was undetected. However, she was broken out of her thoughts when he felt him wrap his arms around her. Eyes widened, she looked up, blushing slightly as she could feel just how toned his muscles were. Don't get the wrong idea, Sakura-san. He replied as they both sank into the shadows, only to arrive in the training ground before he let her go. It's merely more comfortable to talk down here. Moving a short distance away from her, he watched over his clones that were sparring, seeing if there were any holes in his techniques from an outside perspective. Pleased that he couldn't see any. It appeared that Anko's Hibi style and Ari's Kitsune style worked flawlessly together, helping to cover any openings the other may have. How can you make so many clones? And how come they look solid? Sakura finally asked, shaking off the experience she just felt from her first time traveling through the shadows, which was something she was still a little confused about. With darkness, she expected it to feel cold and foreboding, not warm and inviting that she experienced. Well, I have an insanely large chakra reserve. The blonde answers. As for the second question, they are not just clones, but solid shadow clones. You see, because of my large chakra reserve, it made doing normal clones impossible. So Anko-chan taught me the Kagebushin no Jutsu. But what's the purpose of having them train? She asked as she gazed at all the clones doing various training exercises. It's not like their memory can just transfer to you. Naruto only quirked an eyebrow at this with a grin, causing Sakura's mouth to drop open. They can. That's the secret behind the Kagebushin no Jutsu. The blonde grinned. When it comes to things like chakra control, jutsus, and even learning from scrolls and books, all memories are passed to me once they dispel. The drawback is you can't dispel more than a handful at a time, otherwise you run the risk of overloading your brain, which could result in death. Main reason why this is a forbidden jutsu to use. Then how come you are using it if it's forbidden? I have permission from the Hokage to use it, due to my situation with normal clones. Naruto replied, before he chuckled a little, getting the pinkette's attention. I've used the clones to speed up my practical training. Only thing they can't do is help with conditioning the body, though they do transfer muscle memory. Which is why I am having some throw shurikens and kunais at moving targets. He gestured towards a batch of clones that were flinging said weapons at a swinging target from one of the branches. Though what caught Sakura's attention were the clones running up and down the side of the tree. "What are they doing?" she asked, pointing towards the clones that had got her attention. "Tree walking," he answered before looking to her, to see her awe-struck face. "You don't know how to do it?" Sakura could only shake her head. Sure, she had taken her training more seriously than before, but she hadn't seen anyone use this ability before. "Come, I'll teach you." He gestured towards a nearby tree. Unsure of what to do, Sakura hesitated a moment before following her blonde teammate. All the while her inner self was taunting her that her precious Sasuke wouldn't even take the time to give her a decent answer, let alone help her train. "Okay, first off you need to apply chakra to your feet so that you can stick to the tree." He began his explanation. "Now too much and you will push yourself away from the tree. Too little and you won't stick. Understand?" Sakura nodded her head and placed her foot on the tree trunk, sliding it up and down until she found a perfect mixture of chakra that allowed her foot to be stuck in place. Taking a deep breath, she placed her other foot on the tree and slowly began to walk up the tree. Slowly, she made her way up the tree trunk, with each step her confidence growing. Perhaps a bit too much as she lost concentration and began to slide down the tree. In a moment of panic, she applied too much chakra and repelled her from the tree altogether. The next thing she knew, she was in the arms of Naruto, with a severe blush on her face. "Are you all right?" he asked as he set her back down on the ground. The pinkette could only nod, not trusting her own voice right now to betray the thoughts racing through her mind. "You did good for your first try. A lot better than I did," Naruto stated. "Keep at it. Once you master this I will teach you water walking." Once again, Sakura nodded and approached the tree. "Don't worry. I will be here to catch you," he reassured her. Earning another nod, the pinkette set off up the tree once more. A few hours later, Sakura was tired and sweaty. Far more than she had ever been in any of her prior training sessions, and to her surprise, she enjoyed it. Her blonde teammate had taken the time to teach her the tree walking exercise, and true to his word, he stayed there to catch her every time she fell. Which thankfully was only a handful more times before she fully got the hang of it. Aside from the tree walking, Naruto had even taught her how to use the Kagebushin no Jutsu, though he stressed that she would only be able to make 1 or 2 clones at a time due to her smaller chakra reserves. Under his guidance, she created 1 shadow clone to continue the tree walking exercise, while she started on the water walking, which she got down much faster than the tree walking exercise. Mostly due to the motivation as to not get wet since she had no spare clothing with her. Though looking back over the past few hours, Sakura was beside herself. She had learned more training with Naruto for a few hours than she had in a month under Kakashi. Though the latter was no surprise as the lazy Jonin had hardly ever taught them anything. Earning the masked Jonin the nickname Taida-sensei between her and Naruto. "You did good today, Sakura-san. If you ever want to train, just ask," Naruto stated as he handed her a water bottle as a series of poofs were heard as one by one each clone began to dispel at a slow rate. "We should head back. You really don't want to be in this forest at night time." "Naruto," she started, looking down at the ground. "Why did you help me? After I have been mean and even abusive towards you. It's in the past, and you really can't live in the past if you want to enjoy the future." He shrugged. "As of right now, you are a teammate that needed help." With that, Naruto collected his trench coat and put it in before making his way to the edge of the training ground, leaving the pinkette alone to digest his words. Despite herself, Sakura felt a little disappointed for 2 things. 1, he was putting his jacket back on, and 2, he wasn't going to use the technique he used earlier to transport them, instead opting to travel through the forest once more. With a sigh, she followed after him. Once they left the forest, both parted to go to their respective homes. The next morning, Naruto stirred awake as the rays of sunshine hit his face. A good half hour before his alarm was set to go off. Groaning in protest, he kicked the blankets off and made his way to his bathroom for his morning shower. You were right, Naruto-kun, Ari said. Sakura seeing you train really pushed her to kick up her own training. Which I am glad for, he replied, though she seems to have a lot of inner conflict. What do you mean? The fox girl asked with a slight frown. You can see it in her eyes, almost as if someone is talking to her like we do. The blonde pointed out as he finished his shower and began drying off. However, I don't feel it's anything dangerous, so I won't worry about it. Finishing up, he quickly dressed and grabbed a few rice cakes before leaving his apartment to meet his team at the usual training ground. Wondering if his sensei would have anything to say about what happened yesterday afternoon. There wasn't any doubt in the Hanyou's mind that the masked Jonin was trying to position his precious Uchiha to rub elbows with those of higher status. Shaking the thoughts from his head as he arrived at Training Ground 7, to find Sakura already there sitting back against one of the posts. Morning, Sakura-san. He greeted, only getting a grunt in reply due to how sore she still was from all the training she did the previous day. Sleep well. I was out like a rock as soon as my head hit my pillow. She responded. How often do you train like that? Every day if I can. He replied with a shrug, as Sakura looked at him in shock. Every day? Questioned. Yup, sometimes I even spar with Anko-chan who is also of Jonin rank. He grinned. And she doesn't hold back. Lost count how many times I got bitten by one of her snakes. Like a woman would make a good sparring partner. The Uchiha sneered as he walked onto the training ground, earning a glare from Naruto. I bet the only thing that we're is good for is to spread. Sasuke couldn't finish his sentence as a powerful killing intent flooded the training field, erupting from the young blonde who had a look of barely restrained fury in his eyes, causing the raven-haired emo to drop to his knees. Surprisingly, Sakura was unaffected by it as Naruto was focusing it all on the Uchiha. I would not finish that sentence if I were you, Uchiha, Naruto stated in a low, cold voice. One that promised unimaginable pain if not heeded, either due to shock or due to still recovering from the killing intent that the blonde had unleashed. Sasuke remained silent for the next few hours until their sensei arrived. Yo! Kakashi greeted as he appeared in a puff of smoke on top of one of the training posts, half expecting to get yelled at for being late. Instead he was met with silence. Sasuke was brooding against one of the remaining posts, while Sakura was reading a scroll of some kind that the masked Jonin couldn't identify, though it looked like basic Fuinjutsu, though he shrugged it off. On the other side was Naruto reading a book. Morning, my cute little genin. Hiei smiled, this time actually getting their attention. Late as always, Taida-sensei. Naruto commented, earning a frown from the silver-haired sensei. Though he didn't miss Sakura attempting to hide a giggle. You should have declined the fire daimyo's wife yesterday, Naruto. Kakashi stated in disappointed. I can only imagine how you made a fool of yourself in front of her in private. Then you must have a really good imagination. Maybe you should write a book, Taida-sensei. Naruto quipped without missing a beat. And as a matter of fact, we simply had a nice lunch at Ichiraku's, her choice before you accuse me of anything. What did you two talk about? Sakura asked, genuinely curious. Though Naruto could see that Kakashi wanted to know as well. Religion mostly, and our thoughts on faith in general. The blonde replied honestly. Turns out, Shijimi Dano and I share very similar views on the subject. Kakashi only shook his head and decided to drop it all together. Anyways, let's report to the Hokage's tower to get some more missions. He stated, earning a duo of groans from both Sakura and Sasuke. Hokage Tower. Absolutely not. No more chore missions. I am an Uchiha elite, not some common peasant to do chores. Ranted the raven-haired emo to the Hokage. I demand a mission worthy of an Uchiha. So when is Taida team going to lecture the Uchiha brat about talking above his station? Questioned Ari from the back of Naruto's mind as he watched the scene unfold, unaware that the Hokage had similar thoughts. Probably when he gives up that smut he reads. Naruto mentally commented. So never. The fox girl replied dryly. Pretty much. Genin Uchiha. Hiruzen had enough of the boys ranting, and for the second time this morning, The last Uchiha was feeling the effects of killing intent being focused upon him. You dare command your Hokage? Sasuke could say nothing as he broke out into a cold sweat. You will do missions as I command. Hiruzen continued. You are lucky that I don't assign you 6 months of D-rank missions for your disrespectful outburst. With all due respect GG, we could use a harder mission. Naruto decided to speak up after the old man had reined in his killing intent and sat back down behind his desk. Though his affectionate nickname of the village leader caused Kakashi to glare at the boy once more. Do you think your team is ready for their first C-rank, Kakashi? The Hokage inquired, turning his attention towards the masked Jonin. Yes, I believe they are. Hokage-sama. The silver-haired Jonin replied, keeping his answer simple. Hiruzen was silent as he looked over the team of genin before him. Without a doubt, he knew the boy he considered his surrogate grandson would be able to handle it from what he displayed against Mizuki. His eyes then cast over the lone girl on the team, Sakura. His first impression of her was that she would probably die on her first mission outside the village. However, it seems she has started taking her training seriously lately, which pleased the village leader. Then there was the last genin on the team, Sasuke. The boy was arrogant and overconfident in his abilities. Though he supposed he had the civilian council to thank for that as they had inflated the boy's ego to astronomical proportions. Though the boy did have skill, he had to admit that. Without saying another word, the old man pressed a button on his desk to open the intercom to the reception area. Send in the client. Hiruzen ordered. After a few moments, the door opened revealing an old man with glasses and gray hair. The most noticeable thing was that he smelt of cheap sake, causing the 3 genin to cover their nose from the stench. So this is what I paid for? The old man grunted as he took a swig from his sake bottle. A bunch of kids and a disabled man? I assure you Tazuna, these shinobi are well trained and will complete your mission. The Hokage stated, whilst Kakashi held back Sasuke and Sakura from wanting to pound the elder man for insulting them. At least the blonde looks capable. The old man stated, much to the ire of Sasuke and Kakashi. Very well, Team 7. The Hokage said, catching the attention of the team before him. At 8 in the morning, you are to meet Tazuna-san at the main gate and escort him to Nami no Kuni and guard him while he finishes his bridge. Kakashi, don't be late. Hi, Hokage-sama. Team 7, minus Naruto exclaimed, as his mind was currently preoccupied with something. Why do I get the feeling that Shijimi Dano knew this was coming? He mentally asked no one in particular. Maybe it was her constant use of the word, wave, over lunch? Ari snickered. Well, better make a big splash then. He grinned as he walked out of the office with the rest of his team to get ready for the long-term mission, knowing he had to say his goodbyes to his mates before he left. Also, he wanted to talk to Yugao about what he had decided. A few hours later, Naruto held his purple-haired beauty close to him as the two relaxed in the same tree they were in the night Mizuki had attempted to steal the forbidden scroll. Neither spoke for the time being, as they just enjoyed on another's company. Yugao already knew that he would be leaving the village for up to a month while on his first C-rank mission, and if she was completely honest with herself, she was partially concerned for her mate. Despite knowing that he could very well take care of himself. Even so, as strong as he was still growing and learning his powers. Seemingly sensing her concern, Naruto tightened his hold on her and kissed the back of her neck to comfort her. So you're going to go through with it? She asked, craning her neck to look at him. Once I get back from this mission, I am going to talk to Gigi about my heritage. He smiled as he helped her turn fully so that she could comfortably face him. I told you that I didn't mind. She smiled, though he could see it in her eyes that she was feeling the same as him. But I do. Naruto smiled as he leaned in and gave her a light kiss on the lips. I'm tired of hiding you. I want to come up behind you and hold you close to let everyone know that you're mine. Yugao blushed at his comment, but smiled all the same. That is why I am going to put myself into the Clan Restoration Act and on my terms. He smirked. Because you know once the civilian council learns of my heritage, they will try and force anyone they want on me. This caused Yugao to scowl slightly. She didn't mind sharing Naruto with others who truly loved him. But the thought of him being forced to marry a bunch of gold-digging slots just because of his clan's status upset her greatly. And my terms are that I chose my would-be wives, and my Heims must approve of them. He whispered as he leaned in and kissed her once more. I understand. She replied before a mischievous grin appeared on her face. Just so you know, once it's official, I am dry humping you in front of High 8 teams so he gets the message loud and clear. I must say, I will be looking forward to that. The blonde laughed, imagining the scene play out. Come, we should head home. I have to head out early tomorrow. Nodding, Yugao stood up and embraced her lover as they melted into the shadows together to return to their homes for the night. Konoha Main Gate, 7:50 a.m. Sakura had imagined multiple scenarios for her first mission outside of the village as she and the rest of Team 7, minus Naruto, approached the main gates with Tazuna in tow. Experiencing life outside of the village. Meeting new and interesting people. Romantic time alone with her Sasuke-kun, and maybe even sharing a kiss with her obsession. What she wasn't expecting was to come across her blonde teammate being pinned against the wooden post of the main gate, with his mouth being assaulted by a woman with purple hair and a fanned ponytail. Dressed in a tan trench coat and a full-body mesh outfit that miraculously covered her lady bits. The entire scene made her blush at the intimacy the two were showing. Anko, what are you doing here? Kakashi asked in an annoyed tone. That's Anko. Sakura mentally asked in shock, as she looked over the woman who had now broken her kiss from the blonde and was glaring at Kakashi. She looks hot. Inner stated as her outer self looked over the woman. I don't know who I should be more jealous of. Naruto-kun for kissing her, or her for kissing Naruto-kun? Imminent inner, we're straight and we love Sasuke-kun. The cherry blossom ranted in her mind. I don't care what you think. If we're straight, then why were you curious about kissing Ino? Inner smirked as she brought up long-forgotten memories from before she had ruined her friendship with the blonde girl. Sakura could only blush at the memory. While she claimed her first kiss would belong to Sasuke, in reality she had already had her first kiss with her best friend at the time nearly 4 years ago. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing that both girls had tried and had left both of them confused. For her part, Sakura didn't hate it and as such, didn't know what to do afterwards. I am here to see my mate off. Anko grinned as she held Naruto close to her body, allowing him to feel her assets as she pressed her chest into his, causing the teen boy to smirk at her antics. After all, he is going to be gone for so long. Naruto could only snicker as his Hebeheim fake pouted. Your mate? Kakashi inquired, confused with her wording. It's exactly as it sounds, Taida-sensei. Naruto smirked, earning a glare from the masked jonin. He was really starting to hate that nickname the blonde had labeled him with. You really need to up your standards, Anko. The silver-haired man stated, with a tone of disappointment. Let me guess, you would prefer if I were with Duck but over there? Anko scoffed as she gestured towards where Sasuke was. Like I would want some weakwear. The emo grunted before he felt a sting on his left cheek. Before anyone could react, Anko had skillfully thrown a kunai at high speed, just grazing the raven-haired boy's cheek, drawing a line of blood before she disappeared and appeared behind Sasuke with a second kunai to his neck, a sadistic smile on her face before she leaned in. You ought to show more respect to those around you. She whispered. Normally, she would lick the blood to induce more fear, but felt the Uchiha's blood may be as spoiled as him and get her sick. As it is, I already see over a dozen different ways to kill you right here. All of them extremely painful. Despite himself, Sasuke shivered in fear of the woman's words. Do not threaten my student, Anko. Kakashi glared at the snake mistress as he approached to defend his prized student. Oh, that's right, this one here is your special one, isn't he? The purple-haired woman mocked, though stepped away nonetheless. Moving back over to where Naruto was, embracing him once more. Tell me, have you two flipped sticks yet? Who's the top and who's the bottom? Naruto couldn't hold it in as he burst out laughing at his mate's implications of both Sasuke and Kakashi. Sakura seemed to have caught on as well, and formed a severe blush as her inner self ran wild with mental images of the Cyclops and the emo in compromising positions. This of course prevented her from defending her love. As both Kakashi and Sasuke bristled at the comments, Anko turned around and faced Naruto once more, bringing him in close. "Jashin-sama watch over you," she whispered into his ear. "And may she watch over you as well, Hebeheim." He replied in a whisper as well, before kissing her deeply once. Breaking it off and separating from her, gazing into her eyes one last time before the snake mistress used her shunshin to head to meet up with her friends at the local dango stand. "That's so romantic." Inner Sakura gushed as she watched the scene play out between Naruto and Anko. "How is that romantic?" Sakura mentally inquired. All she did was dry hump Naruto and accuse Sasuke-kun of being gay. "Girl, you need to open your eyes." Inner groaned at her outer self's ignorance. Why did she have to get stuck being the dormant personality? Look at the way they look at each other. There is nothing but love in those eyes. Go ahead and tell me you don't want anyone to look at you the same way. Even Naruto-kun. The pinkette couldn't reply to her inner self. Because she was right, she would love it if someone were to look at her the same way she saw Naruto and Anko look at each other. It kind of made her jealous the more she thought of how perfect of a relationship the two seemed to have. While all she got was insults and rejection of her object of desire. A wave of sadness washed over her, causing her to frown. For the first time in 4 years, she was doubting her feelings over the raven-haired boy. "Well, guess we should be off then," Naruto stated, snapping Sakura out of her train of thoughts. "Naruto," Kakashi began, "where is your travel pack?" "I got everything I need right here," the blonde replied, opening his trench coat, exposing a few scrolls secured in their slots. Kakashi only frowned as he saw the scrolls. Sealing items into scrolls was a level 3 Fuinjutsu ability. There was no way that the blonde had the patience or intelligence to learn such advanced techniques. "I told you about lying, Naruto." The Jonin sighed as he produced a spare backpack and tossed it to Naruto. Only for the blonde to toss it right back. "I told you, I have everything I need." The teen replied before turning on his heel and began walking out the gate. Meanwhile, Tazuna was beginning to wonder if he should request a different team. The bridge builder didn't need to be sober to see there was a rift in the team due to the favoritism the man had witnessed. With a sigh, he took another swig from his sake bottom and followed after the blonde teen as the rest of Team 7 trailed behind. This is going to be a long mission, Kakashi thought to himself with a silent sigh as he took out his favorite orange book and began reading, letting out a few perverted giggles. With Anko, it hadn't even been half an hour, and already the snake mistress was missing her mate something fierce. Letting out a sigh, she entered the dango stand to see Yugao and Kurenai waiting for her. She could only imagine how her future sister-wife felt, since she couldn't be openly affectionate with their mate. Walking by the purple-haired Enbu, Anko gave her a comforting rub on the back before taking her seat on the other side of Kurenai, whom didn't look to be in such a good mood. "What's got you down?" the red-eyed beauty asked, not used to seeing her usual loud and boisterous friend be so quiet and subdued. It's the first time he will be away from her for so long. Yugao supplied, earning a curious look from the genjutsu mistress. Kurenai recalled that Anko was seeing someone, however she couldn't recall who she was seeing. Of course at the time she was wrapped up in her own relationship that she thought was perfect. Until recently, that is. Him? Kurenai asked. Her mate, lover, fiancé, whatever you want to call him. Yugao chuckled at her friend's cluelessness. I know that. The red-eyed woman snapped. Who is he? What's his name? Naruto. Anko smiled as she gazed into nothingness, causing Yugao to chuckle a little. Wait, Naruto? Kurenai exclaimed. As in Genin Naruto Uzumaki? The one and only. The snake mistress giggled. Isn't he a little too young for you? I am only 6 years older than him. Anko replied. Besides, the moment he put on his forehead protector, he became an adult in the eyes of the village. Kurenai could only shake her head in response at the sudden dump of information on her. However, this caused her to frown slightly as she recalled what had happened a few days ago between Kiba and Hinata. Something wrong? Yugao asked, noticing the genjutsu mistress's expression. No, I could have sworn that Hinata was dating Naruto. She answered honestly. Why did you think that? Enko asked. It wasn't like Naruto and I really hid that we were together. Hell, I'm surprised you didn't know. Well, a few days ago there was an incident between Kiba and Hinata during one of our team meetings. Kurenai sighed as she remembered the events. I swear, that Inuzuka boy doesn't understand the word no. Anyways, Kiba continued to insist that Hinata date him, going on about him being an alpha. Finally she had enough and laid the boy out on the ground and told him that she only had eyes for Naruto. Both Yugao and Enko couldn't help but snicker as they imagined the Dark Princess, as Hinata had been dubbed by them, laying out the poor boy. Mainly because the boy had rubbed them both the wrong way with his constant bragging of being an alpha and that all girls or women should feel honored to be with him. Hell, just slap the Uchiha name on him and he would fit in perfectly with their arrogance. Well, they are close. Enko cryptically replied. Though she didn't miss Yugao stifling a giggle that threatened to come out, though skillfully covered it with a cough. A lot of the times she will go over to his apartment or mine, depending on where he is to hang out. And you're not worried about that? Kurenai frowned, looking to Enko whom only shook her head. Nope. There are no secrets between Naruto-kun and I. She smiled again. Well ladies, I have to report for my shift in the Hokage's office. The purple-haired Anbu stated as she got up from her seat. I'll catch you girls later. With that, Yugao shunshined to the Hokage's office, leaving the two friends to talk. Alright Nai-chan, spill it. Enko stated, catching her friend off guard. What's bothering you? What do you mean? Well, you've never been this interested in other people's relationships before. The snake mistress pointed out. Also, you're being suspicious of Hinata and Naruto hanging out together after you learned that he and I are dating. The red-eyed beauty sighed in defeat, knowing that Enko wasn't going to let this go. It's that Bestiardia Suma. She gritted out. What did he do this time? Bestiardi's been cheating on me for pretty much the entire time we were together. Kurenai hissed, her blood beginning to boil at the betrayal. Hell, I don't even know if she's the other girl or if I am. Enko could only growl at this, being one to take loyalty very seriously, especially since she had been abandoned by that snake Bidi all those years ago. Glancing over, she could see her friend was even more upset than she was, and for very good reason. When I confronted him about it, he had the audacity to tell me it was because he was tired of waiting for me. The Genjutsu mistress continued. No shame, no remorse. Just flat out told me that because I wouldn't spread my legs for him when he wanted, he was getting it from someone else. Please tell me you put him under some sort of genjutsu for that sheet. Kurenai shook her head in response. It wouldn't have helped and would have only made things worse for me. What with him being the son of the Hokage and all. So he pulls that bullshit, huh? Enko asked, clearly disgusted. Hides behind's daddy's title? The red-eyed mistress nodded once more. I don't know Enko. Kurenai sighed, putting her head down on the counter. Maybe if I would have just... No. The snake mistress hissed. Stop that line of thinking right there. If that BS couldn't wait for you to be ready, then he never loved you to begin with. The black-haired woman looked up at her friend, whose eyes were full of fury currently. Trust me, Nai-chan. Enko continued. Something as precious as that, you want to give it to someone who will love you back and respect your wishes. Not guilt you into having SEC just to satisfy their own selfish desires. Enko. Kurenai asked, not used to seeing the snake mistress impart this kind of advice. In the past her friend would just wave off such topics and tell people to do what had them happy. You're talking from experience, aren't you? Enko could only blush in response as memories of her and Naruto's first time flooded her mind. Oh my Kami! The red-eyed mistress blushed at the implications. You already did it with Naruto? Yeah. Enko chuckled while scratching the back of her head sheepishly. For the record, he was the one who wanted to wait until he graduated. Mostly to avoid legal ramifications. I was the one who wanted to jump his bones after he hit PBR2I. Kurenai could only look on, dumbfounded by her friend. But I don't regret waiting. The snake mistress smiled. I love him that much. And I will say it was well worth the wait. When we finally did it, he was caring and sensitive, making sure that I was comfortable and that we moved at my pace. The genjutsu mistress couldn't help but feel a little jealous of her friend. To have found someone, even if he was a little young in her eyes, that was that considerate for his partner. Something she wished she would find in someone someday. Careful, Anko. Kurenai smirked playfully. Keep bragging about him like that and I may have to stuck him myself. Only if I can join in. Anko quipped back without missing a beat. The red-eyed beauty only blushed in response as her more perverted imagination began running wild, flooding her mind with steamy images of both her and Anko pleasuring the young teen. Some of which were quite vivid. Team 3 days later. It had been 3 days since Team 7 and Tazuna had departed Konoha. For the most part, things were quiet and calm between them, with Sakura striking up a conversation with the old bridge builder about how life in Nami no Kuni was. Of course, this was only after she had tried and failed multiple times to get Sasuke to talk to her. As expected, Kakashi still had his nose in his favorite orange book as he followed behind his team, letting out a perverted giggle every once in a while when a scene would strike his fancy. It was a mystery to the team how he had not yet finished the book, with the amount of time he had his nose in it. Meanwhile, Naruto was jotting down something in a small notebook he had while he walked in the middle of the group, with Sasuke, Sakura, and the old bridge building just ahead of him, whilst Kakashi brought up the rear. So the hero finally finds the Demon Queen and Naruto thought over how to continue his book series he had been writing. Finds that the Demon Queen doesn't want to fight and wants to end the war between demons and humans. Ari chimed in with a slight blush. It didn't go unnoticed to the Kitsune girl that the parallels between the hero and the Demon Queen of his story mirrored their own experiences. Though with some creative liberty. I like that idea, Ari-chan. The Hanyou mentally replied before scribbling down some notes. What many didn't know, aside from his girls, was that Naruto was an accomplished author with his own book series titled Demon Heart that were bestsellers, even outselling the Ika Ika Paradise novels in many stores. Now, he didn't use his real name as he knew no publisher in Konoha would publish his stories if they knew it was the demon brat that had penned these tales. No, he used the alias of Hanyou Kitsune. The plot of the books was very close to home for the young Hanyou, with some minor changes. For one, he had the setting set in a fantasy-style world filled with mythical creatures, as well as knights, kings and queens, far removed from the shinobi world he lived in. Secondly, he divided the world into 2 sides, one of darkness and one of light, but gave both sides something the other wanted. The light world, as he called it, had fertile soil, bountiful crops, and livestock, whereas the dark world had precious metals, gems, and stones. Both had something the other wanted and needed, which lead to the constant conflicts between the human race of light world and the demons of dark world. As Ari had expected, he modeled the main hero after himself, giving him a tragic backstory and everything, and modeled the Demon Queen after Ari herself, with a dashing of Anko as well, giving her a similar backstory. 2 tormented souls that would connect to heal each other, and maybe even the world. His chakra rippled, breaking him from his thoughts and prompting him to put his notebook away and look to the road. Noticing 2 decent-sized water puddles, he narrowed his eyes in suspicion. It hasn't rained recently, right? Not in over 2 weeks. Naruto looked to those in front of him. To his surprise, he could see Sakura had gone quiet, eyeing the puddles as well, before turning her head to look at him. Giving her a nod that he also suspected a trap of some kind, he turned his attention to the Uchiha, whom wasn't even paying attention and had his eyes on his feet. Naruto didn't need to look back to see if Kakashi assumed anything. He had hoped that the masked Jonin would have sensed something as simple as the genjutsu before them. Sighing, he figured the only thing left to do was spring the trap and see who they were after. Though Naruto already had his suspicions, eyeing the bridge builder. The group was a little past 10 feet when the ambush happened. 2 masked figures jumped out of the puddles and wrapped a chain around Kakashi before he could react and tore him to pieces, prompting Sakura to scream in horror at seeing her sensei get killed. Despite himself, Sasuke froze upon seeing Kakashi die, before he produced a shuriken and kunai. Throwing them both and lodging the chain the two assassins used into a tree, forcing the two to disconnect themselves from it. Not wasting time exchanging words, the two would-be assassins launched their attack. With one launching himself at Naruto, who stood ready with a black sword-like weapon in his hand. The blonde Hanyou effortlessly blocked the attack, before looking to see where the other attacker was, only to see him leaping over the Uchiha, kicking the emo in the back, before Sasuke could react and sending him to the ground, before the attacker launched himself at Sakura and the bridge builder. Dinin worthless Uchiha. Naruto cursed to himself, said by the fact that Sasuke was taken out so easily. Parrying the strike away, Naruto used the dark blade to slash deeply into the side of his attacker before bringing the pommel end of his sword up to connecting it harshly to the man's head, effectively knocking him out. Without hesitation, he turned and used Kawarimi to replace himself with Sakura, before it was too late, effectively blocking the strike with his blade. That's the second time he has done that to protect you, you know. Inner pointed out as Sakura stared in disbelief with a slight blush as Naruto paired off with the second attacker, before she heard a groan in pain from behind her. Turning, she saw the first attacker beginning to stir slightly. Not wasting any time, she kicked him in the face, knocking him out once more before producing some ninja wire and securing the prisoner. By the time Sasuke got back to his feet, Naruto had already subdued the second attacker and had moved him over to his accomplice and tied them both up together. Much to the last Uchiha's ire, as the raven-haired emo glared at the blonde Hanyou. How dare that clanless loser humiliate me like this and make me look weak? Sasuke mentally seethed. Now that that's settled. Naruto commented before looking to the forest line. You can come out now, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto, what do you mean? Sakura sobbed. Kakashi-sensei is dead. Naruto didn't reply and instead gestured towards the location their sensei supposedly died in, revealing only shredded pieces of wood from a log the masked Jonin had replaced himself with, causing Sakura's eyes to widen in realization. You didn't think he would be that easy to kill, did you? Very good team. Came Kakashi's voice as he stepped back onto the road from his hiding spot. This caused Naruto to raise an eyebrow as the man never complimented them as a team. He always found something to slide the Uchiha's ego. Even Sakura gave the masked Jonin a confused look. Now to see who these two are. The cycloptic Jonin stated as he pulled out a second book, much to the surprise of his team of genin. Gozu and Meizu, missing Nin from Kirigakure. Known as the Demon Brothers. Have any past run-ins with these two, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. Nope. The man lazily replied. This is the first time we've met. Which means? Sakura said looking to the elder bridge builder who was now sweating up a storm. Kakashi seemed to have the same idea as he walked over to Tazuna and stared down at the elder man, making the poor man sweat even more. Knowing full well that he wasn't entirely truthful in what was really happening in his home country. Now, Tazuna-san. The masked Jonin began, eerily calm. You are going to tell me everything and why you lied about what this mission entailed. With a heavy sigh, the old man explained everything. From Gato moving his business into the country and beginning to strangle the entire country for more money. Leaving many family business bankrupt or very close to it. The way he had women kidnapped to entertain his men and to be sold off as SEC slaves. The bridge builder was silently thankful that they hadn't turned their eyes towards his own daughter yet, but he knew they would eventually. I see. Kakashi sighed. Due to the client misleading us about the nature of the mission, protocol dictates that we turn back and... No, we push forward. Sasuke interrupted. I am an Uchiha. I will not run away like a weak coward because of some stupid, scared old man. Once I unlock my Sharingan, I will be unstoppable and be one step closer to fulfilling my ambition. Well, the masked Jonin sighed once more, looking to his other two students. What do you two think? I only agree with Duck but that we should move forward and help these people. Naruto replied. Besides, this scenario is a double-edged sword. If we abandon our client, it will set a bad precedent for the village. But if we complete this mission, it will increase the village's reputation among other potential clients. And you, Sakura? The silver-haired sensei turned his attention to the pink-haired girl. I agree with Naruto, she stated, earning a raised eyebrow from the masked jonin. Normally she would agree with Sasuke, not Naruto. Though then again, the man couldn't deny that Naruto had made a much better case than the Uchiha did. Very well, Kakashi stated. We will continue on with the mission. However, Tazuna-san, be aware that you will have to pay the mission difference once we are done. The old bridge builder nodded his head in agreement as Kakashi set to work ensuring the two Kiri shinobi were firmly confined before summoning one of his dog summons to return them to Konoha for interrogation and to collect the bounty on the two. Inuzuka compound. The head of the Inuzuka clan watched as her daughter lounged under one of the large trees that dotted their compound, stroking the fur of one of her three ninkins that always accompanied her. Some could see the telltale signs. Hana Inuzuka had a crush on a boy. In fact, this was the first time she could recall her daughter ever being enamored with it. And Sum had it on good authority who that particular boy is. Naruto Uzumaki. It wasn't hard since all week last week, her oldest pup would tell anyone who had the misfortune of being trapped by her about the blonde boy who had saved her ninken. Much to the amusement of the clan head and the aggravation of her youngest pup. Sum frowned at Kiba's reaction when Hana had gushed about the boy. She knew her pup didn't view the blonde very kindly due to the Hyuga heiress's interest in the blonde, and now that his own sister was pinning for Naruto as well, just aggravated the young Inuzuka all the more. Sum herself had no problems with the young blonde, as she had been very close friends with his mother before she passed away. If it wasn't for that Dmed Civilian Council, she would have adopted the pup years ago. The thought of those bastards made the feral woman's blood boil. She just knew that one of them, if not all of them, were behind the constant fox hunts the boy had to endure growing up. She did what she could to look out for the young blonde, but like the Hokage, she was extremely limited in what she could do for him. Though she was surprised to discover that the snake mistress herself, Anko, had entered a relationship with the boy. She wasn't sure how it happened, but she did see a strong bond between the two. She really didn't care about the age difference between the two. Hell, she was a solid 13 years older than Kiba's father before that sack of shit ran off. Still, if the boy her pup had a crush on was already in a relationship, it would cause heartbreak for her. As a mother, she could only wait and comfort her pup when the time came. She knew there was one way to avoid such heartbreak, depending on if the boy knew about his heritage. Still, she didn't like the concept of the Clan Restoration Act, as she had seen it go wrong all too many times, where the women were merely treated as breeding stock and little else. This also put her in a complicated position in the future. She knew the Civilian Council was already starting to push the Hokage into admitting the last Uchiha into the program. Her instincts screamed that the raven-haired boy would not respect any woman that was forced to be with him, and she knew that if Hana wasn't in a relationship by the time this happened, the bastards on the council would push to have her given to the spoiled brat. No, if her daughter was going to be in a relationship that revolved around the CRA, she preferred it being with Naruto. She saw how he treated the snake mistress with love and respect, and felt that he would no doubt treat any woman he was with the same way. The only question was, how would the Inuzuka clan head approach the blonde about his heritage? She decided that she would invite both Naruto and Anko over to talk to them about it, once the boy returned from his mission. In the meantime, she was content to sit back and watch how things unfolded. Besides, seeing Kiba fume over the blonde had been quite entertaining. With Team 7, 4 days after the Demon Brothers. Meanwhile, Naruto was having a sneeze attack, prompting everyone to look at him in questioning. Sorry, he sheepishly replied. Someone must be thinking about me. Pretty sure it's more than one thinking about you, Naruto-kun. Ari giggled. After the attack of the Demon Brothers, the group had been more aware of their surroundings. Not wanting to get caught off guard again, and now that they knew the truth of what was happening in Nami no Kuni, they were better prepared. Without warning, Sasuke had leapt forward and threw a kunai into some random bushes, causing everyone to look at the raven-haired boy. With a bored sigh, Naruto entered the bushes to see what had gotten the emo's attention. Seconds later, returning with a bloodied kunai and a white rabbit. Congratulations, Sasuke, you found a rabbit. Naruto grinned, causing the raven-haired emo to scoff and a soft glare from Sakura. Why is the fur white? Kakashi thought to himself as he analyzed the rabbit the blonde had let go and ran off into the bushes once more. A whistling noise caught everyone's attention as a massive object came flying through the trees. Get down! Both Naruto and Kakashi exclaimed, with the blonde pulling down Sakura and the old man, whilst Kakashi tackled Sasuke to the ground, as the boy had yet to move from his position. Just in time to avoid being cut in half by the massive blade that arced over the group before embedding itself into a tree across from the group. Slowly, they stood up and eyed the figure that was crouched upon the embedded blade. A muscular topless male with bandages covering the man's mouth. Zabuza Momochi, demon of the hidden mist. Kakashi stated, recognizing the man from his bingo book. Raising his headband to reveal his lone Sharingan. Run! Kakashi shouted from the water prison he had managed to get himself trapped in. Take the client and get as far as you can. His water clones can't travel too far from himself. Yeah, except Zabuza's water clones move nearly as fast as him and would cut both Sasuke and Sakura down before they got 5 feet. Naruto mentally sighed. Though he did take heart that at least Kakashi cared about them enough to try and get them to safety. For now at least, knowing full well that once this was over it would be back to the same old crap of him sking up to the Uchiha. Currently, the 3 genin were surrounding the old man to protect him, as mist rolled in around them, completely obscuring their vision. Sasuke was looking in every direction in panic as he searched for any signs of movement. It kind of reminded the blonde Hanyou of a bird, with the way the raven-haired emo kept jerking his head in each direction. Sakura for the most part faring a little better. She had a determined look on her face and was mostly using her eyes to search for any movement in the mist, instead of full head movements. Knowing full well it could cause blurriness to her vision. Still, she was scared nonetheless. Her only comfort that she would get out of this all right was Naruto. Surprisingly, the blonde Hanyou on the other hand had remained impassive as he summoned a Tanto-sized black blade into his hand in a reversed grip position. Though no one could see due to the thick mist, the teen's eyes had changed from their normal cerulean blue to black, with a silver 4-point star design where his pupils were, as he had activated his shadow sight, allowing him to see perfectly through the mist and where everyone was. Through their life energy. Smirking some, as he even picked up traces of chakra in the mist, signifying where the water clones were. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, or heart. A deep voice echoed all around them in the mist. Which one do I choose? Without hesitating, Naruto spun around and moved his black blade into the head of the large man that had appeared in the center of the group, just as he was lifting his massive blade to strike them down. Upon impact, the large man dispelled into a puddle of water, showing that it had been a water clone. If you're going to kill someone, just kill them. Don't just talk about it. The blonde Hanyou mentally scoffed, earning a giggle from Ari. Slowly, the mist began to recede, prompting Naruto to deactivate his shadow sight, allowing his eyes to return to their normal cerulean blue. Looking across, he could see that Kakashi was still trapped inside the water prison. Going to have to get him out of there. Naruto frowned. To be honest, the blonde was a little disappointed that their sensei had been captured so easily. Then again, he could mark it up as to overconfidence on the masked Jonin's part. Impressive Gaki, you killed one of my water clones. Zabuza stated in a mocking tone as he created another one to send towards the group. Though, you should listen to your sensei and run away like the weak, pathetic cowards you are. Naruto saw through the man's ploy to agitate them into attacking. Sasuke, however, did not and began to charge forward in anger. Furious that someone would call him a coward. Sasuke, no! The blonde yelled, trying to at least save the duck but from getting himself killed. I am an Uchiha. The arrogant boy shouted as he ran towards the water clone, kunai in hand. I am an elite and I am not a coward. Sasuke got within 3 feet of where the water clone was before receiving a brutal roundhouse kick to the stomach, causing the raven-haired emo to spit up blood and saliva and sending him flying back to where Sakura and Naruto were. Immediately, the pinkette dropped down to her knees to aid her precious Sasuke-kun, only to be pushed away by a disoriented Uchiha, who could barely find his feet to stand. "Leave me alone." The boy grunted. "I'm just trying to help you, Sasuke-kun." Sakura insisted, trying to get the boy to his feet, only to be pushed away once more, this time more roughly, causing the poor girl to stumble back slightly. "I don't need the help of a weak and pathetic fangirl." He seethed, causing the poor Pinkette to fight back the tears that were threatening to break free. Naruto only sighed and shook his head, before performing a single-hand seal to create 4 shadow clones to stay and watch over the old man and his 2 teammates. Keeping his black blade in a reverse grip position, he stalked forward towards the water clone, as Sakura and Tazuna watched on. "What are you doing, Naruto?" Kakashi yelled from his water prison. "You aren't strong enough to go up against his water clone. Just get Sasuke and the client out of here. You know we won't make it more than 20 feet before he catches up to us, right?" Naruto pointed out, though narrowed his eyes slightly at the silver-haired Jonin, not mentioning getting Sakura to safety as well. "So, our only chance is to get you out of there." Ignoring any further protest made by his Jonin-sensei, Naruto continued forward, meeting the water clone head-on. As the water clone moved to slash at the young blonde, Naruto ducked under the blade, spinning around while slashing his own blade deep within the water clone, causing it to dispel into a puddle of water. Sakura could only watch on in awe as Naruto had effortlessly taken out the water clone, whilst Sasuke glared at the blonde, once again being outdone by the clanless loser. Meanwhile, inner Sakura was drooling at how strong the blonde was. Twirling his blade so that it was in the forward position, Naruto moved his sword arm out slightly, causing the blade to lengthen to the size of a proper katana sword. "That's quite the technique you have there, Gaki." Zabuza genuinely complimented the blonde, truly impressed with the concept of being able to summon forth a weapon. "I wonder how durable it is." "You will find that my Dakuburito, Dark Blade, is quite durable." Naruto smirked, knowing full well his shadow blades were virtually indestructible. "Good." Zabuza laughed as he propped his massive sword up with one hand, as if it were as light as a feather. "Let's see just how good you think you are, Gaki." Naruto only grinned as he dropped into a very familiar stance to Kakashi, causing the masked Jonin to widen his eyes in recognition. How does Naruto know that style? The silver-haired man thought to himself with a slight scowl, thinking that the young blonde had stolen the technique. That is Yuzuki's moon dance style. Would be foolish to try and block his blade, even though I do have the strength to do so. No need to reveal my true power so soon. Naruto thought to himself, with Ari nodding in agreement. Knowing that he only had a few minutes tops to get Kakashi out of the water prison before he ran out of air, Naruto kicked off the ground and shot forward with surprising speed, nearly catching the Kirigakure shinobi off guard with how quick the young blonde had closed the distance between the two. Hefting his massive sword up, Zabuza performed a powerful swing with his left arm, aiming to bifurcate the young teen in one blow. However, Naruto had anticipated this, and at the last second the blonde Hanyou dropped and skidded on his knees under the blade, allowing it to pass harmlessly above him. Twisting as he slid, Naruto prepared his own attack and slashed upwards at the right arm that was holding the water prison. Zabuza's eyes widened in realization of what had happened and quickly released the water prison to save his hand, avoiding it from being cut off. Jumping back, the Kirigakure missing Nin could only stare at the blonde in pure shock of how effortlessly he had made it look to get him to disengage the water prison. "Not bad, Gaki," the Kirigakure Nin stated with a chuckle. "Question is, was that skill or just luck? Let's find out, shall we?" The blonde grinned. Both swordsmen readied their blades before charging towards each other and began to trade blows with one another. Rather than full-on blocking, Naruto would use his blade to deflect the much larger sword away from him before moving in close and delivering a few solid kicks to Zabuza's body before retreating back out of range. "This Gaki is smart," Zabuza thought to himself as he continued to trade blows with the blonde Hanyou. Deflects my blade away and gets inside for some quick shots before jumping back out of range. Kid shows a lot of potential. The two trade more blows over the next few minutes, though not following the same pattern, as Zabuza began to guard his insides a bit more to prevent Naruto from getting in a few hits. though the blonde Hanyou still managed to sneak a few good kicks or punches into the larger man's ribs, fairly certain that he had cracked a few of them. As the two once more charged for a third exchange, Kakashi jumped in the center and blocked Zabuza's blade with his kunai, his Sharingan eye spinning furiously at the Kiri missing nin. "Your fight is with me," Kakashi stated. "Naruto, get back with the team. We'll talk about this later." "Looks like Tusen is upset." Naruto chuckled, though spitting out the word, Tusen, with venom. "Guess we'll have to play later, Zabuza-san." Jumping back, Naruto rejoined the others, allowing his blade to dissipate. He ignored the glare from the Uchiha, as he retook his position beside the elder bridge builder, dispelling his clones as he did so. Sakura could only stare at the blonde in pure shock and awe, still trying to wrap her head around what she had just witnessed. Naruto, a fresh genin from the academy, had just gone toe-to-toe with an enemy that gave her Jonin-sensei a hard time. "What's the matter, Kakashi?" Zabuza mocked the masked Jonin. "Jealous that the kid was giving me a better fight than you did?" Kakashi didn't bother replying, instead jumping back and doing a series of hand seals. Suiten no jutsu. Water release, water bullet technique. The masked Jonin shouted, shooting a powerful torrent of water aimed towards Zabuza. Anticipating the attack, the Kirigakure shinobi jumped out of the way, avoiding the torrent of raging water as it ripped through a tree with enough force to cut it in half. Though Zabuza was a bit curious as to how Kakashi was able to perform the jutsu with that face mask on. Stopping off to the side of the silver-haired Jonin, Zabuza began to go through a large series of hand seals. However, he was shocked to see Kakashi mirroring each one perfectly and at the same time as him, both finishing at the exact same time. Suiton, Suryuden no Jutsu. Water release, water dragon technique, both exclaimed at the same time. Immediately, two large forms of water began to take shape into what appeared to be leviathan-like dragons, each intertwining with one another before they bit into each other's bodies, fighting for dominance, but only to come out equally matched as both bodies began to lose their form. "Something's not right," thought Zabuza. "He's copying my every movement. But how? It's almost as if he can read your mind," the silver-haired Jonin stated, causing the missing nin to widen his eyes in shock. Once more, both began going through a series of hand seals, with once again, Kakashi mirroring it perfectly. However, Zabuza hesitates, as he swears he sees an image of himself behind the masked Jonin. In that moment, Kakashi finished the last hand seal. Suiton, Daibakufu no Jutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. The silver-haired Jonin exclaimed, sending a furious torrent of water into Zabuza, hitting him directly. The Kirigakure missing nin was at the mercy of the rapids as the waters slammed him into a tree with massive force, knocking the wind out of him. Before he could recover, a series of kunai struck his arms and legs, causing him to grunt out in pain. "How?" the man breathed out. "Can you see the future?" "I foresee your death," Kakashi declared as he moved to deliver the finishing blow. However, before he could close the distance, two sunban needles penetrated Zabuza's neck completely. The man couldn't even react before he fell to the ground, unmoving. Foo, it looks like your prediction did come true." A voice sounded from the tree across from where Kakashi was, alerting everyone to the presence of the masked figure that had just shown up. "Who are you?" Kakashi asked, not taking his eyes off the masked individual. "I am a hunter nin from Kirigakure, tasked with killing Zabuza there," the individual stated. "I must thank you for weakening him. He has been a most troublesome prey." "I see," the silver-haired Jonin stated as he covered his Sharingan eye once more with his Haitiate. Seeing this as their opening, the hunter nin jumped down and moved towards the body of Zabuza, grasping the corpse firmly. Without another word, the masked figure disappeared in a shunshin with the body of Zabuza. "Well, now we should." Kakashi never got to finish as he fell over and would have hit the ground had Naruto not rushed forward and caught him. Taking note of his sensei's vitals, he let out a sigh of relief before turning back to the rest of his team. "Chakra exhaustion," the blonde explained. "How far is your home, Tazuna-san?" About a mile up the road. The elder bridge builder answered. Nodding, Naruto hoisted his sensei over his shoulders and joined the others as they continued on their way. Tazuna in front, and surprisingly, Sakura was walking beside Naruto. Though she didn't speak, the Hanyou could feel a range of emotions flowing through her. Relief being the most prominent among them. Though the blonde did pick up hints of anger and resentment. At the back of the group was the resident emo himself, all the while glaring at the back of his blonde teammate. I don't know how he got so strong. Sasuke seethed. But I will find out what it is, and I will demand that he trains me in that power. Itachi will help me, he always gives me what I want. Then I will be able to kill Itachi. 1 hour later. An hour had passed since the confrontation with Zabuza and the mysterious Hunter Nin before the group arrived at a quaint-looking home on the water's edge, complete with a small fishing dock. As the group approached, the door opened, revealing a slender dark blue-haired woman roughly the age of 24. Naruto noted that she was wearing a pink blouse with red accents along the neck and arms. A dark blue dress to complete her outfit. A single silver chained necklace adorning her neck. The one thing that stood out to the blonde Hanyou was the red cloth she had wrapped around her left forearm. Though it was old, he could still smell trace amounts of blood from it. "To-san." The woman cried happily. "You're home." "That I am. Tsunami-chan." The old man smiled. "And I brought help." The woman now identified as Tsunami looked over the group before she laid her eyes on Naruto, allowing them to linger for a moment as she took in his details. She could see something was embroidered on his jacket, though she couldn't quite make it out due to the body of the team's sensei blocking it from view. Bowing, she thanked them for protecting her father and coming to help. "You're very welcome, Tsunami-san." Naruto replied. "Do you have a room where our sensei can rest? He kind of overexerted himself and needs a good night's rest." "Of course, follow me please." She answered with a smile. Leading them into the house, she directed Naruto to a room at the top of the stairs that was vacant, only furnished with a few futons. Tsunami held the door open as the Konoha shinobi filed in. Gently, Naruto laid the masked Jonin down on one of the free futons, finally allowing the woman to see the kanji written on the back of his trench coat, causing her eyes to widen at the realization. Shadow Fox. Once more, Tsunami allowed her eyes to linger on the blonde, as anticipation and excitement bubbled up inside of her. "It is just as Jashin-sama said." She eagerly thought. "Soon, we shall be sheltered by the shadow of the fox. If there is anything you need, let me know." She finally spoke before departing the room. A smile on her face. She desperately wanted to get the blonde alone so she could talk to him and hopefully confirm what she thought. Even though she knew it to be true. It couldn't be a coincidence that this young man would arrive with such a peculiar kanji on the back of his jacket, mirroring her goddess's words. Once the woman left, Kakashi opened his eyes, revealing he had been faking being asleep the entire time. Slowly, he looked over each of his students. "So what's the plan, Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura asked. "With Zabuza, this mission has easily gone from a C rank to an A rank." Kakashi sighed. "But Zabuza is dead, right?" Sakura pointed out. "That Hunter Nin killed him and took the body." "Not really, since that Hunter Nin had watched our entire fight." Naruto thought to himself. No doubt that they are working with Zabuza, and by extension, this Gato guy. Question is, why though? "Tell me, Sakura, what do Hunter Nins do when they kill their target?" The silver Jonin inquired. The Pinkette thought to herself for a moment, before answering. "They dispose of the body on the spot." "And yet this one takes the body," the blonde added, making sure everyone was on the same page. "So their Zabuza could still be alive then." Sasuke smirked. "Good, he caught me off guard last time. Next time, I will show him why I am an elite." Naruto and surprisingly Sakura could only arch an eyebrow at the delusional Uchiha. So far, his title of being an elite has not been going well. He couldn't defeat one of the demon brothers, and he got flattened by Zabuza who wasn't even trying. Due to the change of mission parameters, we should request backup from Konoha to be safe. Naruto suggested, ignoring the glare the Uchiha sent his way. I would recommend asking for Team 8 or Nico, if she is free. Why them, Naruto? Sakura asked. Simple, Team 8 is a tracking team. Their tracking abilities would come in handy to ensure we don't get caught off guard. The blonde stated. As for Nico, she is a highly skilled ANBU and would be a great assistance against Zabuza. Not to mention both of them could be here in seconds with their shadow step ability. Naruto thought to himself. Though, I expect it would be a bit of a shock for the rest of Team 8 to travel like that. Pfft, I don't need any backup. The raven-haired boy exclaimed. Once I unlock my Sharingan, I will kill Zabuza and his little helper myself. So what do we do, Kakashi-sensei? The Pinkette asked. For now we rest. Kakashi stated. Tomorrow we will begin training for our next encounter with Zabuza and the masked shinobi that was with him. So you're not going to request reinforcements? The blonde asked, with a hint of disappointment in his voice. Mostly in his supposed sensei for being so short-sighted and endanger them further just to stoke the Uchiha's ego. We don't need it. The man stated. Sasuke, Sakura, you two are dismissed. I need to have a talk with Naruto. The blonde mentally scoffed, as he already knew what was about to happen. He waited for both his teammates to leave before shutting the door and awaited the lazy Jonin to start. Naruto, you were reckless when you ignored my orders and attacked Zabuza. Kakashi began, narrowing his eyes at the blonde whom merely shrugged. Not to mention, stealing techniques from other shinobi from the village? I assume you're talking about my use of the moon dance style? Naruto pet an eyebrow. For your information, I haven't stolen anything. I am not an Uchiha. I don't need to steal, Hataki. The Uchiha comment caused the silver-haired Jonin to narrow his eyes at the boy. Though he did flinch slightly at the teen's use of his last name, rather than his title or even nickname that the blonde had dubbed him with. So if you didn't steal it, then how do you know it? How does anyone know how to do something, Hataki? Naruto stated with annoyance. They are taught. Nico, or should I say, Yugao-chan taught me her style when I sought her out for training with swords. Kakashi's eyes widened upon hearing that Naruto knew Nico's identity. You know it is looked down upon to have another train you when you already have a sensei. The silver-haired man stated, shaking off his earlier shock. Once again, you assume I am learning from her now. The blonde sighed. Truth is, I finished up my apprenticeship under Yugao-chan just before graduation. The only extra training I get now is from Anko-chan. And as her and I are engaged, she is free to teach me anything she wants. And Jashin-chan. Naruto mentally added with a sly grin. Now, if you're done singling me out and accusing me of various other bullshit, I am going to go rest for tomorrow's training. When Kakashi didn't reply, Naruto left the room, closing the door behind him softly. As he headed downstairs, he was approached by Sakura of all people. What did Kakashi-sensei want? She inquired. Oh, he just wanted to thank me for saving him from the water prison he was in. Are you sure you were talking to Kakashi-sensei and not an imposter? Sakura pet an eyebrow, earning a small chuckle from the blonde. No, he wanted to ask how I know how to use swords and the style I was using. What was that style anyways? The Pinkette asked. It looked beautiful. It's called the moon dance style. Naruto answered. It relies on natural flexibility and evasion instead of powerful strikes and blocking. Are you okay? He asked, after a moment of silence passed between the two. While they were civil towards each other, the Pinkette never attempted to carry out a conversation this long before. He had a suspicion as to why she was being more social with him, all surrounding a certain Uchiha and his recent actions, whom suspiciously wasn't around. Sakura sighed before continuing. I'm just frustrated that I try to help Sasuke, and he only pushes me away and insults me. Naruto could see tears starting to form around the Pinkette's eyes. He knew that she was hurting on the inside from what had transpired a few hours ago. It was evident as the usual, Kurin, was missing from the Uchiha's name. Gently reaching up, he wiped away the tears that were starting to form. Sakura was shocked by this gesture as she gazed up at the blonde who was looking into her eyes. At the close proximity, she couldn't help but blush. Kiss him, kiss him, kiss him. Inner Sakura chanted, causing the pinkette to blush even more. I know you're in love with him. He gently spoke, breaking her out of her trance-like state. But unfortunately, you can't help those that don't want help. And to be honest, I don't think Sasuke will ever accept anyone's help. Currently, it seems all he cares about is himself and what others can give him. Sakura could only nod her head in acknowledgement. As much as she wanted to, she just couldn't bring herself to defend her love. Mostly because she knew that her blonde teammate wasn't trying to insult Sasuke. He was merely speaking the truth. Feeling he had comforted his teammate enough, Naruto stepped back and began to depart the house. Sakura couldn't help but feel cold at his sudden absence, no longer being comforted by his warmth. Looking up, she saw as he approached the door. What are you going to do, Naruto? I am going to scout around and see what's going on. He replied. You get some rest, you look tired. With that, he left the house to scout the perimeter of the home before heading off into the town area. Leaving the pinkette alone to digest his words and struggle with her own rising feelings towards the blonde Hanyou. Unknown location, Nami no Kuni. The light from the room's lone lantern flickered, as it cast the shadows of a lone individual leaning over what appeared to be a makeshift bed. Currently occupied by a prone muscular man with 2 needles lodged in his neck. As the standing individual leaned down to gently remove the foreign objects, the muscular man shot his hand up to stop the person. Reaching up, he brutally ripped the 2 needles from his neck. Gently please, Zabuza-sama? The masked individual stated, clearly worried about the larger man. If you pull those out any which way, you really will kill yourself. How long are you going to keep that ghoulish mask on? The larger man grunted. Taking the hint, the masked individual unclasped their mask and removed it, allowing the lights from the lantern to bounce off of her smooth, almost perfect skin, with her jet black hair framing her face. Her chocolate brown eyes full of concern for the larger male. How are you feeling, Zabuza-sama? She asked. Zabuza was silent for a handful of seconds as he mentally recounted his fight with the Konoha shinobi. He was upset at himself for falling for Kakashi's mind games that gave the silver-haired shinobi the edge in their battle. I shouldn't have let myself fall for that Konoha scum's mind game, Haku. He replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. However, that blonde gaki. He interests me. He is no older than I am, and yet it seemed he was very skilled with that ability of his. Haku commented. Even more, I have a feeling he was holding back. The larger man speculated as he laid back down in the bed. I look forward to fighting him again. Haku could only smile at Zabuza. The man always did enjoy a good fight, especially with those that could really push him to his limit. However, their conversation was interrupted when the two heard the door creak open, exposing a short gray-haired man with a mustache and sunglasses, wearing a business suit. 2 individuals with swords on either side of him. One was a shorter man, with bluish-white hair and a large overcoat. 2 red lines tattooed under his eyes. The second figure was a taller, slightly more aged-looking man with an eye patch over his right eye with dull brown hair tied up into 3 top knots. Large tribal-style tattoos adorning his left chest, shoulder, and arm. These 2 were exiled samurai from the Land of Iron, now acting as the corrupt businessman's bodyguards. You have some nerve showing your face around here after that failure of yours against those pathetic Konoha shinobi, Gato stated, clearly displeased with the results. It would appear that Kirigakure shinobi are overrated. This earned a small chuckle from the man's 2 bodyguards. I'll get them next time. Zabuza merely shrugged as best he could, his body still feeling the effects of being in a death-like trance. Just keep my pay coming. You have one more chance, Zabuza? Gato sneered. You fail me again, and I will have these 2 cut off your arms and legs, leaving you alive to watch the rest of my men have fun with your little tool here. Both ex-samurai grinned at the concept, eager to spill blood. To ensure he had the last word in the matter and to leave his threat standing, Gato departed the room, with the 2 bodyguards in tow behind him. Both Zabuza and Haku, however, only glare at the trio as they departed. Haku was shaking in anger, and a bit of fear at the threat, whilst Zabuza's blood was boiling. He desperately wanted to cut that pathetic man's head off and shove it in an undisclosed location on the man's body. I really hate that man. Zabuza commented, earning a nod from Haku. Kanohakagure, nighttime. It had been a massively boring day for the beautiful Anbu known as Nico. The only interesting part of her day was when the Hokage's grandson burst into the room, attempting to kill the old man in the child's bid for becoming Hokage, only to trip on his own scarf and face plant into the floor. It was cute the first few times, though after the 438th attempt, it was starting to get annoying. Making her way towards the dango shop to meet up with the rest of the girls, the purple-haired woman couldn't help but wonder how her mate was doing on his first mission outside of the village. She couldn't help but feel a little giddy at the prospect of being able to be openly affectionate to the blonde Hanyou after he returned and talked with the Hokage. And she fully intended to keep her word of dry humping her lover in front of Hayate. Smirking at the thought, she continued on her way towards her destination, arriving there after a few minutes. As she approached, she could make out Kurenai and Anko talking about something, while Hinata sat in between them, eating a stick of dango, and to her surprise, drinking some sake. Anko, would you stop corrupting my student? Kurenai stated in an exasperated tone. She's already dressing like you, I don't need her having your drinking habits too. Anko could only laugh in response at how overprotective her friend was being over her student. Even the Hyuga heiress herself was chuckling at her sensei's antics. Yugao could see the dark-haired girl's cheeks were already a touch flushed, indicating that the Hyuga heiress was already a little tipsy from her consumption of the alcoholic beverage. Ladies, Yugao greeted as she entered the establishment, taking a seat next to Anko, giving the snake mistress a one-armed hug. So, anything interesting happening in the old goat's office? Anko asked in a teasing tone. Anko, show some respect for the Hokage. Kurenai chastised, and cast Hinata a sharp glare as the heiress stifled a giggle. Oh, there was another attempt on his life. The purple-haired woman casually commented, bringing the total tally to 438. Kids determined, gotta give him that. The snake mistress replied, as they all knew who it was. When is that kid ever going to learn that there is no shortcut to being the Hokage? Kurenai asked, while shaking her head. Who knows? Yugao shrugged. Naruto-kun even gave him a small lecture about it, but looks like it went through one ear and out the other. Naruto-kun? The ruby-eyed genjutsu mistress mentally questioned herself, as she never recalled the Anbu woman to ever refer to Naruto in such a way. Doesn't help, given who the kid's private tutor is. Anko replied. Wouldn't put it past the closet pervert to tell Konohamaru to just ignore what Naruto-kun told him. Anything else interesting happen? Hinata asked with a slight slur to her speech, taking another sip from her sake bottle. Well, since Naruto-kun advised Hokage-sama to use shadow clones to get the paperwork done faster, the old man has been binge-reading his Aika Aika Paradise books. The purple-haired beauty sighed in annoyance. Seriously? Anko asked. What the hell do people see in those books anyways? It's just smut. No story, no character development, no plot. Just slots with big melons that jump on the main character's D on every page. Anko. Language. Kurenai chastised, though the snake mistress just waved her off. Personally, I am glad Naruto-kun gave me a copy of Demon Heart. Yugao smiled as she produced said book from her pouch. Much better story and characters, and the love feels more grounded and real. Not driven by lust. I agree, much more well written. The snake mistress smiled, producing her own copy and hugging it. Can't wait for the third book to come out. What's it about? The ruby-eyed mistress asked, a little interested into why her friends and by the looks of it, her student, were so interested in this book series. You haven't read it yet, Nai-chan? Anko inquired. No, Kurenai shook her head. Every time I go to the bookstore, they are sold out. Here, Yugao stated as she handed her friend her copy of the book. You can borrow mine, I've already read it at least 20 times. Are you sure? Kurenai asked as she took the book. Looking it over. The cover featured a fantasy setting with a knight standing on a battlefield littered with various broken weapons, shields, and bodies. While she appreciated the effort put into the art, it was the tagline that caught her attention. A world divided, but can a forsaken love unite the broken world? Interesting. The Genjutsu mistress thought to herself as she flipped the book over to read the summary on the back. She was beginning to see just why this book series was so popular with the women in the village. Just make sure I get it back, okay? Yugao smiled as she saw her friend becoming absorbed with the book before being shaken out of her daze. Of course. Kurenai returned the smile. Thank you. I miss Naruto-kun. Hinata said out of nowhere, as all the talk of the blonde was beginning to make he depressed of him not being around. Ah, it's okay, Hinata-chan. Anko comforted her by wrapping her arms around her shoulders. He'll be back before you know it, and then we can have some real fun with him. Hinata could only giggle, catching the snake mistress's innuendo. This of course didn't get lost on Kurenai, who only glared at her friend and student before shaking her head. Come on, Hinata, I need you sober tomorrow. The Genjutsu mistress stated as she began to guide the young Hyuga heiress out of her seat. I'll let you sleep at my house, because there is no way in hell I am explaining to your father why you are drunk. You worry too much, Kurenai-sensei. Hinata giggled in her slurred voice. I'll catch you girls tomorrow. Kurenai bid her farewell to Anko and Yugao before guiding a stumbling Hinata to the streets. She grows up so fast. Anko grinned, while Yugao only shook her head while chuckling. You know Kurenai is going to tear into for getting her prized student drunk, right? Anko only shrugged. She wasn't too worried about her friend's reaction. Yugao-nen, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. Came a voice from behind the two, accompanied with some coughs. Earning a scowl from the two women. You know I always come here after my shift, High-8 team. Yugao stated, clearly upset at the new arrival. 8 merely shrugged off her insult towards him, and pulled up a chair next to her, much to her annoyance. So, meet your supposed fiancé yet? He asked in a smug tone, believing that the man would never show up. As a matter of fact I have. Yugao smiled. And I must say, I am vastly pleased with the arrangement. This only caused the coughing man to scowl. Something that did not go unnoticed by the two women, whom only smirked at his reaction. And just where is he? If you must know, he is on a mission the Hokage sent him on. Yugao replied. So he is a shinobi then? Stated. Always that chance that he may never make it home. That is highly unlikely as he is rather skilled. The purple-haired Anbu praised her mate. I have had the honor of sparring with him multiple times, and he has always been able to come out on top. In more ways than one. Yugao couldn't help but smirk as her innuendo had hit Hei-8 with full force, causing jealousy to rise up within the man who just couldn't take the hint that the purple-haired Enbu just wasn't interested in him. He scowled as he spied Anko behind her, covering her mouth as she laughed. Perhaps, but even the mightiest of shinobi have fallen. He responded, though his voice dripped with jealousy. Should that day ever come, Hyatim? Yugao narrowed her eyes towards the man, causing him to flinch slightly. I would sooner date Anko-chan here than you. Ah, I knew you loved me, babe. The snake mistress grinned, playfully wrapping her arms around the purple-haired woman, causing said woman to chuckle and lean into her hold just to push it further. This only caused the scowl on Hyate's face to deepen before he aggressively got up from his seat and left the stand, feeling humiliated once again by the object of his desire. Of course, his quick departure only caused the two women to laugh even harder. After a few minutes, their laughter finally died down, with Anko turning to her future sister-wife. So, how do you think he will take it when he finds out it's Naruto-kun? The snake mistress arched an eyebrow. Fairly certain he is going to have a severe meltdown, followed by an entire one-sided argument about how he is more of a man than our lovely Narukoi is, and probably swear some sort of revenge later. Yugao predicted, earning a chuckle from her friend and future sister-wife. Should be an entertaining show. Anko replied with a chuckle. Very entertaining. With Kurenai and Hinata. As the two walked, the Hyuga heiress continued to lean on her sensei for support as they made their way to her small apartment. Kurenai was thinking of all kinds of ways to tear into Anko for influencing her student to drink. Though on the other side of her thoughts, it was somewhat of a relief to see the girl be more open and confident. Arriving to her two-bedroom apartment, the genjutsu mistress guided her student to the spare bedroom and laid her down on the bed. Ensuring she was comfortable, only to be grabbed and pulled into a firm hug by the still tipsy girl, whom was also trying to kiss her, before realizing who she was with and blushed in embarrassment. "Sorry, Kurenai-sensei." Hinata yawned. "I am used to hugging and kissing Naruto-kun good night when I stayed over at Anko-chan's." "Hinata," Kurenai sighed, debating if she really wanted to approach this subject with the girl. "You do know that Naruto and Anko are dating, right?" Hinata only nodded in response. "I know you've had a crush on Naruto for a long time." Kurenai approached the subject as gently as she could. "But maybe you should start looking for other boys your age who are still single." Hinata shook her head. "It's okay, Anko-chan said we could share Naruto-kun." The Hyuga heiress smiled fondly. "And I have already slept with Naruto-kun." Kurenai couldn't stop her mouth from dropping open. However, to her horror, her student continued. "He was so gentle and loving." Hinata blushed with bliss-filled eyes. "And so big. So big." "Okay, I will see you tomorrow morning then," the genjutsu mistress stated before hurrying out of the room. Not sure what to make of what her student had just said. She must have been talking about a dream. She tried to convince herself. Yeah, that's it. She is just remembering a dream she had. It was flimsy and illogical, but the ruby-eyed woman didn't want to think of the alternative. Grabbing her favorite bottle of wine and a wine glass, she stared at the glass for a moment before setting it back down and retiring to her bedroom with the wine bottle, deciding she would have a talk with Anko about this later and get all the facts. Nami no Kuni, nighttime. It was late by the time Naruto returned to the house. Partially because he wanted to make sure the home was secure, and mostly because he wanted to get a feel for the task at hand. Every time Gato's name was brought up, he felt a tingling in the back of his mind. He knew what it meant. Jashin-chan wanted his soul, and Naruto was more than willing to fulfill her will. With that in mind, he looked for any information he could scour about the greedy man. Unfortunately for the blonde Hanyou, he couldn't get any solid leads on where the man was hiding. Though he did learn that Gato had a small military force of bandits that numbered close to 300. Not to mention he always had two rogue samurai around him at all times acting as bodyguards. As quietly as he could, he opened the kitchen door to enter the home. He was half expecting Kakashi to be sitting there waiting for him, or maybe Sakura. He was not, however, expecting the bridge builder's daughter sitting at the table with 2 cups of tea ready. "Welcome back, Naruto." She smiled as she offered him one of the cups, which he gladly received, sitting down at the table with her. "Was your outing productive? I was able to get a better idea of what we are up against." He responded truthfully as he looked her over, causing her to blush a little, though she didn't mind as she thought he was rather handsome. His eyes then wandered down to her arm where the bandage was still firmly wrapped around her forearm. "Is your arm okay?" he asked. "If you need, I know a moderate amount of medical ninjutsu that can accelerate the healing process. If you wouldn't mind." She smiled as she undid the bandage, exposing a mostly healed cut. Though from what Naruto could see, it looked to have been a rather deep cut. Placing his hand over the cut, his free hand gently holding her hand, a faint green glow began to emit from his hand, coating the wound as he did so. Slowly, what was left of the wound began to close up and heal faster until nothing was left except smooth skin. "If you don't mind me asking, how did you receive such a cut?" Deciding this would probably be her only chance, since everyone else was asleep. Not to mention, this was the reason she had stayed up to await the blonde shinobi. "Can I show you something?" she asked as she got up from the table. "I am sure it is something you would be interested to see." Naruto could only PP an eyebrow, while Ari was blushing madly at the woman's bold move. "It's nothing like that, I promise." She smiled, well aware of how her words sounded. "Although you are cute. Maybe later." "Oh my, she is a bold one, Naruto-kun." Ari giggled from his mindscape. Standing up, He followed Tsunami as she led him to the basement and down the stairs until she stopped at a lone door at the bottom of the steps. Pulling out a key, she unlocked it and opened the door, exposing her hidden altar she prayed to. Immediately, Naruto recognized it and couldn't help but to smile. I prayed to Jashin-sama 2 weeks ago to aid us in our time of need. Tsunami explained. She told me that soon, we would be sheltered by the shadow of the fox. And here you are. What makes you think I am the one that Jashin-chan sent? Naruto smiled as he looked at the dark blue-haired woman. Jashin-chan, huh? Tsunami smirked, slowly approaching the blonde Hanyou. Once within arm's reach, she reached out and traced her fingers around some of the threads on the front of his jacket, smiling as she gazed into his cerulean blue eyes. Aside that you just gave it away? The name you have on the back of your coat, Shadow Fox, is a pretty big giveaway. I suppose it does. Naruto chuckled. Would it be too bold of me to kiss you, Naruto-kun? She smiled, leaning in slightly. I wouldn't be opposed to receiving a kiss from a beautiful woman, such as yourself. The blonde gave a fox-like grin. Just so you know, you would have to share, since I have 3 girls back home. Tsunami's only response was to lean in further until she was merely millimeters away from his lips, still gazing into his eyes. I don't mind. She whispered as she closed her eyes and instigated the kiss. Naruto soon followed suit, closing his eyes as he allowed her tongue into his mouth to begin fighting for dominance with his own. Out of instinct, he held her closer as the kiss deepened between the two, not that she minded. It had been far too long since she had been held by a strong and caring man. After a few minutes, the two broke the kiss with a string of saliva hanging between them. Tsunami couldn't help but blush as Naruto smiled to the young woman. Are you sure about this, Tsunami-chan? The blonde Hanyou asked, getting a nod in confirmation. If you are sure about this, then let us take it slow and get to know each other better. I would like that very much, Naruto-kun. She smiled, giving another light kiss to the blonde Hanyou. Looks like you got another one, Naruto-kun. Ari teased from the back of his mind. What can I say, the ladies just love me. The blonde Hanyou mentally responded, eliciting a small chuckle from the kitsune girl. Before the two headed back upstairs, Tsunami made sure to lock up her altar room before joining the blonde upstairs to turn in for the night. Pleasant thoughts on the young woman's mind about the blonde in front of her. A perverted smile creeping onto her face as her mind gave her other images of the blonde shinobi. Thank you Jashin-sama for sending him here, she thought. The next morning, the smell of delicious food and laughter greeted the rest of Team 7 as they filed down the stairs and into the kitchen area, to find Naruto and Tsunami chuckling amongst each other as the blonde had shared a story of one of his past pranks he had pulled on some of the ANBU, minus his Yugao-chan. Dyeing their uniforms a vibrant pink and layering it with a seal that should they try and use a henge to hide the color, it would henge them into a random female appearance. The first thing the Pinkette noticed was that the two sat rather close to each other, despite there being plenty of room at the table. This caused a small hint of jealousy to flare up from within her, even if she didn't want to admit it. Her inner self, on the other hand, was laughing up a storm, having sensed her outer self's reaction to the scene before them. Morning, Sakura-san. Naruto greeted, purposely ignoring the other two as he took a sip of his coffee. You're up, breakfast is ready. Tsunami beamed. Help yourself. Thank you, Tsunami-san. Sakura said before helping herself to a modest portion of eggs, bacon, and toast. Kakashi also gave his thanks, while Sasuke only grunted, prompting Naruto to whisper something into the woman's ear, causing her to giggle, earning a glare from the emo, and for the masked Jonin to narrow his eyes at the blonde. Sakura, surprisingly, found that she didn't care. Despite knowing that whatever her blonde teammate had said was about Sasuke, she just didn't have the urge to defend the raven-haired boy. After her short talk with Naruto the previous day, she really began to analyze her feelings towards the last Uchiha and how he himself acted towards everyone around him. Looking back through her memories, thankful that she had a photographic memory, she had come to the conclusion that her blonde teammate was correct. It had hurt her to admit it to herself, but the last Uchiha only cared about himself, power, and what those around him could give him. She had also began to recall anomalies that occurred during their years in the academy. She could recall one particular moment that stood out. A civilian boy by the name of Jubi had actually outperformed the last Uchiha in a ninjutsu demonstration by performing an impressive technique that even left the teachers' mouths on the floor. However, the next day, Jubi was absent and Sasuke used the technique he had. Sometime later, she had ran into her former classmate and, being her fangirl self at the time, had bragged about her, Sasuke-kun, being able to perform the same jutsu even better than he had. However, the words he spoke still hung over her head, now with even greater weight as she was beginning to learn just what type of person her precious Sasuke was. Of course he performed it. Jubi spat with venom. That bstrd dragged me before the civilian council and forced me to hand over all of my jutsus before they sealed my chakra and banished me from being a shinobi. Sakura frowned at the memory. She never saw the boy after that day. This of course didn't go unnoticed by her blonde teammate. You okay, Sakura-san? Yeah. She sighed, shaking away her memories. Just thinking. Naruto merely nodded, not wanting to push for anything. He figured that if she really needed to, she would talk to him later about it. Though he did notice a stark difference in her attitude towards their raven-haired teammate. So far, she had refrained from attempting to sit close to Sasuke, like she normally would. In fact, the blonde noticed that she hadn't said a single word to him the entire morning. In a word, he was proud of his pink-haired teammate. It seemed that she had finally broken out of her fangirl ways completely. Once you finish breakfast, meet me out back in the forest. Kakashi instructed before he left the table. The man had cleared his plate without any of his genin noticing, prompting a series of arched eyebrows wondering if he had ate through the mask. A short while later, all three of the genin were gathered around their masked sensei, whom was standing near one of the many trees. As expected, the silver-haired jonin had his nose in his orange book once more. So what are we going to be training with today, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Sakura, sounding a bit more excited than she normally would have at the prospect of training. Tree climbing. The masked jonin stated with an eye smile. Both Sakura and Naruto frowned at this, knowing full well what exercise their sensei was talking about. Sasuke, on the other hand, began to rant that climbing trees was a waste of time, demanding to know how climbing a tree would help him get stronger to fight Zabuza. While I could think of countless other exercises to help better prepare ourselves for the coming fight, though Duck Butt is a complete idiot to think that tree walking is a waste of time since it helps with chakra control and helps expand your own reserves. Naruto thought to himself. Can you do it without your hands, Sasuke? Kakashi asked, prompting the raven-haired emo to shut up and look at the masked man in question. As if to prove his point, the man turned and began to walk up straight up the tree as if he were on a leisurely stroll, much to the last Uchiha's shock. Sakura and Naruto, however, were unfazed as both had mastered it already. Once the masked man had finished his walk, now standing upside down on one of the thicker branches, he reached into his pouch and tossed 3 kunai at the ground in front of his genin. Use these to mark your progress, the man instructed, jumping down from the tree to stand in front of them once more. Once in front of them, he began a lazy explanation of how to perform the tree walking exercise. Though, due to his laziness, he had left out a few small details. For a moment, Sakura and Naruto debated if they should fill in the missing information, but both decided against it, since they knew that the Uchiha would no doubt get pulled to the side for more personal training with the masked jonin. Sasuke, grab your kunai and follow me. I have something I want you to work on as well as tree walking. Kakashi said, after he had finished his lazy explanation before turning to his remaining 2. You two stay here and work on your tree walking until you have perfected it. Which, knowing Naruto, is going to take all day, if not longer. Not leaving room for the blonde in question to talk back, the silver-haired jonin quickly led the last Uchiha deeper into the forest. Did he forget that you were fighting Zabuza on the water? Sakura asked, after the two had disappeared into the trees. Not to mention we have an A-ranked missing Nin, who is also one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, after our client, and his wonderful idea is to have you and I do tree walking while he pampers the Uchiha. Naruto sighed, clearly disappointed with his supposed sensei. Without a doubt, if he hadn't already learned from Ari-chan, Anko-chan, Jashin-chan, and Yugao-chan, he would be screwed at this point. Either way, I have an idea on what you can do. First, let's make some shadow clones to do the tree walking exercise and instruct them to pretend to struggle with it, in case Taida-sensei decides to check on us. The blonde instructed. Without question, Sakura created her shadow clone and did as instructed before turning to her blonde teammate, awaiting to see what he had planned. Alright, while our clones are doing this, we are going to go further down the shoreline to avoid Taida-sensei from spying on us. There, we are going to determine what your elements are and go from there. Naruto explained, earning a nod and a look of anticipation from the pinkette. With that said, the two departed down the shoreline. After a good half-hour of walking, they reached an open beach area, with sheer cliff faces behind them, giving them perfect cover from any would-be spectators. Perfect in case a certain silver-haired shinobi stumbled near their location. You know, this is almost like a date. Inner Sakura gushed. Just the two of you, alone on a private beach. Just imagine him suddenly turning around and kissing you, dominating your mouth with his tongue as you feel up those muscle he has. Sweet Kami Inner. Sakura blushed heavily at the onslaught of descriptions her inner self had provided. We are here to train, not ravage or be ravaged by Naruto-kun. It's Naruto-kun now, is it? Inner teased, prompting her outer self to blush once more. Don't be like that, outer-chan, it's good you're being honest with yourself. Sakura-san, are you okay? Naruto asked, snapping the pinkette out of her thoughts. You kind of spaced out there. Yeah, sorry. She apologized, clearly embarrassed. As if the blonde in front of her could hear her inner dialogue. It's okay, he gave her a fox-like grin. You can fantasize about me later. Let's get started. Immediately, Sakura went red from a deep blush that invaded her face. All the while her inner self was teasing her and threatening to unleash more details of what the two of them could do alone. If Naruto noticed, he said nothing as he rummaged through his trench coat and produced what appeared to be a square piece of blank paper. Here we go, he said as he handed a piece to the pinkette. This is chakra paper. This will help us determine what your elements are. All you have to do is set it on the ground and channel some chakra into it. How will we know what my elements are? She asked as she looked over the piece of paper. Well, it's simple, he explained. If you have a fire element, the paper will catch on fire and turn to ash. Wind, it will cut in half and in some cases become shredded. Lightning will cause the paper to wrinkle. Earth, the paper will turn to dirt and crumble away. And finally water will make the paper become damp. Sakura nodded in understand and set out to do as she was instructed. Not missing the irony that once again, she was learning more from Naruto than their own sensei. Setting the paper down, she channeled her chakra into it only for the paper to split itself in half. One half turned to dirt and crumpled away, while the other half became very damp. Alright, you have earth and water. Perfect for you really. Naruto smiled. You have the perfect defense with earth, and a powerful offense with water. Sakura actually wasn't too surprised. It actually felt like a perfect fit. Now, let's see here. Where did I put them? The blonde murmured to himself as he rummaged through his coat once more before producing 2 sealing scrolls. Here we go. Without explaining what he was doing, he opened both scrolls and applied a little chakra to each, prompting a few scrolls to poof into existence. Clearly labeled earth and water. Unfortunately, I can't help you with these, since I don't have a strong affinity towards them. The blonde frowned. But these scrolls should help you greatly. Thank you, Naruto-kun. She stopped herself before she finished. What elements do you have? Naruto arched an eyebrow at the sudden shift in behavior, but shrugged it off. I have wind, lightning, and darkness. He shrugged. With a little bit of fire. You have 4? It's complex, but yes. He sighed. Wind and lightning are my main ones. The darkness comes from my bloodline. And the fire, well, that's a bit more difficult to explain as it is an S-ranked secret in the village. Sakura frowned slightly as she pondered what Naruto could be involved in that required such a high-ranking secret to be placed around him. However, as curious as she was, she didn't push. She knew full well that divulging such a secret could sentence her to death, or worst-case scenario, both of them. Maybe later I will tell you about it. He frowned. For now, let's start training. I want you to create a second shadow clone and have it do water walking while you study those scrolls. The pink cat nodded and set to work doing as he instructed. 6 hours later. It was around 2 p.m. before Naruto and Sakura returned to the house. The pink cat looking a bit worse for wear than normal as she had decided to spar with the blonde to get a better grip of some of her new jutsus. In which, Naruto had praised her for grasping them so quickly to be able to use them effectively in combat. Once they had finished their spar, Naruto had given his pink-haired teammate a solider pill to quickly replenish her chakra and strength, which was the only reason she was able to stand on her own as the two entered the house, casually dismissing both of their shadow clones, receiving the memories of each clone. It seemed that their supposed sensei never once came to check on them. Welcome back. Tsunami smiled as she greeted the two. I just finished making lunch. Thank you, Tsunami-chan, it smells wonderful. Naruto smiled, causing the woman to blush lightly at the compliment. Did you finish the tree walking exercise, Naruto? Came a voice from behind the two. Naruto turned his head enough to see Kakashi coming through the door with the raven-haired emo trailing behind him. Course we finished it, it was pretty easy actually. The blonde smirked. Kakashi only frowned in response. He could argue that the blonde was lying, though from the look of Sakura next to him, they had been training so it was very possible that he had finished the exercise as unlikely as it was. Then again, he acted nothing like his academy profile suggested. He really needed to get a more up-to-date and accurate profile reading on the blonde. Oi dobe. Sasuke broke Kakashi out of his musings. Teach me all your techniques. Naruto only arched an eyebrow at the duck bute's demand, as Tsunami only glared at the raven-haired emo. Meanwhile, Sakura was getting all too familiar flashbacks of her former classmate. At least now, since the blonde was recognized as a shinobi of Konoha, the civilian council had no power over him. Strangely enough, this gave the pinkette a sense of relief. No. Naruto simply replied. Dobe, I demand that you give me those techniques. Sasuke stated as he stomped towards the blonde, somewhat reminding Tsunami of a toddler throwing a tantrum. So I can avenge my clan. You're not strong enough. The blonde simply replied before his attention back to the kitchen, intent on getting something to eat. You should help your teammates. Kakashi offered as he dismissively waved his hand, earning a slight glare from his pink-haired student. Slowly, Naruto turned to face his supposed sensei. Tell me, Taida-sensei. The blonde began. Would you be so helpful if Sakura-san or myself wanted to learn one of his techniques? Those are clan techniques, Naruto. The masked jonin gave a lazy smile. Besides, you don't have the elemental affinity for it. First off, Katan Jutsus are not a Uchiha clan technique. Naruto pointed out, earning a scowl from the silver-haired jonin. Secondly, you don't even know what my affinities are. And lastly, your precious Uchiha can't learn my abilities anyways because they are from my bloodline, so even his precious Sharingan will never be able to copy them. Sasuke only scowled at the blonde before turning and stomping out of the house, once again reminding the dark brunette woman of a toddler throwing a fit when he couldn't get what he wanted. Kakashi similarly looked upset, but at least composed himself far better. Ignoring his sensei, Naruto dished himself a bowl of the stew Tsunami had prepared, and handed it to Sakura before dishing one for Tsunami and finally himself. Both women gave their thanks as they took their seats around the table. Though it didn't go unnoticed that both girls had taken seats on either side of him. This is really good, Tsunami-chan. Naruto complimented. You'll make some lucky man very happy one day. The blonde gave her a subtle wink, causing her to blush a bit more. I can only hope I meet the one soon. She coyly replied. Who knows, maybe I already have. Meanwhile, Sakura frowned at the interaction between the two. She could tell that Tsunami was flirting with her blonde teammate, which caused a sense of jealousy to flare up within her. As much as she wanted to lash out at the blonde, she couldn't fault him for being polite to the woman. Do you have anything else for us to train, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura decided to ask. Even though she already suspected that the silver-haired Jonin had nothing for her or Naruto to continue to work on. Though he didn't show it, the blonde Hanyou was also interested if the masked Jonin had thought past the basic tree-walking exercise. To be honest, Sakura. The man began. I didn't expect Naruto to be able to complete the tree-walking exercise so quickly. So I have nothing for you at this moment. What the hell, Taida-sensei? Sakura snapped, catching everyone at the table by surprise. Even Naruto. Naruto-kun fought Zabuza on the water when he saved your butt, and you didn't think he could do tree walking? Pushing up roughly from the table, the cherry blossom stomped up the stairs and slammed the door to the room she was residing in, leaving a shocked Tsunami, a speechless Naruto, and an abashed Kakashi. An awkward silence filled the air as they finished up their lunch. Naruto-kun, would you like to accompany to the village so that I may pick up some things for tonight's dinner? Tsunami asked, giving the blonde a subtle wink. I would love to, Tsunami-chan. The blonde smiled. Why don't you take Sasuke or Sakura instead, or even myself, Tsunami-san? Kakashi inquired, causing the woman in question to narrow her eyes slightly at the masked man. It's simple, Kakashi-san. She replied, your student Sasuke is nowhere to be found, not good considering part of the job is to not only watch over my father, but also his family. His current actions is not setting a good example for your village's shinobi. This caused the masked Jonin to frown, though he could not deny her claim. As for Sakura, she seems to be rather upset and needs some time alone. She continued, though she had nothing against the pink-haired girl. If she wasn't already planning on using this trip as an impromptu date with Naruto, she would have happily brought the cherry blossom along. And as for you, I would not trust myself alone with a pervert since all you do is read those smut books. Tsunami finished, prompting the masked Jonin to flinch when she called him a pervert. Just give me a moment to let Sakura-san know. I fear she may worry, the blonde said, earning a smile from the dark blue-haired woman. Kakashi wisely kept silent as he was still stunned by Sakura's outburst and the revelation that the client's daughter didn't trust him or Sasuke. Naruto had quickly departed up the stairs and knocked on the door of the room that his pink-haired teammate was staying in. Hearing a soft reply, he slowly opened the door and peeked in to see Sakura sitting on the futon, reading a copy of his first book. So, it's Naruto-kun now? He teased, eliciting a blush from her. No, I was just... She stammered, a little embarrassed. It's okay. I don't mind. Naruto smiled, putting her at ease. If you want to call me Naruto-kun, go ahead. Okay, Sakura-tan. Hearing the chan suffix at the end of her name caused her heart to flutter slightly. Not trusting her voice, she only nodded. Finally. He is calling us Sakura-tan. Inner gushed in pure bliss. And here you were stressing out that you let it slip that you called him Naruto-kun. Okay, I admit it. It feels good to have someone who is cute actually acknowledge and compliment me. Only cute. Kinner smirked. Fine, drop-dead handsome, happy? Sakura mentally replied. Too bad he is already with Anko. Girl, don't worry about that. I have a feeling that things will work out. So don't count him out just yet. Inner cryptically replied. Trust me on this, I have a sixth sense for these kinds of things. Good book? He asked, snapping her out of her thoughts. Yeah, though I have already read it a couple times. The pinkette replied, shaking away her thoughts. I want to get the second book, but it's always sold out. Naruto only smirked as he reached into his jacket and activated a seal, producing a copy of his second book and handed it to Sakura, whom was completely shocked that her blonde teammate had a copy of the book, let alone it being brand new. I keep a few copies on hand for friends. He merely smiled. Anko-chan loves this book series. Wait, how do you even have spare copies? She asked as she looked up from the book. Do you go and buy the books ahead of time? Nah, nothing like that. I'll give you a hint though, it's right in front of you. The blonde Hanyou smirked, waiting to see if she could figure it out. Sakura narrowed her eyes as she contemplated the hidden meaning of his words. Flipping the book over, she looked over the cover once more until her eyes landed on the author's name. Hanyou Kitsune. She furrowed her brow. Initially, She didn't think anything wrong with the name of the author. However, now something seemed off about it. Briefly, she allowed her eyes to wander up to the expecting face of Naruto. Wait a second. Her eyes widened. Hanyou Kitsune. Naruto Uzumaki, the Shadow Fox. You're the author? She stammered, desperately hoping she was correct in her suspicion. Correct. I can see why you earned your spot for Kunoichi of the year of our class. Able to figure it out with minimum resources to deduct from. He complimented the pinkette, earning him another blush from the girl. Though, I do ask that you keep it a secret. I promise, Naruto-kun. She replied, tasting how his name with the affectionate suffix sounded on her lips. She liked it as it felt natural for some reason. But why hide your name? Well, I am not well liked in the village. So anything with my name on it would automatically be taboo. He replied, causing the girl to frown. It has to do with the S-ranked secret I mentioned earlier. Again, the hints are in front of you. If you figure it out, talk to me. Small loophole with the law. Anyways, I wanted to let you know that I am going with Tsunami-chan into town. He smiled. Relax and enjoy the book. Thank you, Naruto-kun. She smiled as she brought him into a hug, surprising the blonde Hanyou at the sudden show of affection. Smiling softly, he hugged her back before separating from her and leaving the room. You know you should have kissed him. Inner chastised, causing Sakura to mentally scowl. With Naruto. After leaving the house, Naruto quickly made 2 shadow clones and had them henge into himself and Tsunami, having them go into town whilst the real version went down the shoreline, expertly avoiding any detection from Kakashi or Sasuke, as Naruto had sensed the 2 chakra signatures shortly after they had departed. A quick distraction had left the 2 unaware of the switch. I am beginning to wonder which one of you is the higher-ranked shinobi on the team. Tsunami chuckled as the 2 continued their private trek down the shoreline. Officially, Kakashi is. The blonde snickered. Skill-wise, I am unsure. I am positive like me, Kakashi is hiding most of his true skill. Very modest of you, Naruto-kun. Well, I don't want to have an inflated ego like Duck Butt. Naruto replied, earning another chuckle from his date at his nickname for the last Uchiha. Besides, overconfidence is the #1 cause of death for a shinobi. As they continued to walk, the sound of running water could be heard from a short distance away. Rounding the corner, the 2 saw a beautiful waterfall that just barely hid a cave behind it. A pathway along the edge, just large enough to allow them through without soaking them with water. Smiling, Naruto led Tsunami along the path until they reached the cave. It's beautiful. Tsunami breathed as she looked around the interior. Tsunami-chan, I feel that if you really want to pursue anything with me, you should know everything about me. The blonde Hanyou stated, suddenly turning serious, prompting the woman to become worried. Even if it may change how you feel about me. Naruto-kun, there is nothing you can say that will change how I feel about you. She reassured him, placing her hand on his shoulder. Nodding, Naruto took a deep breath before telling her everything about him. From the attacks he suffered in the village, to the fateful night he met Jashin-chan and was turned into a Hanyou, his mission for the goddess, his status as a Jinchuriki, the process of marking his mates, and about his other girls at home. Through it all, she sat and listened until he was finished. It was a tense few moments as Naruto awaited her verdict. To his surprise, she started laughing. Naruto-kun, do you really think I would change my feelings for you because of this? She asked, though didn't wait for an answer. If anything, they have only grown. You are a strong man, both physically and mentally, to endure what you have and still show compassion and kindness to others. And if you would have me, I would love to be one of your mates. She finished with a smile. I would be honored if you were to be one of my mates. He smiled, tears of happiness in his eyes. Are you sure about this? Once you accept my mark, you will become a Hanyou as well. Receiving one last nod in confirmation, the blonde Hanyou leaned in and bit down on her neck, causing her to gasp out in a mixture of pain and pleasure. As she felt the chakra course through her veins, she instinctively bit down on his neck, sealing the deal so to speak, and officially become one of his mates as his mark took its place at the base of her neck. As she did so, she felt a power surge through her that she had never felt before. Feeling as if she could take out all of the mercenaries that Gato had in his private little army. Enamored with the feeling rushing through her body, she brought her blonde mate in for a deep kiss. The blonde Hanyou didn't resist as he held her close and allowed her tongue to enter his mouth to battle with his own for dominance. After a few moments, the two broke. Both panting and almost out of breath from the kiss they had shared, though they still bathed in each other's presence as they held each other close. "Welcome to the family, Tsunami-chan." Naruto smiled. Tsunami's response was to snuggle closer to him and bury her face into the crook of his neck, letting out a sigh of contentment. A few hours later, after a solid 2 hours, the two newly mated lovers made their way back home, meeting up with Naruto's clones to retrieve what they had picked up to add to that night's dinner. To the two's amusement, both Kakashi and Sasuke had given up on tailing the two since it ended up being just the two shopping. Much to their disappointment. If only they knew. During their time out, Naruto had learned a lot about Tsunami. The brunette had opened up to him in a wide variety of areas. From her first introduction to Jashinism, to her first husband and Inari's father, whom was also a Jashinist. Until the man began to fall for the lies that the cult had begun to spread. The memory itself brought a sad frown to Tsunami's face as she recalled when he had come home one day excited and had explained his plans to take her and their son to the gathering of other cultists whom were planning on slaughtering a small village, in the name of Jashin. Appalled by this, Tsunami had tried to talk him out of it, citing that slaughtering innocents was not the will of Jashin. Though he wouldn't listen. In the end, she had been forced to kill her own husband to protect her faith and her son, eventually lying to her father, stating that her husband was killed by bandits. She had also told him about Kaiza. How he had come into Inari's life as a father figure, even though Tsunami had kept him at arm's length. Mostly due to the man being a devout worshipper of Kami. That would have been fine for the brunette, if he didn't constantly spout of how they should round up every Jashinist and kill them in the name of Kami to cleanse the world. Those words had killed any potential romance between the two, even more so when she had put her foot down that he was not allowed to talk about religion in any capacity with her son. "Thank you for accompanying me, Naruto-kun." Tsunami smiled as they entered the home. "It was no problem, Tsunami-chan." The blonde smiled as he helped her unpack the groceries his clones had purchased. As the two conversed, the rest of the occupants minus Sakura turned their attention to the two. Kakashi was still a little annoyed that the client's daughter didn't trust him or Sasuke. The raven-haired emo was brooding on the couch, fuming that the blonde in question was making him look bad. Tazuna, on the other hand, had noticed a shift in behavior from his daughter, making him suspicious of the two. Though in a good way, as he hadn't seen her this happy in years. "Dinner will be ready in a short while." The brunette called out to the rest of the household. An hour and a half later found all of the household sitting at the table. Sakura had joined the two in the kitchen nearly 45 minutes ago, giving Tsunami a hand with preparing dinner as she talked with the other woman about the book Naruto had given her. Which of course, prompted the blonde Hanyou to give his new mate both copies of his current books, much to her delight. "This is really good, Tsunami-san." Kakashi complimented, trying to strike up a conversation to break the awkward silence that hung over the dinner table. "As much as I would like to take credit for tonight's dinner." Tsunami smiled. Both Naruto-kun and Sakura-san helped, and the recipe is from Naruto-kun. "Where did you learn to cook like this, Naruto-kun?" Sakura asked, impressed by the flavor of the meal. Of course, this only prompted her inner self to tell her how the blonde would make a wonderful husband. "Well, since it is well known we would be stuck doing D-rank missions which are little more than glorified chores, I read up on a lot of practical skills that may be required while I was still in the academy." The blonde replied, impressing the pinkette further that he had thought that far ahead. Sasuke only grunted in response, not caring if the loser could cook or not. Though he was curious of the change in the pinkette. Wondering why she began to use the "kun" suffix with the blonde, which was usually reserved for himself. Not that he was jealous, but he did find it odd and began to question what has transpired between the two. Meanwhile, Kakashi remained silent as he pondered a few things. Much like his favored student, He had noticed a change in his pink-haired student and her sudden closeness to her blonde teammate. Not to mention said blonde's closeness with the client's daughter. The masked Jonin could only mentally sigh. It wasn't his problem if the blonde was being unfaithful to Anko. He had warned her that she needed to increase her standards. If only the perverted Cyclops knew. Why? A voice sounded from the doorway to the dining room, turning the occupant's attention to a small boy, no older than 8. Why what? Naruto asked as he looked up from his dinner to the boy. Why are you trying so hard? The kid asked once more, a bit louder this time. You're just going to die. Gato is too powerful. I am a Uchiha elite and I will crush this Gato when I see him, as well as that eyebrow-less freak and his little masked pet. Sasuke arrogantly proclaimed. And I don't need any help either. Well, Kakashi has done a great job stoking his ego. Naruto thought to himself, earning an agreement from the Kitsune girl. Sakura could only frown at her raven-haired teammate's words. Now that her mind was focused and no longer obsessed with the last Uchiha, she could clearly see how the boy she had an obsessive crush on truly acted. Did I really find this attractive, inner? She mentally asked, somewhat disgusted with her past self. Unfortunately so, just be glad that Naruto-kun broke you out of that fangirl shell you were in. Sakura only mentally nodded in agreement before turning her attention towards said blonde. Gato's strength is false. Naruto stated clearly. He is a weak, pathetic man who hides behind money he stole to hire those stronger than him to do his bidding. Mark my words, he will die before we finish our mission. The rest of Team 7 Pet and I at the blonde's words. Whatever, there are no such things as heroes. The kid continued. They just get killed anyways. Oh, I am not hero, Inari-san. The blonde replied. I'm a champion. Tsunami couldn't help but smile softly at her mate's words' hidden meaning. Sighing, Naruto pushed himself up from the table and walked around where the young boy stood. Kneeling down, he placed a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder. During their talks, Naruto had learned why her son acted in such a way and knew it was hard on the young boy. I know you have lost someone precious to you, and that you believe that things can't get any worse for you. Naruto began. Instead of looking at what you lost, look at what you still have. You have a loving mother and grandfather, whereas there are those that have none. You have a home that shelters you. If anything, I envy you. I never had any of those things while growing up. This caught Sakura's attention even more. You see, before my 6th birthday I had been attacked by the villagers more times than I care to count. Hospitalized hundreds of times. I even lost count how many times I was on the Shinigami's doorstep. All for something that was never within my control. It was during the last attempt on my life that I awakened my bloodline. I had very few precious people to look out for me. The Pinkette was shocked to hear this. Even her inner self was silent. She had known the boy had a hard childhood, as none of the villagers were ever silent of their feelings towards the boy. However, she had never thought it was this bad. A large part of her felt extremely guilty as she had been a part of those that had lashed out at him. Even if it was for an entirely different reason. However, it is for these few people that I hold dear that I continue to push on and become stronger. To make them proud. So never give up hope, Inari-san. Naruto smiled, even though his eyes reflected nothing but pain and sadness at the memories. I don't think Kaiza-san would want you to give up either. By now, Inari was sniffling, trying to hold back his tears. And it's okay to cry. The blonde continued. Showing emotions doesn't make you weak. It makes you human. Inari only nodded in response before slowly moving away and departing up the stairs to his bedroom. No doubt the blonde Hanyou had given the young child much to think and reflect upon. As Naruto stood up, he was engulfed in a hug by the boy's mother, who had tears steaming down her eyes. Both from sorrow and happiness. Happiness for her mate being able to snap her son out of his funk. Sorrow, for having to reimagine the suffer her lover had gone through years before. Thank you, Naruto-kun. She whispered, though loud enough for everyone in the room to hear, before breaking the hug. Are you okay? Naruto only smiled and brought his hand up to wipe away the woman's tears, to which the brunette unconsciously leaned into the support. I'll be fine. He reassured her. I am just going to go for a walk. Moving past the dark blue-haired woman, he gave Sakura a reassuring pat on the shoulder as if to say he didn't blame her for anything before departing out the door into the night. Leaving behind two emotional women, a contemplative bridge builder, a scoffing emo and a frowning jonin. Loser probably made it all up to get sympathy. Sasuke commented finally, earning a glare from both Sakura and Tsunami. No, Sasuke. Naruto has had a hard childhood. Kakashi sighed. Though he may have over-exaggerated how bad it was for the sake of the kid. This only prompted Sakura to roll her eyes at the silver-haired jonin. It seemed he didn't want to believe anything when it came to her blonde teammate. Meanwhile, Inner was ranting about how the masked pervert simply dismissed Naruto's tragic past. Tsunami, though, wasn't as quiet. Then you do not know your student, Shinobi-san. She leveled her gaze at the man, causing him to shrink slightly. There was pain and sadness in those eyes. If anything, we got the sugar-coated version of what Naruto-kun has been through. Kakashi only frowned, but said nothing further. A tiny voice in the back of his mind was warning him that if he tried to dismiss the woman's words, she would make him hurt in ways he never thought possible. Sakura, on the other hand, was worried for the blonde. While she knew he could more than handle himself in the face of danger, she was deeply worried about his emotional state. She had debated with herself if she should follow him and offer him some sort of comfort and maybe apology for her actions in the past. However, her logical side won out in this instance. She knew that if the blonde didn't want to be found, then she wouldn't find him and probably only put herself at risk. One by one, each person excused themselves from the table, until only the Pinkette remained. Still contemplating what she had learned about her blonde teammate. She was still wrapping her mind around just how bad the boy had it growing up. However, her mind clicked on to something he mentioned earlier. And the fire, well, that's a bit more difficult to explain as it is an S-ranked secret in the village. She recalled him saying when asked about his elemental affinities. She narrowed her eyes in thought, as she began recalling all her recent conversations with the boy. Piecing together the clues, as it were, and combining them with what he had revealed to the boy. The blonde's numerous visits to the hospital, and if it was a result of attacks from the villagers themselves, she highly doubted the staff at the hospital would have treated him any better. Probably only do just enough to avoid any official action against them. This only prompted her to frown at that notion. Her mind then went to the blonde's books, of all things. Picking up her copy that he had given to her, she gazed over the cover once more, getting a sense of déjà vu from earlier. Her eyes ghosting over the name he used once more. After a handful of seconds, it clicked in her mind. Kitsune. Kitsune means fox. She mentally exclaimed. 14 years ago, the village was attacked by the Kyubi, a giant nine-tailed fox, and Naruto-kun is 14, which means the fourth didn't kill it like we are told. Inner supplied. Seeing as a massive beast made of nothing but chakra can't be killed, he did the next best thing and sealed the Kyubi into someone else. A newborn baby. Naruto-kun must have been that baby. Sakura continued. It would explain why he never had any parents, if the Kyubi killed them, and the way the villagers treated him. Those idiots can't tell the difference between a kunai and a scroll. Inner ranted. We'll ask Naruto-kun about it tomorrow. The Pinkette decided. He did say if I figured it out to talk to him about it. Content with his decision, the Pinkette opened the book and continued reading, ironically finding herself more and more attracted to the hero of the story. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the trees as birds began to greet the morning sun with their songs, exposing a lone individual in a pink kimono kneeling in the center of a meadow clearing in the forest, humming happily to themselves as they picked various plants and put them into a small basket. A sound from the person's right caught their attention, turning to see a young blonde also laying in the field with his eyes closed, breathing softly. Slowly, the individual made their way towards where the prone blonde lay, gasping slightly as they recognized his face as one of the Konoha shinobi. Slowly reaching over, the person contemplated trying to strangle the boy first before shaking that notion away and instead gently shook him awake. You shouldn't sleep outside. They commented. You could get severely sick. Naruto only smirked as he sat up from his laying position. Guess I fell asleep while watching the stars last night. He lied. In truth, after Naruto had left the house, he had wandered the town and nearby surroundings, picking up more information on Gato and his supposed plans from the goons that just couldn't keep their mouths shut. It surprised him when he found out the fat greedy man planned to betray Zabuza and kill him, while taking the swordsman apprentice as his personal SCSLV. "So, what are you doing out here, miss?" he politely inquired. "I was picking healing herbs for a friend that recently got sick." She smiled. "They must mean a lot to you if you go out of your way like this," Naruto commented with a smile. "I owe him everything." She simply replied, "Sorry, where are my manners?" The blonde chuckled. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki." "Haku." The girl giggled. "Need any help picking herbs for your friend?" The blonde offered. Haku thought for a moment. If she declined, he may be suspicious, though she didn't dismiss the possibility of him sabotaging the herbs to harm Zabuza further. Deciding it would be best to avoid any suspicion on her, she reluctantly accepted the blonde's help. "So, what herbs do you need?" he asked as the blonde Hanyou began rummaging through the grass and flowers. "You said he was sick. Does he need herbs for his stomach and fever?" "Well, he kind of got a nasty cut," she replied cryptically, not wanting to give too much away. "Ah, I see," was all Naruto replied with. However, if the girl would have looked closer, she would have seen that Naruto had already been collecting herbs specifically for open wounds. Walking over, he dropped what he had collected so far into the basket next to her. Flicking his fingers slightly, Haku never noticed the black droplets stain her kimono. "So you're a shinobi then, Naruto-san?" Haku inquired, trying to strike up a conversation as they collected the herbs. "I am." He smiled before turning to her. "But then again, you already knew that. Didn't you, Hunter-san?" Haku could only gasp in surprise, before turning to the blonde with a horrified look on her face, preparing herself for the worst. "Oh, how did you know?" she asked, fear evident in her voice. "Do not fear." He gave her a warm smile. "I am not here to fight you or even sabotage Zabuza-san's recovery. If anything, I want him 100% for our next spar. And as to how I know," he smirked while pointing towards his nose, "I recognized your scent when you saved Zabuza-san from Taida-sensei." Haku was a little taken aback by the blonde's warmness towards her, though how he spoke of his sensei intrigued her. "Taida-sensei?" she inquired, raising an eyebrow at the nickname given to the blonde sensei. "Yeah, I call him that because he is lazy, like a sloth," Naruto explained with a grin as he handed the girl some more herbs, allowing her to check them over to make sure they were the correct ones, before dumping them into the basket. "And as you saw in the battle, he heavily favors the Uchiha. Not much of a sensei then." Haku frowned, slowly finding herself more at ease around the Konoha shinobi. "If he isn't teaching you anything, how are you skilled enough to go head-on with Zabuza-sama?" "My Heims helped me train back home." He smiled fondly as he thought about his girls back in Konoha. "Not to mention, I had what you may call a divine intervention." The last bit caused the girl to frown in confusion. "What do you mean, divine intervention?" "That's a secret." He merely smiled, causing her to frown more. "However, maybe in the future I will tell you. I believe I have enough herbs for Zabuza's treatment," Haku stated as she noted the basket was full. "Thank you for your help, Naruto-san." "Not a problem, Haku-san." The blonde smiled once more, causing her to blush slightly. "Give Zabuza-san my regards." Naruto watched as Haku disappeared into the trees, a small smile at his face. He had to admit she was cute. Furthermore, she was skilled, since she was able to conceal herself from Kakashi when she had retrieved Zabuza, something he greatly respected in a kunoichi. Closing his eyes, the blonde Hanyou sunk into the shadows, disappearing entirely. Zabuza's hideout. Haku was in a bit of a daze, reliving the past few moments she had spent with the blonde shinobi, feeling her face heat up as she remembered how cute he looked. Not to mention the compassion he had shown. He had known she was an enemy, yet he still helped her. This was a quality Haku looked for in a person. She had seen that the blonde was strong, And now she had seen that he was also compassionate, even towards a known enemy. She couldn't help but smile about that, before her eyes widened in realization. She had a crush on the blonde shinobi. "What's go you in such a good mood?" Zabuza's voice broke her out of her thoughts, causing her to jump slightly, prompting the demon of the mist to mentally chuckle at her antics, even though he remained stoic outside. "No, nothing, Zabuza-sama." Haku squeaked out, cursing herself for dropping her guard. "I merely had a run-in with one of the Konoha shinobi while I was out," she replied after composing herself. "It was the blonde you fought. You weren't followed, were you?" He narrowed his eyes. "No, she wasn't followed, but I did mark her," a voice stated from the shadows. The two were quickly on guard as they turned their attention to the dark corner the voice had come from, only to see the blonde shinobi emerging from the shadows. His cerulean blue eyes glowing in the darkness that shadowed his face, giving them an ominous appearance. "Relax, Zabuza-san." The blonde smiled as he fully stepped out of the shadows. "As I told Haku-san, I am not here to fight. So you can put the kunai away." After a handful of seconds in silence, Zabuza relented and removed his hand from the kunai he had hidden under the blankets. Seeing that the larger man relaxed, Naruto brought up a chair and sat a comfortable distance away, showing that he truly meant no harm to them. "So what do you want, Gaki?" Zabuza asked, narrowing his eyes at the blonde. "Well, I overheard a bit of information that is of some importance to yourself and Haku-san." The blonde stated. "Why didn't you just tell me earlier?" Haku asked, a little upset that she had been marked so easily by the boy. "You're right, I could have. But I really wanted to see how Zabuza-san was doing." He smiled. "Also, I couldn't resist seeing your beautiful face again." This last part caused the girl to blush and the large man to scowl. "And what information would that be, Gaki?" "Oh, just that Gato is planning on betraying you," Naruto simply stated, causing the other two's eyes to widen in shock. "I overheard a few of this petty thugs talking about it in town last night." "And just how does he plan to do that?" Zabuza asked. "The fat pig knows even his two bodyguards are no match against Haku, let alone me. I guess the plan is, after you fight my team, regardless who wins, Gato will send his army of thugs in to finish off whoever is left." The blonde informed the swordsman. "With everyone tired from the battle, it wouldn't take much for the numbers to overrun us. Their orders are to kill all the men and take the women alive. From the gossip of the thugs in town, Gato has laid claim to Haku-san." These words caused Zabuza's eyes to narrow in anger. There was not a doubt that the blonde kid before him was telling the truth. It was right up Gato's ally to turn his back on the hired help. Not to mention, the fat man had already threatened Haku in front of him. "Information isn't free in our line of work, Gaki," Zabuza stated as he turned his attention back towards the blonde. "What's the price?" "You're right. I will be asking something in return," Naruto stated. "I understand it is a big price to ask, but I request that I am the one to end Gato's life." Zabuza could only stare at the blonde in shock. He had expected the kid to ask for money, his sword, or even a kiss from Haku with the way he had flirted with her earlier. But to be the one to deliver the death blow was not something he expected. "I know you want to be the one to do it, but let's just say that someone I respect and care has requested me to end his life." Naruto gave a brief explanation. "In return, I will fight you with everything I got in our next spar." "How does that sound, Zabuza-san?" "What do you mean everything you got? Clearly you knew I was holding back in our last fight." The blonde gave a knowing smirk. "Even more, the sword isn't my preferred weapon." "And what is your preferred weapon?" Zabuza asked, clearly intrigued. "Now that would be telling, Zabuza-san." Naruto grinned, earning a chuckle from the large swordsman. "I like you, Gaki. You got yourself a deal, but you better give me a damn good fight. I suppose I should get back to my team before they begin to wonder where I am." The blonde sighed as he stood up from the chair he was sitting in. Fluidly moving over to where Haku stood, he gently took her hand and kissed her knuckles, causing the girl to blush further. "I look forward to seeing you again." This only caused the large man to glare at the blonde once more. Smirking, Naruto melded into the shadows. Shaking his head, Zabuza turned to say something to Haku only to freeze when he saw the love-struck look in her eyes and her face flushed as she stared at where the blonde boy once stood. I did not sign up for this, he grumbled to himself. With Naruto having left Zabuza and Haku to contemplate what he had informed them of, Naruto emerged from the shadows just outside the bridge builder's home, not sensing the lazy Jonin or the emo anywhere near the house. Though he could sense his other teammate upstairs. He knew that he first had to talk with Tsunami to allay her worries of where he was all night, and then Sakura. He could care less about Kakashi or the emo duck, but as he entered the home, he could see his newly marked mate in the kitchen. Smiling, he got behind her and snaked his arms around her waist, causing her to sigh in contentment as she leaned back into his embrace, allowing him to kiss along her neck. I was worried about you last night, Naruto. Tsunami whispered, concern evident in her voice. Turning slowly to face her lover and leaned in to give him a deep kiss, breaking it a few seconds later. I'm sorry I made you worry, Tsu-chan. He smiled. I was merely scouting for more information last night. Did you find anything more? I did. He replied with a grin, thinking back on his talk with the two earlier. Turns out, Gato is planning to betray his hired help. I even managed to track down the two he hired and warn them of the man's imminent betrayal. This caused Tsunami to gasp in surprise. Though I do ask that you keep this quiet from Taida-sensei and his emo but buddy. This of course prompted the woman to chuckle. I promise, not a word. Speaking of the two, I take it that they are with your father at the bridge? The blonde asked. Tsunami nodded in response. Yes. Kakashi requested that Sakura stay behind. Meaning he is probably focusing on training the Uchiha again. Naruto sighed. I guess I better see if there is anything I can help Sakura-chan with. All right, Naruto-kun. She smiled as she turned back to the dishes she was washing prior. Lunch will be ready in a few hours. Looking forward to your cooking, Tsunami-chan. Giving her one last kiss, the blonde disappeared upstairs and knocked on the door of the room that Sakura was staying in. Hearing a confirmation to enter, he opened the door and greeted the pinkette. Morning, Sakura-chan. He smiled. As he spoke, he could see a mixture of emotions raging through the pinkette's emerald-colored eyes. Everything from worry to anger and even regret. I apologize if I made you worry last night, I just needed to go check up on a few things. He continued. Silence hung in the air between the two as Sakura was debating how she should approach what she had discovered the previous night. With a little encouragement from her inner self, the pinkette took a deep breath before looking at her blonde teammate. Naruto-kun. She began, prompting the boy to shut the door behind him. I am not sure how to say this, so I will be blunt. The QB is sealed inside you, isn't it? Naruto stood there gaping. He had to be honest, she was rather blunt. How did you come to that conclusion? He asked after he composed himself. Well, after what you told Inari-san about your childhood. She began, guilt laced in her voice. I began thinking back of what we spoke about when you listed what elemental affinities you have. You said your fire affinity was due to an S-rank secret. With that and what you told Inari-san, and your age, I came to the conclusion that you were born around the time the QB attacked and that the Yondaime was forced to seal the QB within you, since you can't kill pure chakra. Not to mention your nickname, the Shadow Fox. Very astute, Sakura-chan. Naruto praised the cherry blossom, causing her to visibly blush. Still not familiar with actually being complimented. And you are correct. The QB is sealed within me. Naruto lifts up his shirt, causing her to blush even more at the sight of his abs, though she does notice the seal on his stomach. This is the seal that keeps the QB sealed within me. He continues, before letting his shirt drop, much to her disappointment. Have you ever met with him? She asked, a little curious if the QB and Naruto had the same form of interaction as she and her inner self did. Yes, I first met her after an attack on my 6th birthday that nearly killed me. Naruto replied after a handful of seconds. Wait her? Sakura blinked in confusion. Yup, the most power of all the tailed beasts is a woman. The blonde chuckled. She saved my life that night and healed my wounds that would have killed anyone else. For that, I am thankful. That doesn't line up with what we were told in the academy. The Pinkette frowned. We were told that the QB was an evil beast that only wanted to destroy, but you're saying she saved your life. Naruto sighs and lowers himself into a squatting position. One thing I have learned while talking with her is that there are as many sides to a story as there are people involved. Naruto states, picking his words carefully as he didn't want to reveal who his parents were. From what she has told me of the attack, she was comfortable in her previous Jinchuriki when she was violently ripped from her former host and put under a powerful genjutsu. So, the QB was forced to attack the village then? Yes. The blonde answered, looking down at the floor. Though I do not know by who. It was a lie, as he knew full well who had controlled Ari into attacking the village. However, he lacked the means to fully track down the masked man who was the cause of everything. You now know more about me than almost anyone else, Sakura-chan. Naruto broke the Pinkette out of her musing. I will understand if you want to distance yourself. He didn't get a chance to finish as a pink blur crushed him in a hug, which he returned. Naruto-kun, you should know by now that I am not as stupid as most of the villagers. She said, her voice soft as she fought to restrain her tears from falling. I know the difference between a scroll and a kunai. Naruto only smiled at her words, thankful for her acceptance. Besides, you make it sound like the QB isn't that bad. She smiled as she stepped away from him, wiping the tears away from her eyes that were threatening to fall. Maybe sometime I can introduce you. He smiled. I think you two would get along great. Sakura nodded in response. So, what did you do last night after you left? She asked, deciding to change the subject. I went scouting for more information about Gato and his operations. He replied. From what I found out, Gato plans on killing all of us when we fight Zabuza next time. And what? Gato plans to capture you and any other female as his personal SEC slaves. He finished, a dark look in his eyes. I will not let that happen. Silence hung between the two for a moment, before the Pinkette broke the PRDNT pause. Kakashi took Sasuke to the bridge. Sakura said. He told me to stay here to watch the house. Meaning he is giving the Uchiha private training. Naruto sighed once more. How is your training going with the scrolls I gave you? I've been working on them. The pink-haired girl smiled as she produced the scrolls he had given her the previous day. I've been studying the more advanced Suiton and Doton techniques. I'm sure you'll get them down in no time. The blonde smiled. Why don't we go down to the shore and spare? I'll leave a few shadow clones to keep watch. Sakura nodded, a little excited to try out the new jutsus she had been reading up on. Grabbing the scrolls, she took off after the blonde Hanyou. Looking forward to a morning of sparing. She watched as Naruto created 4 shadow clones to watch over the house. Bidding Tsunami a short farewell, the two made their way to the shoreline a short distance away from the house. This is where the two spared for the next few hours. With Sakura attacking with her Suiton jutsus and defending with her Doton against Naruto's shadow abilities, as well as his Futon and Raiton jutsus. Which was really challenging for the Pinkette, as the blonde's Raiton attacks would tear through her Doton defenses. What had surprised her was how his Futon abilities would redirect some of her Suiton attacks. However, she pushed forward and adapted to his fighting style, opting to use indirect attacks instead of direct attacks to throw off his wind abilities. It had come to a surprise to the two of them that despite training and sparring with one another for the past 4 hours, they had still finished before Kakashi and Sasuke returned from the bridge. Fortunately, the lazy Jonin did not inquire about where the blonde had disappeared to last night, and the Hanyou gave no report of what he had learned of Gato's plan. 1 week later. The following week had passed rather uneventful. If anything, it had settled into a pattern. Kakashi would always take Sasuke aside for training, leaving Naruto and Sakura to fend for themselves. By now, the Pinkette didn't even look to the masked Jonin for training. Instead, she sought out her blonde teammate, whom in her eyes had become her unofficial sensei, in a way. As such, they had fallen into a simple routine. While the lazy Jonin was with the Uchiha, Naruto would create a handful of shadow clones to watch over either the bridge builder and bridge, or Tsunami and the house, depending where they were at the time, before the Cherry Blossom and Hanyou would find themselves a secluded section along the shoreline to train further. Also, while they were with Tazuna at the bridge, Naruto would create a couple dozen shadow clones to aid in the construction, since one of the skills he picked up during his academy years was masonry. Due to these training sessions with the blonde, Sakura's skill in her elemental jutsus had increased rapidly, to the point that she could effortlessly perform some of the B-rank jutsus that were in the scrolls she had been given. On top of her elemental training, she had followed Naruto's advice and kept having a few shadow clones of her own continue with tree and water walking to further increase her chakra control and expand her own reserves even further. During this time, the blonde Hanyou had divided his attention between helping Sakura train, watching over the bridge builder and his family, spending time Tsunami, and finally splitting his free time between working on the next book for his series and researching the seal that kept Ari contained within him. He knew that at his current level in Fuinjutsu, he couldn't hope to fully free her. Though he was working on a theory to allow her to take control of one of his shadow clones and have some form of freedom. This of course caused never-ending excitement in the Kitsune girl, as she made various plans of what she could do out in the physical world. All of them including glomping, RPG, and pouncing all over her blonde host. Naruto himself was fairly close to getting comfortable to test out the theory. He had checked, double-checked, and even triple-checked his notes and cross-referenced them with the books he had brought with him. Not wanting to take any chance, as both of their lives are on the line if something were to go wrong. I know you are eager to try this, Ari-chan, but I think it would be best if we wait until we are back in the village. Naruto mentally spoke to the Kitsune girl. That way we can have Anko-chan, Yugao-chan, and even Hinata-chan not only watch to make sure everything works, but so you can meet them as well. I understand, Naruto-kun. Ari replied. At least I should be in my human form when we attempt this. And if my calculations are correct, after I make the modifications to the seal, you should be able to spawn a shadow clone at any time you want. The blonde stated. Though for our safety, let's only use it in private or if I am severe danger and need the help. Ari mentally agreed. The last thing they needed was to cause a panic in the village that she could get out of the seal, even if she would still be tethered to her host. Still, knowing the villagers, they wouldn't understand that and lash out in fear and anger. Worst yet, there would be very little Hiruzen would be able to do. Still, being able to spend time with the blonde outside of the seal was worth the precautions. It was now nearing the end of the week. By the blonde's estimates, Zabuza should be fully healed and making his move soon. However, there was an unsettling feeling in his stomach. He knew that something bad was going to happen. But to who and where? It didn't help that Kakashi had already instructed that all of them would be guarding the bridge tomorrow, thus leaving the house and Tsunami and Inari vulnerable. Naruto didn't like that at all, and was thinking of a way to hang back a little to watch over them. Partially because it was the logical thing to do, and mostly because he was very protective over his mates. It would seem like the thing that the fat BSRD would do. While everyone was out, kidnap Tsunami or even Inari to give him an advantage over them in the form of a hostage. Not to mention, Naruto already knew what the sleazy BSTRD had planned for the girls. The mere thought of it just made his blood boil. He was so going to enjoy killing Gato. After much deliberation, Naruto had concocted a plan that he would disappear once again tonight, so he could stay behind and ensure the house was secure before joining the others on the bridge. He had enough faith in Kakashi's abilities to keep things under control until he got there. Not to mention, Sakura had grown by leaps and bounds during their training sessions. With his mind made up, he quietly informed Tsunami and even Sakura of his plan. Both women saw the logic in it, and the Pinkette even ensured him that she would watch over the bridge builder while they were on the bridge. The next day, just as he had planned, Naruto had disappeared the night prior. Much to the frustration of Kakashi, as the Jonin had intended for all of his team to be at the bridge, as the silver-haired shinobi expected Zabuza and the false hunter Nin to show up today, based off a hunch he had. Still, with Naruto not around, he was forced to just take the others to the bridge with him, asking Tsunami that when she sees him, to send him to the bridge immediately. Shortly after Kakashi and the rest of Team 7 left, Naruto emerged from the shadows, once again wrapping his arms around the brunette woman. "I'll stick around for a few hours," he told her. If nothing happens by then, I am going to have you and Inari hide within my shadow space to keep you both safe. Do you really think that Gato will target the house? Tsunami asked, concerned. He hasn't bothered us before. I would be surprised if he doesn't. Naruto remarked. With the bridge nearing its completion, your father is a big threat to Gato's operation. If he can't get rid of your father, he will target the family instead. However, he gently took hold of her chin to have her look him in the eyes, kissing her tenderly. I will not let that happen, he vowed. Tsunami smiled and kissed him once more, breaking apart just as Inari ran into the kitchen, oblivious to his mother's romantic actions towards the blonde. Kachan, Naruto and I. The boy exclaimed, clearly shaken up about something. There are two strange men coming towards the house with swords. Inari-kun, I want you to hide in the basement. His mother instructed him, earning a nod from Naruto. Do not come out until I tell you to, understand? Inari shook his head in fear, not only from the men approaching the house, but of the rare tone his mother had used that promised him something bad should he disobey this order for any reason. Quickly he ran to the basement door and shut it behind him, hearing the door lock. In a word, the boy was frightened. For him, for his mother, and for his family. However, the mere prescience of Naruto had helped to allay many of his fears. Shall we? Naruto asked with a smirk. He had a feeling that the woman had a plan, if she wasn't hiding with her son. I can't wait to show them my surprise, she stated, almost as if to confirm the blonde's suspicions. Naruto had sunk into the shadows, as Tsunami exited the door to greet the two dishonored samurai that usually acted as bodyguards for Gato. The two didn't know what to make of the situation, as something felt off about the woman before them. She clearly knew they had come for her, so why did she come out into the open? Shaking off those thoughts, the taller one smirked as the woman approached him. Kami must be smiling upon us if he is making our target so easy to capture. Waraji stated with a smug grin, earning a chuckle from his partner. Now, why don't you come with us all nice and quiet like and maybe we won't kill your son? Tsunami merely smiled eerily as she continued to approach the larger of the two. Meanwhile, Zore had moved past them and prepared to entire the house to search for the boy. This prompted Tsunami to turn and scowl at the smaller of the two, only for Waraji to grab hold of her and hold her tight against him so she couldn't escape. Her back to his chest. However, instead of shock or fear, she merely chuckled as a sadistic glint appeared in her eyes, throwing the larger man off guard. Unknown to him, he had positioned her right where she wanted to be. Before he could react, her hand snapped to his katana sword on his left side. Quickly drawing it out, she plunged the blade into her own abdomen, allowing the blade to pass right through her and into the man behind her. Zore had turned to see his partner spitting up blood as the woman had impaled herself to injure the larger man. Though, before he could move, a shadow-like blade shot up from the ground beneath him, cutting him directly in half. The last thing the bluish-white-haired man saw was a blonde rising up from the shadows in front of him. Just before his vision split in two, as both halves of his body separated, leaving a bloody mess in front of the door. Naruto then turned back towards where Tsunami was. After impaling herself, and the man behind her, Tsunami pulled the sword out of her body, allowing her own blood to splatter onto the ground, tossing the sword to the side. A sadistic grin spread across her face as she reached under her blouse and produced a ritualistic stake. Giving the man a quick slash to acquire his blood onto the stake, the brunette then proceeded to draw Jashin's symbol on the ground with her own blood, much to the horror of Waraji. Liking the blood off the tip of the stake, her body began to transform. Her skin turning black, with white, bone-like designs spreading across her body, making it appear like a skeleton had been painted over her body. Her eyes turning blood red as she gazed at her victim before her. You are vile and corrupt, Tsunami stated with venom. For your sins, your soul shall be sacrificed to Jashin-sama. Waraji's eyes widened as he heard the goddess's name, though he had no time to react as the woman drove the stake into her own leg, causing him to collapse as the wound appeared on his own body. She then repeated the same process to her other leg, effectively crippling the shamed samurai from escaping. Slowly, she drew cuts all over her body. watching as they appeared on his. Each time, the man's cries erupted from his throat. This process continued for almost 10 minutes before she drove the stake through her own chest, killing the man and finishing the ritual, delivering the man's soul to Jashin. As the man died, Tsunami's body returned to its normal appearance. All of the wounds she had inflicted on herself healing themselves instantly. Turning, she smiled to her blonde mate who had a look of awe as this was the first time Naruto had witnessed a Jashinist sacrifice someone. Though he was aware of the practice. Normally I like to drag out their suffering longer, she sheepishly admitted. But I don't want to risk Inari-kun knowing just yet. It was still a breathtaking sight to see. Naruto commented with a smile as he approached the woman. Why don't you get cleaned up? I need to get to the bridge. Tsunami nodded, then kissing the blonde goodbye, watching as he took off towards where her father and the rest of Team 7 were. Battle of the Bridge. Sakura shivered as she heard the sounds of screams in the distance. These were the screams of someone in severe pain, however her gut instinct told her that it wasn't Naruto. That the blonde had been correct and someone had attempted to attack the house. Once again, showing her that he had far better leadership qualities than her supposed sensei who had wanted to leave the house undefended. Glad we followed Naruto-kun's idea. Inner spoke up, though also keeping her own senses aware to pick up anything her outer self may have missed. Yeah, what the hell was Taida-sensei thinking, leaving the family unprotected? Sakura mentally replied as she watched the two battles in front of her. Kakashi seemed to be holding his own against the large swordsman. Though it was becoming evident that the masked Jonin's previous tricks were not working on Zabuza this time. This of course caused Sakura to worry. If Kakashi was killed, she highly doubted she could hold off the swordsman for very long. She only hoped that Naruto got here soon. Turning her attention to the second battle, she watched as her former crush did a very good imitation of a pincushion as dozens of senbons were sticking out of his body. She wanted to feel sorry for him, but the Uchiha's own arrogance had landed him in his current predicament. In one of the masked Jonin's better moments, he had instructed Sakura to back Sasuke up against the masked shinobi, only for the raven-haired emo to state he didn't need any help from a pathetic loser. Kakashi merely relented, instructing the cherry blossom to protect the client. So here she was, watching the Uchiha elite get an extreme acupuncture treatment. Suddenly, she felt a pull and before she could react, pain shot through her body as she found herself in the ice dome that the masked shinobi had made, whilst Sasuke was where she once was, to the shock of Tazuna. Her vision slowly fading as coldness flooded her body. Sakura-chan! An enraged Naruto shouted.